Blood Moon, Book 6 of the Sam Rader thriller series. Written by Simon King, narrated by Kiiri Sandy. Chapter 1. It wasn't until the smoke had reached high enough to touch the sky that the man looked up from his screen. The explosion had sounded like nothing more than a piece of bubble wrap popping, a muffled snap some 5 miles away. He had positioned the drone at just enough distance from the massacre to ensure he would have a front row seat, but seeing the woman come charging through the cafe door had added an element of satisfaction to the kill. Nelson Tuck knew of Samantha Rader long before she had any inclination that he was hunting her. She had murdered his father, taken the only family he had remaining, and simply gotten on with her life. The questions he faced from authorities after Richard Tuck had vanished from the face of the earth had been difficult to bear, and he thought that they would come and arrest him for the disappearance. The authorities had watched him for several weeks, and Nelson had taken care to remain as inconspicuous as possible. He couldn't risk them sensing something was wrong, and so had continued to run the farm just as he always had. But he had known the truth, known it from the very beginning. He knew what his father was, a perverted killer who enjoyed torturing helpless women. The Rader woman should have been another one, but she had somehow turned the tables and ended his killing spree instead. Regardless of what she might have seen in the vicious psycho, Nelson looked up to his father and had been helping him try to beat the demons living inside him. He had made some progress and was even actively seeking help from medical professionals. When the woman had killed him, she effectively ended any chance for his rehabilitation. During the final week of his life, Richard Tuck had spent countless hours trying to find out everything he could about the new woman on his radar. He'd not only begun to watch her, but to also conduct background checks. It wasn't long before questions arose, questions that seemed to have no earthly answers, and no matter how much he tried, he couldn't seem to find the bottom of the rabbit hole. There were 2 things he had discovered, with both eventually falling into the hands of Nelson. First, the name Pogrom had come up again and again, but each trail had quickly hit a dead end, while the second had been a live feed into an office. Nelson had watched that live feed endlessly after his father's death, with none the wiser to its existence. The irony of it all was that no one suspected the son to react to his father's murder. It would be a mistake that Nelson promised to turn into unimaginable pain and suffering for the woman, starting with what was most precious to her. What many didn't know was that the son had already taken several significant paces to follow in his father's footsteps, including the murder of 3 people, one of whom had been his own mother. One might say that murder ran in the family, and revenge would be the natural progression. The first time Nelson Tuck had murdered, the death had been ruled as nothing more than a tragic accident. Nobody could have suspected the 15-year-old capable of such a horrendous act, and yet he had planned the murder and executed it with perfect precision. If anybody had paid attention to the Tuck family inner workings, they would have seen a son that worshipped his father. Nelson adored his dad in every way, idolizing the man in a way that could only be described as hero worship. Psychologists may have drawn their own conclusions about the matter, especially seeing that Richard Tuck paid very little attention to his son, often too caught up in his own activities. While still a baby, Helen Tuck would sometimes leave her son in the care of his father, but would often return to find the infant crying in his crib, with Richard tinkering around in the garage. Richard had never taken to fatherhood the way she had hoped, and sometimes feared for her son's safety if she needed to go in to work. She had once confided in a friend that she expected to return home one day to find the baby stolen, while Richard was working on his pickup. He didn't seem to have a fatherly bone in his body. As the years passed and Nelson grew older, he began to follow his father everywhere, often keen to pitch in and help with whatever his father was working on at the time. To Richard, it felt too much like a chore to watch the kid, and thus mostly ignored him. Nelson didn't mind. Eventually, he watched his parents drift further and further apart. His father spent more hours in the garage, isolating himself from a family that yearned for his attention. Nelson would spend more time alone as his mother took on extra shifts at work. By the time he turned 13, there was very little love in the home, and the family barely spent time together. The only time all three would be in the same room was when dinner was served and each came for their plate of food. Nelson continued to fight for his father's affection and did his best to help out whenever he could. He somehow sensed that the father he wanted was right there and just needed a little help in coming out. Tinkering in the garage became a way of life for the pair, and Nelson worked hard for his father. So, when he found out that his mother was having an affair 3 days before his 15th birthday, he devised a plan that would ensure his father's praise. He couldn't allow the woman who had betrayed the both of them to continue living in their home and thus needed to take action. He waited until the day after his birthday to execute his intentions. It was a simple plan, really, and ensured there would be no witnesses. He selected that day because it was the only day where his mother drove him into town for school. The rest of the time he caught the bus, but on Wednesdays her work shift began shortly after school started. The day had begun with steady rainfall, only adding to the validity of Nelson's plan. He whistled as he prepared himself for school that morning, kissing his mother on the cheek as he reached for his bowl of oatmeal. He ate alone at the table, watching Helen take care of the breakfast dishes. His father had already left for the day, and when they hopped into the Jeep, he looked at the home one final time, knowing that when he would see it next, it would be just his father and him living there. He didn't plan to just kill her. What Nelson wanted first was an explanation. He wanted to know why she had betrayed the both of them, why she would hurt his father like that. He waited until they were out on Franklin Drive, a long and narrow stretch of road that took them towards the interstate. The question he asked her that morning hung in the air for almost a mile before she answered. Nelson had discovered the name of the man she'd been seeing and simply asked why she would betray her husband by sleeping with her boss. Helen Tuck sat silently as she considered her answer, shocked at having been discovered by her only child. Whatever answer she had intended to give would never see the light of day. As he watched his mother's struggle with the notion of being caught out, he waited long enough for her to feel his pain, then silenced her forever. He reached down and pushed her seatbelt button, then grabbed the steering wheel and pulled it towards himself as hard as he could. The Jeep instantly veered right as his mother screamed in shock, caught the edge of the hardtop, and flipped. Nelson kept one hand on the wheel and the other gripped tightly to the handle above the door as the world began to somersault around him. He lost his grip after the first revolution, and when the vehicle catapulted off a small embankment, lost consciousness. He woke up 2 days later, a broken arm and a black eye his only injuries. His mother wasn't so lucky, having been flung from her seat and hanging half out of the driver's side window as the car flipped down the road. Her spine had been snapped in several places, her neck was broken, and half her head disappeared as the SUV slammed on top of it. The authorities had put the accident down as nothing but a tragedy, caused by the slippery road and a worn front tire. Nobody thought twice about the incident, thankful that the boy had somehow managed to survive such a horrific wreck. Nelson attended his mother's funeral, sitting in the front row next to his father. He had wept when he was supposed to and kissed his mother's coffin before it had been lowered into the ground. But inside him lay a satisfaction he had never felt before. He had freed himself and his father and swore to always protect him no matter what. As for Richard, nobody said anything when he didn't sit by his son's bedside as he lay unconscious in a hospital bed. Nobody mentioned the fact that the man didn't appear emotional at the news of his wife's unfortunate death. And when he sat silently by his son at the funeral, nobody spoke about the man who didn't shed a single tear. Not long after her funeral, the Tuck boys packed up their belongings and left the memories of the place far behind them. They eventually landed in the small town of Eagle Grove, Iowa, where they purchased a new house far from the prying eyes of neighbors and townsfolk. The elder man returned to teaching, a profession he had once sworn never to return to after a misunderstanding. Years later, when the elder Tuck fell onto hard times and came close to losing the family home, it was Nelson that stepped in once again and bought his father out. When his father began to live out horrific fetishes, Nelson protected him, cleaning up whatever he could in order to hide the truth. But when those fetishes had turned into outright murder, the son evolved into what was needed in order to keep his father out of prison. That was until the day Samantha Rader came calling. The drone had kept an eye on the father and daughter when Nelson could no longer follow them. Once he knew where they had gone that morning, he simply returned to the vacant lot out behind the abandoned steelworks and sent his drone up. The bomb had been waiting on Samuel Rader's truck for 3 days while Nelson waited for his moment to strike. All he needed was patience. He knew she would come to visit after he discovered the father's cancer diagnosis. It would simply be a matter of time, the doting daughter called upon by the loyal father. He'd watched her arrival from the top of a nearby peak, watching as she hopped out of her car and embraced the father she no longer deserved. He would take him, just as he would the rest of her family. He would watch each time, promising to witness her grief as she discovered each loss. His revenge would be sweet, drawn out, and as horrific as possible. As he sat in the car and watched the daughter come crashing through the door of the cafe, he smiled, baring his teeth like a beast about to feast on its prey. She tripped and went face-planting down the steps, adding to his pleasure. He thumbed the cell phone number into his own, then watched in glee as the explosion tore her existence apart, ripping the very soul from a man she had worshipped her entire life. Nelson left the drone in the air for as long as possible, taking in every second of her agony. She was screaming, on her knees and staring at the charred remains of her father. Nelson wished he could have been there, seen the pain firsthand, close enough to smell the old man cooking. But he knew it wouldn't be the final opportunity for that, for he had lots of plans for Samantha Rader, plans that would ultimately tear her world apart. Once the screen began to beep, indicating that the drone had barely enough charge left to return back to its starting point, Nelson hit the button and sent the small device on its way. He waited the 5 or so minutes it took to complete the final part of its mission, then calmly knelt down, picked it up, and shoved it back into the carry case. Just before he climbed into the car, he turned back one final time, took in the column of thick black smoke spewing into the air, and grinned. The first part of his game plan had finally swung into action. Soon, the woman would be virtually surrounded by grief and pain, unable to turn away as it came at her from every direction. He would make sure that nothing of her former life would remain, ensuring that all she considered as family would die before her very eyes. He slammed the door shut, fired up the engine, and turned towards his next target. Chapter 2. The explosion shattered almost every window within a 2-block radius. The powerful bomb tore through the parking lot, and Sam had been extremely lucky not to have been injured further. The blood trickled down the side of her face as she continued watching the burning wreck, her father's charred corpse still visible in the flames until they finally collapsed in on themselves. The firefighters took almost an hour to completely extinguish the flames, the heat intense enough to melt the majority of the pickup, or what was left of it. 6 units turned up, as well as a sizable collection of police vehicles, ambulances, and unmarked cars, although Sam noticed none of them. The police, who eventually managed to snap her out of the near trance she was in, called for paramedics to drive her to the hospital, but Sam refused. No one was going to move her, not until her father had been removed from the parking lot. John Milton turned up unannounced, climbed the steps, and simply sat beside her in silence. He didn't need to speak. Neither did, watching as the authorities went about their duties around them. It wasn't until well into the afternoon that the police finally managed to persuade Sam to go with them. They had questions which needed answering, and the victim's daughter appeared the only one likely to help them with their investigation. They all knew that the remnants of the truck and the victims still sitting inside would remain where they were for a good deal longer. There were a lot of unanswered questions, and many hours would pass before they would find the answers. John took one of the officers aside and offered to drive Sam to the station himself. He hesitated, but when his cell phone flashed a message from the station chief, he agreed, but only if he could follow them in his own patrol car. Sam walked solemnly to John's rental and hopped in when the officer opened the door for her. She hadn't noticed the deep cut she suffered on her right hand and stared at the palm as she waited for John to climb in beside her. The tears had ceased falling the second John appeared. It was as if his arrival had reminded Sam of not only who she was, but also what she was, and crying time was over. There would be consequences of this attack, and she knew that once she released her rage, there would be little hope of holding back. Once John had climbed in and pulled out of the parking lot, Sam gazed at the road ahead and focused. The moment would be an important one for her, the grief-stricken woman forcing every ounce of anger, pain, sorrow, and loss into a small bottle she kept hidden deep inside her. It was the same bottle she would sip from whenever she needed to end a killer or defend herself against an attacker. The bottle had grown considerably through the years, but never had it held the kind of fury she was harboring at that moment. As she sat beside a silent John, Sam pushed the entirety of her emotions into that tiny cylinder and swore to unleash it once she had her father's killer firmly in her sights. Until then, it was her own personal ticking time bomb with the fuse set to instant. The police were extremely empathic as they questioned Sam for almost an hour. Their request for John to remain outside was met with some resistance from the man, but Sam assured him she would be fine. He knew she would be, of that he had no doubt, but it was them he didn't trust, knowing full well of how some officers like to get a little too overzealous in their pursuit for glory. However, given that he had no choice, John remained just outside, patiently waiting for her to finish. While he waited, John called in every personal favor he could and every available agent back to the compound. This would be the largest and most extensive hunt in the history of the agency. He had nothing to go on, with no evidence to speak of, but what he did have was a team of dedicated people that would do their very best to find answers. Sam sat on one side of the desk, a warm cup of hot chocolate held in her hands. She was listening to each question, then giving the responses she knew they were expecting her to answer. No, she didn't know who would want to hurt her father. No, he had no enemies. Everybody loved him. No, she had no enemies that might want to take revenge on her family. Yes, she kept in regular contact with her father. Sam also offered up the bombshell news Samuel had offered her in the moments before his death. She explained that he had been diagnosed with cancer and had only just shared the information with her at that very cafe. The officers were extremely sorry for her loss, offering her a business card with a direct number for her to call in case she remembered some piece of information, regardless of how minor she may consider it. Of course she would, and gave her most gracious thank you when they finally finished with her. One of the officers directed her out the door, handed the grieving daughter off to her male friend, and returned back to the interview room once the victim had left. It was all very textbook for Sam, and she did her best to swallow the rage as much as she could. While the questions asked of her weren't anything considered too invasive, they weren't going to solve anything, and she simply needed them to be satisfied with the answers enough to let her go. The longer they kept her, the longer it would take for Sam to hit the ground running and start a hunt that she had been training for her entire life. It had been Samuel's training that had gotten her to this stage, himself a highly skilled SEAL with an impressive resume. The man had taken enough scalps in the field of battle to fill a garage and had been at the forefront of Sam's relentless training, which he had begun during her turbulent childhood. As she followed John back to his car, he couldn't help but take small, sideways glances at her, himself unsure of her mental state. He was prepared for anything, having called in enough people to ensure she would be guarded wherever she went, But this was a woman who had never followed the rules of normality. Neither spoke until they were safely back in the car with the doors locked. John fired up the engine and prepared to take Sam to the airport with him when she steamrolled his plan. "Back to my father's, please," she whispered, looking down at the fresh bandage on her hand. John was taken back by the request. "Sam, I don't think that's such a great idea. Whoever did this is probably still out there just waiting for you to return home. I would—" She simply turned to him, her steely gaze enough for his mouth to snap shut. John slowly began to nod, turned the car left instead of right, and gave in to her request. He knew that trying to debate with her at that moment in time would serve no purpose. Sam would do what was needed for her to cope with this situation. He was merely a passenger, and once he gave in the first time, knew it had set the precedence for the rest of their time together. They drove in silence, with the peak hour traffic keeping them to almost a crawl while they remained within the city limits. There wasn't a lot of it, but given the hour of the day and with a single road out, John sat back and let the other cars dictate his speed. Sam had her head leaning against the seatbelt, her eyes fixed on a spot in the distance. John knew there was little he could do and simply let her be. He thought about the resources he had already mustered together and knew Mama would be frantically fighting her way through all available information. As he drove, John thought of the one person that would be able to talk sense to Sam during this critical time, perhaps the only person left in the world who this woman truly trusted. But the last time he had checked in on him, there had been no change in Tim. He was still classed as comatose, with medical staff unable to register any reaction from the man. John prayed for Tim to awaken and would have given anything for a miracle at that point. It took almost 40 minutes for them to reach the turnoff that led up to the Rader home, and as John turned into it, the final rays of sunlight faded from the darkening sky. Sam had walked the narrow road countless times throughout her life, with Jasper often bounding through the underbrush on the hunt for a rabbit or two as he gleefully tagged along. He wasn't much of a hunter, and Sam had never seen him actually catch anything. It was around 4 miles from road to home, with several corners taking a person back and forth from one side of the mountain to the other. It had been Samuel's plan from the very beginning to keep Sam as isolated as possible for the start of their training, to ensure she wasn't too distracted by people in general. But now, as they drove up that rocky incline in near darkness, 4 miles didn't seem anywhere near as far, with a faint glow already visible further up the mountain. Sam began to scream in horror the moment John pulled the Chrysler around the final bend, with the home, barn, and garage all engulfed in flames that towered above the roofline. She pushed open the door as the sounds of exploding glass rocked the peaceful mountainside. Sam jumped from the still-moving car, tangled her feet, and fell to the ground, looking up helplessly as the roof of the home caved in, an explosion of embers bursting high into the night sky. "No!" she called through a hail of tears and emotions, her throat already raw from earlier in the day. She barely noticed the pain, rising to her knees and losing all control. Caught in a whirlwind of helplessness and raw emotion, the woman leaned forward and punched the ground again and again, a rock breaking 2 of her knuckles. She barely flinched. John had stopped the car and came rushing around the front of it, anxiously dropping to Sam's side as she screamed in grief. "We have to get out of here," he begged, but the woman simply stared past him, tears flowing in irregular streams down her face. The flames glistened back at John as if mocking him with their hold over her. She was witnessing the end of her world, and there was nothing he could do except stand idly by. This was torture on a new level, and John Milton was nothing more than a passenger. He turned back and stared at the buildings, trying to wish the vision from her eyes. A split second before Sam saw the final atrocity and screamed like he had never heard before, John found himself staring at the remains of an animal suspended in the doorway of the garage, the charred corpse wrapped in a chain to ensure it remained hanging for as long as possible. Sam wept. Her heart had been torn from her very soul, and if the killer had walked up to her at that moment, would probably have ended her without any resistance. She was crushed, fell to the ground, and wept as she pulled her legs up and hugged them. Laying in a fetal position was all she could do at that moment, unable to hear the world around her. As the blaze continued to feed on the remnants of her life, John knelt down, pulled the inconsolable woman into his arms, and carried her back to the car. He didn't pause when he laid her into the back seat, slamming the door closed and jumping into the front seat in a single move. John looked into the rearview mirror one final time as he turned back for the main road. The fire continued to ravage every ounce of her life, stealing away what little she could have hoped to salvage after her loss that day. At some point during their drive down the mountain, Sam became quiet, her weeping slowly tapering off until there was nothing but silence. He hoped she had fallen asleep. He hoped that wherever she had gone, however temporary, was far better than the nightmare she had endured that day. But nothing had fallen asleep, for now was the time of awakening. This was what all of them had been fighting to protect her from, and as Sam lay in the darkness, a new presence stirred deep inside her. Something had awoken, an evil she now willingly surrendered to. As Sam felt her skin tingle to this new sensation, she wondered whether it was a new side to Harry Lightman. Before she could think anything more, she saw Harry briefly appear in her mind, his face contorted into a twisted horror as he tried to shout something. A phantom hand suddenly reached out from the darkness, gripped Harry's head, and squeezed. The blood-curdling scream that followed echoed in her mind for several minutes as the gore sprayed from between the fingers. Silence cut off the scream like an axe through chalk, ending the tormentor for the final time. Sam lay on the back seat, her eyes squeezed shut as the darkness in her mind returned. A figure began to stir in the shadows, way back where Louis used to reside during those early nightmares she suffered. The phantom figure slowly came forward, the shadows revealing a sliver at a time, until the hooded figure stood before her. There was a split second of hesitation, one entity eyeing the other, and when it reached up and pulled the covering from its face, Sam began to smile as she finally came face to face with the only demon to ever truly frighten her, herself. Chapter 3. The compound was buzzing that warm summer night as John rolled in through the gates, with Sam sitting silently beside him. The short drive from the airport was one of the longest of his life, anxious to return the girl back to a world he not only understood, but also controlled to a certain extent. He knew she'd be safe there, with enough firepower to protect her no matter what. Mama was waiting in the parking lot as they rolled in and was at the door before it had fully stopped. Sam looked, saw her friend, and broke down again, this time joined in tears by a woman she had learned to trust through multiple assignments. They simply hugged, one sitting in the car, the other kneeling beside it. Mama was whispering things into Sam's ear, but John couldn't make them out. He stepped out of the car and was immediately met by Will Hansen, an agent normally assigned to New York City. He had news to share, news told to him by none other than Mama herself. John listened as Will whispered the brief details into his ear, then turned and stole a glimpse of the women still embracing in the car.
"This will kill her,"
John muttered under his breath, shook his head, and headed for the door. Agnes was leaning against the edge of the cottage's porch, her hands held up to her face in shock. "How's she doing?" John looked at her as he shuffled past and simply shook his head. She didn't need to hear the words. Watching the distraught girl through the windshield of the car was enough. He picked up the pace a few yards from the doorway, hoping to get some distance between himself and Sam before she made it inside. If Will was correct, the footage sent to them could push her completely over the edge, and he needed to see it first before he allowed Sam to view it. "John," Sam called from behind him, and he stopped, close enough to the door to reach out and touch it. He closed his eyes, not bothering to turn around. We watch it together." Then he did turn, but more from shock, looking at Mama as she helped Sam walk to him. His eyes squinted, his head tilting just a little, as if asking the question of her. Mama paused, recognizing the look, and held her hands up in defense. "I didn't say anything," she said. "I saw the drone," Sam said. "I assume he wanted to show me what he'd done."
Of course she did, John thought to himself. Don't miss a thing, do you?
She didn't stop when she reached him, simply eyeballed him for a second, then continued on through the door. A moment later, they were in the elevator, the three of them standing in silence as they descended into the heart of the compound. A few moments after that, Sam held her breath as the vision unfolded on the big screen of the boardroom. Mama gasped, clapped a hand over her mouth, and watched in horror as the explosion shook the drone for a brief second. Once it steadied itself, it zoomed in on the screaming woman who had slid down the cafe steps just moments before, caught the anguish on her face, then panned slowly back out to include the pickup, now nothing more than a churning fireball. There were several minutes of footage, the screen eventually darkening as the first responders arrived. But instead of ending, letters began to fall from the top of the screen, collecting in a churning heap on an imaginary floor. Everybody held their breath as the pile of white turned into a mini tornado, with individual letters shooting out in random spurts. They began to form words, the letters assembling randomly across the screen until they spelled out the message meant for a single person in the room. Sam stared at the monitor stone-faced, her emotions swallowed and held deep inside. Watch them all die. John grabbed the remote and silenced the message before it could continue. He knew there was more to follow, more footage of the killer's handiwork that he filmed up at the Rader home, but he wasn't about to watch Sam's heart break even further as she watched more atrocities committed against her. The table had never looked so full, with every chair occupied, plus several people standing behind those fortunate enough to be sitting. All eyes were still looking at Sam, most too traumatized to speak. John barely paused as he set the wheels into motion.
We have a killer to find. You just saw what they did. We need names, faces, addresses, witnesses, whatever you can find. We know they have some idea about...
But that was when Sam spoke, her voice calm and collected, cold enough to freeze ice. She spoke a single name, surprising the rest of the room with her revelation. Nelson Tuck. John was caught off guard and sat with his mouth partly open, halfway through a sentence he would never finish. When he couldn't find the words to continue, Sam simply reached into her pocket, pulled out a small envelope, and laid it on the table. She never took her eyes from his, as if locking onto him somehow provided the surety to her words.
Who?
John finally asked as he reached for the note. It didn't take more than a second for the message to become clear, with John handing the slip of paper and envelope to Mama. She took one look, nodded, and passed it on, the item eventually encircling the group. "We can't be sitting here waiting," Sam finally said and rose from her chair. It caught John off guard a second time, who also stood.
Where are you going?
She looked at him without pausing. "To protect my family, and you need to take care of Tim." He didn't protest once he realized what she meant, not then. Tim was lying in a hospital room unprotected, and if this killer was bent on revenge, he would be a prime target when all the rest were sitting in this room.
I've already sent people down there,
he called, but when Sam didn't listen, said,
"Go with her."
Before the man had a chance to react, Sam shut him down. "No, I go alone." Neither man protested, knowing that it would be a fruitless endeavor. This was Sam's show, and they were mere passengers. She would need to be watched from a distance, and while they all knew this would happen, nobody verbalized it. Mama stood and hurried to follow Sam back to the elevator. She didn't speak again until they were alone. "He has a feed into my office," Mama whispered as they returned to the surface. "A feed? How did we miss it?" "I don't know, But whoever set it up knew what they were doing. My guess is his father piggybacked the signal on one of our own. Quite clever, really. Sam thought back to the final confrontation with Richard Tuck and how he'd asked questions about the group. Given his knowledge and skill set, it made sense that he had managed to infiltrate their compound. Leave it and find where it's coming from. He must have a base of operation, Sam said, and Mama nodded. Might take me some time, but I'll find it. I know you will, Sam offered and hugged her friend. You stay safe out there, the older woman whispered into her ear, and Sam acknowledged by squeezing her tighter. Once the elevator doors opened, Mama held out the keys to her car. Take care of it. I promise. The drive to the hospital felt like an eternity for her, but Sam didn't slow until the moment she stepped into Tim's room. John had already posted guards outside the room as well as an agent inside. There were also 2 teams outside, stationed at opposite ends of the parking lot. Nobody was taking any chances. She'd expected to run into some sort of sign that she was being watched, but there had been no indication. The message from the video played out in her mind, and she somehow knew there would be nothing until Tuck was satisfied she was close enough to see the carnage. Being close to Tim made her nervous for exactly that reason, knowing that his life was in far more danger with her close. But she needed to see him, if just to make sure he was still breathing. The man laying on the hospital bed looked much thinner than she had remembered. She wasn't sure whether it was just the dim light playing tricks on her or whether he had actually lost weight, given that it had only been a few days. Tim looked peaceful, as if simply slumbering through the early morning hours. He wore a thin coat of stubble which added to the moment, and Sam sat quietly beside him, listening to each breath slowly come and go. There was no indication that anything was wrong and looked as if he could wake at any moment. Sam reached for his hand and held it, feeling the warmth as it gave her some comfort. She wanted to tell him, share the details of the recent events that had turned her life into chaos. And then there was the other thing, the detail she hadn't mentioned to anyone else. It was that change which had frightened her some, and she knew that the only person who would understand was laying before her. The only way she could explain it to herself was that somehow she, Samantha Rader, had awoken from a slumber that had numbed her senses down to bare minimum, perhaps to give her a chance to get used to her true power. She wondered whether it was that very same power that had driven Harry Lightman in the end, the real Harry Lightman, not the imposter that had pretended to haunt her dreams for more than a couple of decades. Turning to the agent in the room, Sam asked if she could have some privacy with Tim. The man simply nodded, closing the door behind himself as he stepped out. Only when he was gone did Sam lean in and kiss Tim on the cheek. I need you, now more than ever, she began, feeling her emotions start to bubble up again. My father was murdered. Jasper, our home destroyed. She looked longingly down at the man, but there was no reply, no indication that he had heard. Sam gave his hand a squeeze as if that would help bring him back, but he remained motionless. Tim didn't offer her the answers she had hoped for, nor the sign that he would return to her. He remained just as he had since the day he was brought in, perhaps one of the final victims of Richard Tuck himself. And now, as he fought his demons to beat the villain ravaging his brain, Sam fought her own battle, a conflict that was quickly escalating into all-out war with another member of the Tuck family. Sam rose from the bed and walked to the window. The parking lot below was mostly deserted, with streetlights scattered around the perimeter every 50 yards or so. She saw the 2 teams waiting below, each white van parked away from other vehicles. Once she was sure they were there, Sam closed the curtains, shutting off the outside world as much as possible. She already knew Tuck was extremely crafty and capable of executing people wherever they were hiding. Hitting Tim from outside the building while she was standing in the room was something she considered and gave her an uneasy feeling. There had been so much life in him in the days before the accident, the man capable of ending lives as effortlessly as herself, and yet now He was nothing more than a bag of meat. She pushed the thought away and returned to his side. Leaning in close again, Sam whispered something in his ear, something she couldn't while he was conscious. It pained her to speak the words, more so now after recent events, but she didn't want to leave the room without at least getting them out. I love you. I'm sorry I couldn't say it before. She pulled back a little to see whether they had had any effect on him. Nothing. It was just the same regular breathing, his chest slowly rising and falling in a perfect rhythm. Come back to me. She leaned in a little closer, closed her eyes, and kissed him on the lips. Once she pulled away, Sam stood and walked from the room, unable to look back. Whatever battle Tim was fighting, he needed to find his own way back to her. She couldn't spend any more time sitting around while revenge filled her heart. Tuck needed to die, and it was time for her to take action. Rather than return to the compound, Sam instead headed home. The one thing clear in her mind was that Tuck wanted to put on a show for her. That meant he wasn't about to kill her while she was alone, or murder her friends without her there to watch. Home at that moment felt like the perfect place to go, to at least take a shower and then reassess what she needed to do. The streets were almost completely deserted, giving her a straight run all the way to the front gates of the estate. As she made her way slowly along the tree-lined roads, she looked at the quiet homes of her family, each sitting in darkness, guarding the precious inhabitants. Most would be at the compound, but their families were right here, entrusted to those allocated security detail. Sam turned into Mama's driveway and killed the engine. She quickly rattled off a text and hit the send button, then dropped the keys to her beloved vehicle in the mailbox. Her own home was just a short stroll away, and given the warmth of the night, made for a pleasant walk. She didn't hurry, looking up into the sky and marveling at the stars sparkling above. They had always fascinated her, and she paused as she spotted a satellite passing by, the speck of light racing far above, away from the madness of the world below. Incredible, aren't they? A voice suddenly said from behind her. Sam's heart almost exploded in her chest as she spun around, expecting the voice to suddenly lunge at her. But the woman merely held her hands up in a surrender and began to apologize profusely. Oh, Lord, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to sneak up on you like that. Sam felt her temples pumping furiously as the adrenaline dump piqued her senses. She took a huge breath of night air, grabbed her stomach, and began to laugh. The woman was a little taken back, but remained standing before her. I'm sorry, Sam cried, trying to get herself under control. It's just been one hell of a day. Her palm began to throb, but she pushed it aside, looking at the woman again. They were standing in an area between streetlights where the shadows were strongest. It was one of the few places where the stars were somewhat visible, hence why she had paused there in the first place. Sam, she whispered, remembering the sleeping folks and the homes around them. The woman seemed a little surprised when she realized the name. Oh, goodness, you're the unfortunate child who suffered loss yesterday. She held out her hand and they both shook. Erica Dillinger. The name sounded familiar to Sam, but she found herself unable to place it. She tried to think of which agent the name belonged to, but none of the faces seemed to match. The woman noticed Sam's concentration and helped her out. My son was Fox Dillinger. For a split second, Sam acknowledged the woman, giving her a slight nod and a smile, as if she finally did know who she meant. But that's when she realized she didn't. Erica helped her a second time. He was a little before your time, I think. You might have seen his name in the memorial room at the compound. Realization dawned on Sam's face as the name finally dropped. Fox Dillinger had been one of the agents killed during the whole Tim versus Fenton ordeal, a serial killer named Red taking several agents with him when he detonated a bomb during a takedown. Sam had never spoken to the woman before and had never stopped to wonder what happened to the families of fallen agents. Standing before Erica Dillinger at that moment felt to Sam as if fate had sent this woman to somehow put things into perspective. I'm so sorry for your loss, Sam said.
Thank you, but I've had plenty of time to come to terms with Fox's death.
She paused just long enough for her expression to change into something more empathetic.
You, however, have had no time.
She turned a little and motioned towards a park bench that sat under a nearby tree.
Won't you join an old woman for an early morning chinwag?
Despite feeling the weight of her eyelids, Sam knew it would be wrong to decline the invitation. It felt as if the woman may have been waiting for her, perhaps understanding her emotional roller coaster better than most. Sure, she said with a smile, and followed Erica to the bench. They sat and for the moment simply stared up into the night sky. Another satellite shot past, and Sam wondered as to its purpose, the object silently hurtling through the darkness of space while feeding the ravenous masses below with some type of radio signal.
You know, it wasn't that long ago when there was nothing up there but empty space, and there were a hell of a lot more stars visible from places like this.
She paused again, continuing to watch the satellite fade as it neared the tops of the trees.
But man has a way of overcomplicating things, filling empty spaces with stuff that perhaps they don't really need.
She looked down at her hands and added,
Why can't things just be simple sometimes, you know?
Sam nodded, remembering her father preferring the simplicity of life. He never yearned for material things or fancy cars. He always favored the great outdoors over a huge house, a meal cooked over a campfire instead of a fancy restaurant, and always said that a home should be filled with memories rather than objects which hold little meaning. My father has a saying, Sam said. Memories increase the value of life. Irrelevant objects decrease it. Erica rolled the expression around her mind for a bit before nodding her approval.
Your father sounds like a wise man.
He was, Sam whispered, reminding herself that there would be no new memories, no new bits of wisdom thrown at her. His days of sharing knowledge and forging memories were over with.
He passed, your father, but he continues to live inside.
Sam agreed. She expected the tears to show up then, maybe her emotions running away again. But surprisingly, she felt calm, able to hold a normal conversation. Perhaps it was the time that numbed her grief at that moment, the peace and tranquility of early morning, the best time to have a heart-to-heart. He certainly will.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Didn't mean to pry.
No, please, it's okay. Probably better to talk about it. She felt the woman's own grief resurface as they spoke, and she wondered whether the pain of losing someone would ever truly evaporate. Sam wanted to ask the question, but Erica seemed to read her mind.
Grief is a funny thing, you know. It never really leaves you, nor does it become easier, despite what people might tell you.
For me, I think getting used to its presence is what we adapt to. We may not like it, but we understand it, and once it's there, we don't tend to fear it as much. She paused and turned to Sam. Does that make sense? Sam nodded. Perfect. They fell into a moment of silence, both looking skyward again. The first signs of impending dawn began to appear, fading the stars at the very edge of the horizon. They were witnessing the birth of a new day, and all the mystery of what lay within its boundaries were still to be discovered. Sam thought of Tim, Mama, John, and the rest of those currently working to find the man responsible for her grief. She wished that the secret to finding the man would come to her before anybody else fell, but somehow she knew that there was more pain to follow. Do you know what Fox's last words to me were that day? Erica suddenly said. Sam shook her head. He'd been trying to get a novel published and had received another rejection that morning. Before he went out that day, he turned to me and said, "Every day is just a reset and a chance to try again." The funny thing is, those words meant more to me after his passing than that afternoon. Why is that? Sam asked. Because that's how I see significant events in one's life now. Deaths, divorces, job firings, they're all a chance for us to reset and try something new. I think of them as somewhat of a wake-up call, you know? Maybe the universe telling you something you hadn't otherwise paid attention to. Sam let the words sink in before she thanked Erica for her time, saying that she should probably head home and get at least a small amount of sleep. The truth was, she was exhausted. Sitting on that bench with the stranger had forced her to slow down enough for her body to get the message through to her brain. It had been an extremely stressful 24 hours, and what she needed most was a moment alone to recover and get her thoughts straight. Erica smiled and wished her well, but instead of heading back to her own home, remained where she sat. "Think I'll stay for the sunrise. Always looks pretty from this spot." Sam nodded and turned for home, not slowing until she was turning the door handle to her front door. She briefly paused and looked over her shoulder, but the woman had long vanished behind a row of houses. Nevertheless, her words had remained with Sam, and they would be the last thing she thought of as sleep finally stole her away a few moments later. Chapter 4. Sam woke to the sound of her cell phone ringing. She had forgotten to set it to silent as she normally did, and when she peered at the clock on her nightstand, saw that she'd only been sleeping for a little over 2 hours. She didn't recognize the number and chose to simply ignore it, hitting the reject button to silence the noise. After setting the cell to mute, she tried to return to sleep. But Sam had never been one to go back to sleep once woken up, regardless of how tired she felt. It was just one of those things, and after tossing and turning for another 10 minutes, decided to jump into the shower. The water felt good, and as she stood beneath the flow, realized that it had been the first time since her father's death that she had the chance to let her brain process everything that had happened. Watching his execution had taken its toll, both in the short term and long term, and the grief that had come with it blocked her ability to process a lot of it. The water in the bottom of the shower basin briefly ran red as she undid the bun on her head, giving the wound a chance to clean itself as she continued remembering. She ran the final conversation with him through her mind, seeing him sit across the table and revealing his condition. She played the subsequent events, the letter in the bathroom, the fall down the stairs, the final scream. She slowed the moment of his death down to mere images, each one of him slowly turning to look at her, unaware of the danger about to consume him. She had spotted the drone hovering maybe 100 yards from the parking lot, hanging above a 7-Eleven situated across the road. It was small, perhaps the size of a soda can, and remained in place for close to 15 minutes before disappearing back over the roofline. Sam turned the heat up some, feeling the water bite into her just a little harder. It felt good, soothing. Rather than continue to try and keep her bandage dry, she carefully removed it. The cut stung as she held it under the stream of water, more than the wound on her head. But given the damage she had witnessed happening to her father, it was nothing more than a toe poke in comparison. Her mind continued to wander as she closed her eyes and enjoyed perhaps the final moment of peace before the tumultuous battle she could foresee. The feeling of anger may have subsided considerably since she returned that morning, but she could still feel the weight of it sitting patiently in her middle, waiting for the signal to come forth and explode. Jasper came briefly forward, but Sam quickly pushed him back, seeing him as a final tipping point that would ultimately throw her over the edge. She began to take long, deep breaths, trying her hardest to clear her mind as best she could. There was a plan to be made, revenge to be taken, but there were also decisions to make. No matter how long she stood in the shower, hiding from the reality of what her life had become, the longer the first step would take. Would that extend her suffering? Sam reached for the faucet and began to slowly twist the water off. Half a turn in, she stopped. Her face turned to stone as words suddenly floated into her mind, words that she had only recently heard. Her lips began to move before she could stop the words from falling out. Every day is just a reset and a chance to try again. Erica's words hung in the shower with her, and Sam opened her eyes, one hand remaining outstretched. For the first time since the explosion, something was making sense. A glimmer of light had shone before her and lit up a path where one specific decision would take her. The words, while meaningful for Erica, didn't touch Sam when she first heard them, and yet repeating them now, they opened her eyes in a way she hadn't previously considered. There was a choice to be made, a fork in the road, and those words pointed down one side only. Sam began to nod her head, a decision taking hold and a resolve to follow through with her promise. She continued turning the water off, smiled and reached for the towel. A new sense of resolve washed over her, and what she needed first was to lay out her decision to the people that mattered most.
Sam, I can't accept this,
John Milton said as he leaned back in his seat.
This is crazy, and not the wisest decision, I might say.
She had expected the reaction from him, knowing he wouldn't accept her resignation. But that didn't matter to her, because this was her choice and not one John Milton or anybody else could change. It's done, John. I'm finished. Sam lifted the bag she had brought with her and placed it on his desk. Inside were all the tools she'd been given whilst working for the organization, including the earpieces, laptop, and other various items. The only thing she had kept was a fake ID from her previous assignment, somehow a memento for her to hang on to. She held the handle of the bag for a moment too long, perhaps reconsidering her decision one final time. But she knew her mind had been made up long before she set foot into the office and subsequently let go. He remained motionless in his chair, save for his eyes. They began to flick randomly around the room, as if the man was trying to find words spread across his office. Sam remained standing before him, her hands hanging by her side. Finally, he leaned forward again, resting his long arms on the desk.
This is what he wants you to do. He wants you alone.
But that was where he was wrong. No, not true. He wants me surrounded by the people I love, so he can murder them in front of me. I won't let that happen.
We need to protect you now more than ever, Sam. Please, listen to reason.
He was desperate, and Sam could see he was feeling the imminent defeat. I need to protect my family, and that includes you, John. I know it's not what you want to hear right now, but I'm the one he's after. I'm the bait. This won't be over until that man is dead. There's no other way, not for now. He stood then, angrier than she had ever seen him before. As he spoke, bits of spittle shot out, the man losing control.
I have one job, and that's protecting you and everyone else in this organization. We have come too far to simply let you walk away alone and face this by yourself.
I'm not facing anything alone. I know I'll never stop you completely from watching me, regardless of whether I ask for it or not. But I'm telling you, if he knows you're watching, then he'll come after you. I need to draw him out into the open and take him down alone. It's the only way, and you know it. She could see him giving in, his eyes dropping down and remaining on his fingers. Once the defeat had beaten him, John simply sat and nodded, not looking up again, perhaps for fear of seeing her own emotions. Thank you, Sam said. John stood, walked around the desk, and hugged her. She could feel the anxiety in the embrace, but for the time being had to let it sit. There was enough on her own plate, and John knew what he needed to do for his people.
You stay safe,
he whispered before letting her go. I promise, Sam said, leaving him standing by his desk. Mama didn't take the news of Sam leaving any better than John had. She didn't hesitate to let her feelings be known, launching into a tirade of comments such as common sense and family. Once she slowed enough to take a breath, Sam held her hand. Those are the exact reason I'm leaving. You are my family, the only one I have left now. It is for you that I'm doing this. I can't be here, not near any of you. What he did to my father, he did for my benefit. He wanted me to see, and I'm not going to give him the chance of making me watch any more of you die. Mama knew she was right, but didn't have to like it. She shook her head, then pulled her in, her huge arms wrapping almost completely around Sam. "This doesn't feel right, not by a long way. If Tim was here," Mama began, but Sam pulled back and held a finger gently over Mama's mouth. "Don't," Sam whispered, then added, "Please." Her eyes conveyed enough of her thoughts for Mama to understand, nodding her acknowledgement. "I can't do this with a lot of what-ifs hanging around me. I need to be clear about what is happening and where things are going. Just know that John is not giving up on anybody. Matter of fact, he's in the middle of organizing Tim to come home." "Home?" Sam asked, confused by the notion. "How? Doesn't he need to be at the hospital?" "The medical staff have given the okay for him to head home, and John would rather have him close by, where he can keep him a lot safer." The thought of Tim being cared for somewhere a lot more secure gave Sam hope that at least he would be out of harm's way. "That's great news." "Maybe. It would be better news if you were there to protect him." There was nothing really left to say, and Sam leaned in for a final hug, almost pulling Mama off her feet. "You stay safe," Sam whispered in her ear, and she felt the woman shudder, emotions beginning to get the better of her. With a final smile, Sam turned and left, headed for the elevator, and didn't look back. Inside her heart, she wondered whether she would ever return, a place she had felt more at home than any other outside of her childhood one. A tear slowly fell as the elevator doors closed, and she flicked it away with the snap of her finger, the anger returning as she turned her attention to the task at hand. This was it, the final step now waiting before her. Erica had told her that a reset began with a life event. She had lost her father, her friend Jasper, the home she grew up in, and now she had walked away from her other family and a home she had seen as a safe haven. As Sam opened the door to Mister, she turned back one final time, remembered the first time Tim had brought her here, and smiled. The old woman was sitting in her usual spot, her knitting needles working overtime. "Keep them safe, Agnes," she called. It was all she could think to say, but given the moment, felt sufficient. The old woman nodded, shot her a wink, and continued knitting. Sam climbed into her car, fired him up, and rolled down the driveway. Once out of the gate, she turned left instead of right, hit the gas, and let Mister take the lead. Her destination still wasn't as clear as she had hoped, but she knew that the scent of revenge would show her the way. Mama watched Sam for as long as possible, clicking each camera in turn as the woman made her way out of the compound. The future had never felt as dark to her as it did at that moment, shrouded in an evil shadow that seemed to hold all of their fates within its grasp. Sam had been the one she thought of the strongest among them, and losing her felt like Washington losing his infantry. She watched the Mustang glinting in the brilliant sun as it briefly sat at the mouth of the gate, as if hesitating to take that final step. Mama held her breath as she expected Sam to swing the car around, race back to her control room, and tell them she had changed her mind, perhaps making a mistake. But when the Mustang turned left and disappeared from the final camera watching that end of the compound, Mama's heart sank, the realization that she had gone finally sinking in. The path before each of them had been shattered into 1,000 pieces, and there would be dark days ahead. But Mama had always been one to believe in faith, and now prayed that her friend would find her way back to them soon. She switched the monitors back to their previous feeds and leaned back in her chair. There was little to do now but wait until someone pulled the lever on the next chapter. Chapter 5. Jackson Harper had been a loyal FBI man for going on 20 years. He'd been a lifelong overachiever, always on the lookout for opportunities where he could impress the hierarchy and gain another foothold on the long climb to the top. There was a reason why the senior ranks regarded him as one of the finest, and it had nothing to do with his record. It was what Harper didn't bring to the table that made him so popular, not a man to ask unnecessary questions. When he received a private message from the head of the National Security Division the same week Tim had met the unfortunate Richard Tuck, Harper's ears had pricked, particularly when told that if successful, he would be handed the reins to a brand new subdivision of the FBI, a branch which incorporated several criminal divisions. Others who had worked with the man thought of him as a kiss-ass, someone who would step over the corpse of his mother to get what he wanted. Despite the fact his mother had long been dead, Harper would have probably agreed with them for the most part if presented with the idea. He knew what he was, and he knew where he was headed. The opinions of those beneath him had never concerned him, and with this new opportunity, he knew there would be more corpses to step over. It was the way he accepted assignments without question that put him at the forefront of his current gig. There had been rumors flying around Washington that involved a high-flying billionaire, a secret organization of supposed cannibals, and enough missing people to fill a small stadium. The first task he'd been handed, the one which seemed to set the wheels into motion towards him gaining the keys to a shiny new division, was to confirm the existence of this supposed organization. Charles Horton, the current associate deputy director, had first pulled Harper aside during a minor director's function, speaking to him over cigars and cognacs. Harper had been so wide-eyed at the experience, he would have given his right arm right there and then to get into the circle for good. Horton had handed Harper the folder the very next day, offering him the head position of a new covert branch, created to identify and end illegal enterprises that infringed on the system directly. He had talked briefly about John Milton and how he'd been sneaking around Washington, discreetly accumulating favors with specific senators and other members of the establishment. "Bring us proof of its existence and the job is yours," Horton had said, and after a token handshake, Harper was on his way. For a man of Harper's caliber, it didn't take long for him to sniff out the possibility of something more sinister going on behind the curtains of a private billionaire. The man's business partner, Xavier Ward, had also gone missing, presumed drowned after the man's overturned yacht was found by fishermen. After checking into the effects the death had on their joint venture, Milton Ward, it came as no surprise to find that it was Milton himself who benefited most from the old man's death. From the moment he was handed the folder, Harper knew this would be an investigation that not only uncovered some astounding things, but would also take him places. All he needed was patience and an open mind, and of course, the zero care factor for others that he loved possessing. Given that he had the backing of the FBI, Harper had access to some cutting-edge tech, and the first thing he did was set up a tracker on John Milton himself. Alarm bells began to ring almost immediately when he found that the man's cell phone was anything but normal. He had a privately listed number, but Harper had never encountered the issues he did when trying to install tracking software. It was as if the man was using a completely separate cell service, not only keeping it private, but somehow shielded from outside intervention. The signal simply didn't exist. It took some lateral thinking, and Harper eventually went back to old-school surveillance tactics. He had an agent pose as a worker at Milton's accommodation and managed to sew a simple tracking device into the hem of one of his suit jackets. After following his progress around Washington for almost a week, he found Milton constantly returning to a remote location outside Kansas City. It took Harper another week of careful planning, but eventually he did a personal drive-by of the place and found a simple farm at the location. However, given the extensive tech guarding the front gate, he knew there was a lot more to the place than plain old agriculture, unless the farm was growing gold-plated cucumbers in its fields. Once he was sure there was more to the billionaire than just business and dollars, he organized a meeting with the man himself. He knew it was a long shot, but he was good at reading people, and asking tough questions might produce a reaction he could use to his benefit. He began to drop hints to a number of colleagues, those he suspected of having connections to Milton. He wanted someone to give him a heads up that the FBI was about to come knocking. He wanted to see who in Washington would come to the man's aid, and that would open up even more possibilities. While he was waiting, Harper borrowed some satellite time through a close contact and ran a sweep over the location he had followed Milton to. But just as the cell phone had curiously evaded his efforts, so did the plot of land beyond the front gate. It was as if it didn't exist at all. The man operating the satellite told Harper that regardless of which frequency he used, the image of the farm blurred each time, giving nothing more than a hazy picture of barren ground. He handed Harper the images, pointing out where the place was. The images were strange, with the land behind the gate appearing almost exactly the same as the surrounding countryside on the other side of the road. Nothing of interest could be seen, and when he focused on the spot where the gate and driveway should have been, saw nothing.
Could they be blocking your satellite signal somehow?
Harper asked. The man looked at the agent, almost dumbfounded.
I don't understand how. It's a direct image feed. If there was something camouflaging the area, we'd see it under infrared or even X-ray.
He pointed at the picture in Harper's hands.
That right there? That's what you're monitoring. Nothing but barren farmland.
Harper watched the man turn and walk away as if he had asked a crazy question. Squinting at the image again, he saw that the gate that he'd so clearly seen was missing. He knew there was a simple solution to his problem, and he took care of it the very next day. He'd hired himself a new rental to ensure there was no chance of anybody suspecting him of scoping the place out. It was a small Toyota SUV, white, as inconspicuous as possible. As he passed the southern boundary of the land, he made sure the cruise control was engaged, and his eyes remained firmly facing forward. No sneak peeks as he passed the gate. There was a small GoPro camera wedged into the corner of the side window to make sure he didn't miss a single inch of the trip. He had considered sending a drone instead, but knew that the place would more than likely pick up on the intrusion, and he didn't want to risk giving them advance warning. Once he returned to his motel room, Harper uploaded the footage onto his laptop and barely blinked as the vision began to roll. There was almost 30 minutes to fast forward through, but once he recognized the slight hill located just before the start of the plot of land, returned the stream to normal speed and watched. His eyes barely blinked as the landscape rolled past, and then, just as he had remembered from the first drive past, the gate flashed by. He reached over and hit the rewind button, stopping it a split second before the gate came into view. Once the barricade filled his screen again, Harper paused and sat back. There it was. The automatic gate sat around 10 feet high, flanked by stone-colored brick columns. He could see a hint of something dull recessed into one brick in particular, and thought it might have been some sort of camera lens. Given the rest of the mystery surrounding the place, he didn't doubt that it might have been for capturing more than just simple footage. The 6-inch circular steel columns making up the bulk of the gate were spaced no more than an inch apart, giving a very small glimpse of the land behind. Harper could make out a small sliver of road, but that was just guessing, given the dark shadow leading away from the entrance. He sat and stared at the frozen screen for almost 5 minutes, while his mind tried to work out why a person would go to such lengths to protect what was listed as nothing more than rural farmland with city office. Of course there was more at play here, of that he was sure. What he didn't know was what lengths the people behind the place would go to protect their secret. Harper zoomed the image back out and took in the whole picture. There wasn't a lot more to see, and he was about to shut the laptop down when he spotted something peculiar. Running along the land's perimeter, spaced out at around 40 to 50 yards each, were very skinny posts, perhaps made out of some sort of metal. He zoomed into one of these and found a strange device fixed to the top of the post. He tried to clear up the picture a little, isolating a single frame from the feed and adjusting some of the settings. The object appeared to be a small black rectangular box, no more than perhaps 2 or 3 inches across. There was a small cone on top of the device, the end of it pointing straight up. He sensed excitement as he saved the image, created 2 more from other locations along the road, and emailed them to a friend down at Fryersburg Research Institute, a scientific research center located on the outskirts of Chicago. The friend had been his childhood neighbor, and the pair had kept mostly in touch throughout various cases Harper had worked on. He shut the computer down and went to unwind from a long day. With Vivaldi softly emanating from his prized Bose speakers, Harper popped the cork from a bottle of Shiraz he'd been saving for a special occasion and sat by the fire to relax. Sipping his wine, the flames flickering in the fireplace before him stole the man out of the room and into the recesses of his memories. The response he'd been hoping for came the very next morning, the message just 4 words long. Curious. Leave it with me. Harper frowned as he read them. He'd been hoping for something a little more significant, even if John Hatfield had simply taken a punt. But he knew better, and John wasn't the kind of man to punt on anything. He'd have to wait patiently, and while he did, would follow up on other plans he'd had, one of which was to meet with the man himself. He'd hoped to have a little more insight into the billionaire's affairs, but since information was proving hard to come by, he figured it might be more beneficial to simply head straight to the source. The secretary who'd answered his initial call was polite and accommodating. Once he hung up, he wondered whether she was, perhaps, a little too accommodating. "Yes, Mr. Harper, Mr. Milton would be more than happy to meet with you. Yes, tomorrow morning at 9 would be perfect." There had been no renegotiation on time, no deflections about being too busy or having other matters to attend to. Just a simple yes, sir, here and yes, sir, there, and he was in. The meeting had been set up for the very next day, and throughout that afternoon, Harper continued to keep an eye on his email. By 4 o'clock, his insides were beginning to tighten as he realized time was slipping away from him. In desperation, he ended up phoning Hatfield directly, using his retro rotary dial phone. "John, how are you?" Harper began, hoping to ease the man into an answer. But John Hatfield wasn't a man to be pushed about anything, his arrogance almost as abundant as Harper's. "I'm well, Jackson, and no, I don't have an answer as yet." It wasn't what Harper had wanted, but he did expect a certain level of resistance. "It's just that I have a meeting first thing in the morning, and it would really help me out if I knew what that device is used for." He went on to explain several more factors about the object, such as its precise location, approximate number of units, as well as how the satellite failed to produce a clear image of the countryside itself. Once Harper had finished, the phone went silent for an uncomfortable amount of time. Finally, Harper caved. "Hatfield, I need something, anything. You must have some idea." "A remote idea, yes, but not enough to offer an educated guess. I'll let you know soon." He hung up without waiting for a reply, and Harper simply stood with a dead phone line in his hand. He looked at the receiver, scoffed, and returned the phone into its cradle. As he did, the cell in his pocket began to rumble, and when he looked at the screen, saw Horton's name flashing across the screen. Shit. Harper grimaced into the empty apartment before thumbing the receive button. "Hello, sir." Horton was looking for an update, and Harper gave him as much as he could without mentioning the things he was still waiting on answers for. He thought of Horton as being not the brightest spark in the engine, and fed him just enough to keep the man sufficiently satisfied. Tomorrow he would get more answers when he confronted the billionaire himself, and would be sure to check in once the meeting completed. Horton thanked him and hung up. Harper went and stood out on his balcony as the sun began to near the tops of the buildings on the western side of the city. Soon, his apartment would be cast into shadows, and with it, the signal announcing the end to another day. When it would eventually rise again on the other side of the building, he would be dressed and ready to find the answers he was so desperate for, those that would confirm his suspicions and prove Milton was harboring a dangerous secret. The clock was ticking down to their inevitable meeting, and with it, Harper's promotion. Harper rose before sunup, unable to return to sleep after being awoken by a dream he almost immediately forgot. There had been cannibals in it, people chasing him, their teeth snapping as he fled through a dark forest. The sweat was running off him in small trickles as he awoke with a start, and he went and stood on the balcony in the faint moonlight as he tried to calm himself. He'd never been one to enjoy nightmares, suffering them throughout his childhood. He checked for any new emails on his cell as the cool air took the heat out of him, but there was no news from Hatfield. The man had effectively failed to provide in time, and Harper knew he would end up going into the meeting with what little information he had. Time seemed to slow considerably once he hopped out of the shower and dressed in his usual attire, leaving the tie until moments before he stepped out. He'd always found time confusing, especially when feeling overwhelmed for an upcoming event. To kill time, he switched on the television, scanned a number of channels before settling on the early morning news. He wasn't one to normally watch it, but given the time of day, it felt inappropriate to start anything more engaging. As he ate his breakfast, the two newsreaders went back and forth with several local stories before heading further afield. They began covering some national news, including 2 murders that had taken place in a small town called Ellington Beach. Located close to Wichita Falls, the town was believed to be the location of a fast-moving serial killer, targeting the town's younger population. Harper paid little attention to what the newsreaders were saying, himself caught up in his own thoughts. But his eyes remained fixed on the screen, watching as footage of the area was played. A reporter was interviewing a local about the killing, saying how frightened the prospect of a serial killer was to the town. It was during the interview that Harper froze when he saw something in the background. He grabbed the remote and paused the broadcast before slowly rewinding it. Once he was sure the point of interest had passed, he pressed play and focused on the scene playing out behind the person being interviewed. People were passing back and forth, walking along a path that fronted the lake the town was famous for. He looked intently at the TV until a young woman passed the screen, one he was sure he'd spotted only days before. He stopped the feed a second time and rewound just enough to bring the young woman back into frame. Her long blonde hair was almost striking, and Harper didn't doubt that it was one of the first things the boys noticed. He took a photo of the TV on his cell, pulled up the image, and zoomed in. Next, he opened his laptop and brought up a folder of photos he had captured randomly of John Milton during the previous week. He began to scroll through them, carefully screening each one. He knew that what he was looking for lay at his fingertips, each shot but a small glimpse into the billionaire's life. And then he spotted her. It was a photo he'd taken of Milton as he'd come out of a local hospital. He'd been to visit a patient admitted under the name Chester Banning. Subsequent checks showed that the name and personal details used were all fake. But as he emerged from the hospital, there had been a woman with him, one he filed under future follow-ups. He'd noticed her long blonde hair tied back in a ponytail because as she descended down the front steps of the hospital, it bobbed from side to side. Harper pulled his cell up and held the screen next to his laptop. He leaned in a little closer and after a brief side-by-side comparison, made the connection. She was one and the same. He sat back with his heart beating rapidly, the excitement of finding his first confirmation filling him with a newfound thirst. He had been tasked with revealing the truth behind a rumor that a billionaire was funding a private war against serial killers. He had just found one of the said billionaire's acquaintances half a country away at the scene of a fresh murder just days after seeing her in Kansas City standing next to Milton. Had he sent her there? Harper took out his pad and began scribbling wildly. The excitement was building within him, and as if to add to his surprise find, his email suddenly dinged, and when he looked up, saw a new notification from Fryersburg. He lowered his pad and opened the email app on his phone, holding the pen between his teeth. His eyes scanned across the screen, the grin widening more with each word. John Hatfield was brief with his message, but they held more substance for the agent. Once he finished reading the email, he pulled the pen from his lips and actually gave a short, sharp cheer, thrusting one hand in the air in a kind of fist pump. Hatfield believed that the device's primary use was to jam any overhead surveillance. There was a strong possibility that the device may be using advanced projection technology, and given Milton's ownership of a technology giant, Harper immediately believed the assumption. He sat back, stunned by how quickly these new developments had fallen into his lap. He had essentially linked John Milton to the scene of a rampant serial killer by spotting the woman in the town down south, had confirmed that he was hiding something significant at the farm, plus benefited from the death of his previous business partner. Things were becoming intriguing, he told himself as he closed the lid on his laptop. The next couple of hours passed by a lot faster than before his revelations, with Harper continuing to write notes in his pad. He had a few avenues to follow up, with several leads needing closer inspection. He shot an email to one of his agents who happened to be in Wichita Falls on a personal matter. Tammy Spencer had taken some time off to head home for a family reunion. Harper didn't care about that. He wasn't much into family, viewing the practice as both irrelevant and distracting. He shot the agent a message requesting her to find the woman and simply watch from a very long distance. There was to be absolutely no contact. What he needed was a name, for now, nothing more. Although Spencer initially declined the request, she quickly changed her mind when Harper suggested she find a new department to join. He needed devoted staff, not slackers, and knew how to press the right buttons with his crew. The agent quickly responded that she would begin immediately. Once he shut his phone again, Harper finished the notes he was taking, checked the time, and prepared himself for the meeting. It was the moment he'd been waiting for, and given the latest developments, now felt like a man back in control. Chapter 6. The Milton Ward building stood tall as it glistened in the morning sun, appearing almost to dominate the city skyline. Harper stole the occasional glance as he made his way through traffic, the building randomly appearing through gaps of apartment and office buildings along his route. The closer he got, the larger it grew, as if preparing to devour him upon his imminent arrival. Once he parked the car at a nearby parking station, Harper walked out into the bright day and peered up towards the very top of the complex. The iconic Milton Ward logo looked out across the city, and Harper had visions of the Eye of Sauron watching over its domain. The information desk pointed him towards a bank of elevators, and he waited with several other people for one to arrive. When it did, he quietly stepped in, pressed the top floor button, and moved to the back. By the time the elevator reached his destination, Harper was the only one remaining and stepped into the scarcely decorated foyer alone. There was a reception area with a cheery-looking woman gazing out at him. "Mr. Harper, welcome to Milton Ward. Mr. Milton is expecting you." She gestured past herself to where the backing wall of the reception area ceased and the room curved around to the main part of the floor. Just as he'd expected, the spot was a lot less formal than the floors beneath would be, perhaps used more to impress visiting clients. He followed the curve of the room, and standing near a huge floor-to-ceiling window was John Milton himself. The man turned when he heard Harper approaching, welcoming him with a warm smile that matched the receptionist's. Harper wondered whether they had trained each other, given the striking similarity between them.
"Mr. Harper, welcome. I hope you had a pleasant trip from Washington."
Harper remained poker-faced, simply shaking the man's hand when prompted.
"I've been in town for a few days. Other matters,"
he offered. Milton nodded.
"Should we sit out on the decking? Day's far too nice to waste."
He pointed towards the open wall and began to step out when Harper called him back.
"Do you mind if we stay inside? The sun and I don't tend to agree too much."
He remained fixed to his spot and let slip the faintest grin as Milton first froze as if caught off guard, then turned back and gestured towards where the couches were located.
No, not at all. Shall I have Janice fetch us some tea?
Harper was loving the opportunity for another rejection, watching the man squirm by his presence.
No, thank you. I'm fine.
They sat on the couches, facing off across a small table that separated them. Milton may have given him the impression of Harper holding the upper hand, but that had only been by choice.
How can I help you this morning, Mr. Harper?
Milton sat forward, his palms pressed together between his legs, ready for the questions he had been anticipating. Harper eyed him for a moment, his face remaining the classic poker face which he'd perfected during his 20-year career. He considered the man sitting before him, rich, powerful, holding the power of life in his very hands. Men like him didn't live in the same world as he did, not by a long way. He didn't have the same worries other people did, able to snap his fingers and change the economy of entire countries. Harper had often wondered how that kind of power was even legal in a modern world. Just before he began to speak, he briefly considered asking Milton about the woman he'd seen in his company at the hospital, the one who had now popped up at the very scene of an active serial killer, as if proving the very reason he was sitting here today. But that's when he knew that he couldn't give away his only real proof, at least not until he had a name to go along with his footage. He couldn't reveal too much at this point, perhaps giving Milton the opportunity to cover up some of his tracks. No, that wouldn't work. He needed to keep the ruse going, perhaps even playing dumb to a certain degree. Maybe that way, Milton wouldn't take action and continue on his merry way, unaware that he was, in fact, under some pretty heavy surveillance. Harper figured the man probably already lived a life of assumption anyway.
It has come to some people's attention in Washington that you, Mr. Milton, may have a significant interest in something other than your electronics company. Oh, interest in what exactly? Interest in businesses that you may not be fully declaring.
Milton grinned.
You're here to see whether I've been evading taxes? Isn't that a job for the IRS? No, not evading taxes. The death of Xavier Ward seemed to have opened up some new opportunities for you. Opportunities? How? Xavier was a friend and business partner. He went missing when his yacht capsized, and his share in this business came to me legally through a mutual agreement between Xavier and myself. I don't see how that could be misconstrued.
Harper hadn't considered which angle to take once the conversation really began, but now as he sat before the man, decided to try and get into the finer dealings of what all billionaires know best: money.
Looking into the financials of this business alone, we've noted quite a huge hole in the accounts. How big of a hole? Upwards of $240 million. Not exactly a simple oversight.
He watched as Milton's fingers fidgeted for perhaps 2 seconds before pulling them back into line. He was nervous, and Harper knew it.
I run several businesses, Mr. Harper. I'm sure you'll find that everything's accounted for. I can have my chief accountant meet with you. I know Rick would be only too happy to go through our records to satisfy your curiosity.
While he decided to keep the woman he'd discovered earlier that morning in his ammunition bag, there was another name he wanted to drop, one he knew would throw more than a few ripples into John Milton's pond.
Frank and Agnes Dunning. Who exactly are they, and what relationship do you share with them?
He watched, Harper's face remaining perfectly frozen as he hoped for a reaction. But John Milton was no newbie to answering questions, especially when it came to the biggest secret in his world.
Frank and Agnes? They're a couple of farmers out on Route 92. Frank worked in one of my warehouses for many years. He saved my life once, pushed me out of the way of an out-of-control forklift. He was himself injured, and as part of his compensation, I purchased some land for himself and his wife, Agnes. That's all? Just a couple of farmers whom you set up?
Harper didn't hold back the suspicion in his tone.
Were you expecting more? Look, I know that people often assume people with a lot of financial responsibility try to play Iron Man, but I can assure you, Mr. Harper, there's nothing sinister here. If I can help people, I do. That's all. You just don't seem like the farming type. Do you spend time with the couple? Spend time? You mean, do I visit them? Of course I do. I consider them friends and have known them for a long, long time. I'd be happy to set up a meeting with them if you like.
Harper had no intention of meeting with them. What he was hoping for was Milton to visit them and whatever else he had hidden out at the property. If he was correct in his thinking, Hatfield would quickly work out whatever was jamming the satellite signal and get him what he needed before Milton could hide his secret. He let the matter rest for the time being.
Not at this time. And this chief accountant, how do I get in touch with him?
He sat forward, getting ready to leave.
Janice will give you the number,
Milton said, pointing to the wall which divided the front from the back of the office.
I can phone ahead and have Rick prepare all the necessary paperwork for you.
I bet you would, Harper thought to himself. He stood, held out his hand, and shook with Milton once he rose. The pair eyeballed each other for a split second, both holding a cursory smile for the other. Harper left the man standing, Milton watching him suspiciously for a few moments before turning back to the window. Once back around to the front, Harper asked the receptionist for the number to the accountant, and after being handed a slip of paper, walked back into the waiting elevator. While he hadn't really cracked the case, he'd had an opportunity to meet his adversary, effectively sizing him up and show that he meant business. This was just the beginning, and before John Milton had a chance to reshuffle the deck, Harper intended to lay on the pressure. He knew there was more to the man. He just didn't know how deep the rabbit hole really went. The elevator doors had barely closed as Harper pulled the cell phone from his pocket and checked his emails. Just as he'd hoped, a notification had popped up from Hatfield. He thumbed open the app, selected the latest email, and began to read. As his eyes swept over the words, his face began to glow with satisfaction. Hatfield had found what the device was used for, effectively transmitting a fake holographic feed across the entire area. He surmised that the setup would consume vast amounts of power, so Harper should consider checking local utility companies. Harper suspected that Milton would be creating his own power, further avoiding any curious eyes that might take an interest. Hatfield had also included his intention of testing his own attempt at bypassing the signal, effectively rendering it inoperable by a creation of his own. He offered Harper a seat at the experiment, but the agent had other plans. He waited until he was back out of the building, then phoned his friend, Hatfield answering on ring 3.
Well, that didn't take long.
The scientist chuckled, sounding pleased with himself.
Did I get your attention?
In a heartbeat, old friend, Harper replied.
But listen, don't wait. I don't want to give these people the chance to hide evidence. If you can go, go now. Just send me whatever you find.
In a hurry, are we? Hatfield said, and Harper frowned.
Stop wasting time and just do your flaming job, he thought to himself, then said, we have to hurry if we want to catch them unaware.
He wondered whether he should have waited meeting with Milton, perhaps revealing his interests a little too early. But it wasn't how he played the game. What Harper loved above all else was the hunt. The success would come eventually, of that he had always been sure. But it was the hunt itself that excited him, and the bigger the fish, the bigger the thrill. John Milton was the biggest fish he'd ever been tasked with investigating, and there was no way he was going to turn this into a simple open and shut case. What he wanted most was for John Milton to run, to try and hide from him. Dropping the information he already had been a ploy to make the man nervous, perhaps forcing him to act prematurely. He wanted the man to play ball and fight to keep his secrets hidden. It would make bringing him down so much more rewarding, especially if he could show Horton just how difficult the case had been. No, He wasn't about to slam dunk the most important case of his career. He would stretch it out for as long as possible and make sure he was rewarded for the amount of effort he put in. Milton was just the tip of this iceberg, and he intended to explore every inch of this behemoth. Watching him from high above the city street, John Milton had made his way out onto the balcony and was intently watching the latest to suspect him of something more sinister. Harper hadn't been the first, and John was sure he wouldn't be the last. There had been many before, and he had more than prepared for such a man. "Mama?" He'd been wearing the earpiece all along, ensuring his most valuable weapon was listening. "Yes, John?" the woman answered from her distant control room. "Make it happen." He didn't wait for a response, pulled the receiver from his ear and dropped it into his shirt pocket. He didn't need a response. Mama knew what she needed to do, and Harper would be free to look all he wanted. John continued watching the man as he continued on towards the parking garage, his cell phone pressed firmly against his face and engaging in a conversation which had been monitored since it began. Where Jackson Harper fell over was his blinding confidence. John had known about the man for far longer than the agent had assumed, and had already laid the groundwork for a counter-surveillance operation headed by none other than Mama herself. The agent had been followed, listened to, and watched since the moment Horton had phoned him, completely unaware of what he was getting himself involved in. John waited until the man had disappeared from sight before returning to his office to continue a matter far more important than Jackson Harper. Tim needed transporting, and there wasn't a moment to waste. He was using up valuable resources on an insignificant thorn in his side, while two of his agents needed his undivided attention. He turned his focus back to the problem at hand and continued to oversee the next move to protect his people. Mama didn't hesitate once John had given the order, knowing time would be in short supply. While they had had plenty of notice of an impending incursion by prying eyes, it still took valuable minutes to set the wheels of keeping themselves safe into motion. While it took just a simple press of a button from her end, the actual execution of the command took almost 6 minutes to complete. The entire complex, including the parking lot and sheds, began to sink into the ground, lowered by an intricate setup of sophisticated hydraulics and modern technology. Once it was deep enough, a giant artificial covering slid out, the door effectively sealing in anything and everything below by a 2-foot-thick steel covering. Growing on top of it was Agnes's personal vegetable garden. Watching the scene play out on her monitors, Mama always pictured a James Bond movie, complete with the theme ringing in her ears. On one occasion, she had changed it to the Mission Impossible theme, but it didn't hold the same appeal as good old JB. She smiled as the compound disappeared, knowing that prying eyes would never get into this place. Out in the field, the devices sitting on top of the perimeter posts twisted down, replaced by a new device, one with far less modern technology built into it. By the time Hatfield had his eyes on the place, there would be nothing but farmland for him to investigate. By the time Harper returned back to his apartment, Hatfield's follow-up email was already waiting in his inbox. The attachment had a single word as its title, and the agent smiled as he clicked on it. The revelation, as Hatfield had named it, turned out to be nothing but a simple farmhouse, complete with fields, a working tractor out in one of them, some livestock, and a veggie patch here and there. As much as he tried to find something of value, Harper found nothing sinister about the place. He stared at the screen in disbelief, manipulating the image back and forth with his fingers. He zoomed in to try and find the smallest hint of a secret, but found nothing. In his desperation, he phoned Hatfield. "This can't be it," he said as soon as the man answered. "That is all there was." "Is it real? It can't be real." "It's as real as you and I, my friend. My guess is that the original satellite feed may have been faulty,
Perhaps the device you sent me a picture of wasn't quite as sinister as you'd hoped."
Harper was pissed, ended the call without answering, and stood staring at the screen for a few moments longer. Then he slammed the lid of the laptop closed, grabbed his keys, and dashed for the door. It was time for him to see the real thing. It took Harper almost 40 minutes to get back out to where he had first followed Milton, the gate standing ominously closed just up from the turnoff. This time, there was no hiding his intentions. He turned into the drive, rolled along the smooth gravel, and stopped his car just a foot before the barrier. For a moment, he just sat and waited for it to open, perhaps expecting it to sense his presence. When it didn't move, he got out and walked to one of the flanking pillars, the one where he had seen something that appeared like a camera lens. It turned out to be exactly as he thought, a small lens jutting out like a curious eye. Below the lens, too fine to see from the footage he had taken, were tiny slits in the brickwork. Harper looked closer, wondering if it was some sort of a speaker. When a voice suddenly spoke to him, he almost fell backwards in surprise. "What you want?" a woman's voice called out to him. She sounded ancient, her voice raspy and succinct.
"Ma'am, my name is Jackson Harper. I'm with the FBI. Could I have a moment of your time?"
There was a pause as he waited for an answer, and rather than acknowledge his question, the gate slowly began to open, pulling back on invisible tracks as it recoiled along the fence line. Harper returned to his vehicle and climbed in. The tires kicked up dust as he slammed on the gas pedal, his pulse urging him on to uncover whatever Milton was hiding on the property. The drive to the farmhouse was almost half a mile, and as he rounded the final bend, the woman was waiting for him by the gate to her home.
"Thank you for your time,"
Harper called as he stepped out of his vehicle. The woman remained by the gate, simply waving her greeting at him. Harper walked closer.
"I'm just conducting an investigation into John Milton, and I came across his interests in this property."
"Milton doesn't have interest in these parts. My husband was injured working for him, and he bribed Frank with this farm."
Harper was taken back by her tone, expecting the woman to speak highly of the man that had set them up with a working property.
"You don't sound like you think much of him."
Harper stopped a few yards from her.
"Whatever happened back then is between Frank and John. I'm just the wife."
Harper didn't know whether to believe her and figured it didn't matter much.
"Is your husband nearby?"
"Gone to town."
"Do you mind if I have a look around?"
He looked across to the nearest veggie garden and saw a metal pole rising up beside it. Sitting on top of it was one of the devices he'd seen near the road.
"Those things on top of the poles."
"The whistlers?"
the woman asked, walking out from her yard.
"The what?"
Harper continued on, walking closer so he could get a better look. He stopped just short of it, and Agnes passed him, grabbed the pole, and pulled it out from the ground. She shimmied it between her hands until one closed around the small rectangular device and plucked it off. Harper came closer, and the woman held it out in her open palm.
"Whistlers."
She waved her other hand across the open countryside.
"Frank spaces them out around the crops. They whistle when the wind blows. Thinks they work better than scarecrows."
Harper picked it up and looked at the object. It appeared exactly as it had when he'd zoomed in on the footage the day before. It was extremely light, had a small raised section that looked a bit like the end of a referee whistle, and when Harper blew across the top of it, heard a faint tone rise up. He pulled it back and stared contemptibly at it for a moment before sweeping his eyes across the rest of the farm. His mind was racing, wondering whether it had all been built up in his imagination. He knew there was no way Milton would have had the time to clear everything out, especially since there had been no mention of him coming out here. He didn't doubt that the man was always at the ready and prepared for the unexpected well ahead of time.
"Was there anything else?"
Agnes asked. Harper continued to stare across the valley. When he didn't respond, she repeated herself. He turned to her, considered the woman for a moment, then shook his head.
"No. Sorry for the intrusion."
He didn't bother with any further pleasantries and returned to his car. A minute later, he was rolling out through the front gate and then turned back towards the city. His mind was a scramble of doubt and confusion. He had been so sure of himself, positive that he would find Milton's deep, dark secret on the farm. As he continued on, he wondered whether the lair he was hunting might be located in the Milton Ward building itself. It made more sense, and Harper nodded to himself as he confirmed that he would investigate it next. He was far from done with John Milton and knew there was more to the man than people knew. Chapter 7. Sam had driven for almost 6 hours before she realized there was just a single place she needed to go. She had been driving with her mind in a haze, trying to make sense of the previous day's events. What she needed was time to reset and reload, to find her path through a shitstorm that she knew was just building. Nobody would have expected her to turn for home, but that was exactly where she needed to be. There were things she had to take care of before anything else dragged her away again, things that deserved her complete attention. She didn't reach the smoldering ruins of her childhood home until after nightfall, and the half-moon hanging directly above seemed to provide Sam with just enough light to show her the way without revealing the entire devastation. The remains of the shed were almost completely unrecognizable, and she began to sift through the charred skeleton of the former building. Her finger caught a nasty splinter in the darkness, and the pain barely registered as her fingers continued to search. When they finally brushed the unmistakable coils of a chain, she paused and held her breath. Sam closed her eyes, swallowed the lump that was quickly rising, and grasped the chain, feeling her way along until she felt the remains of Jasper. The dog had been so much more than a pet, a true friend who'd never judged or criticized her. He showed utmost devotion and love and would always remain by her side, no matter how bad her mental struggles became. She worked through the rubble carefully to uncover the remains as best she could, then lifted what little remained of him. He was mostly just skeleton, and to Sam, he felt like a dusty soft toy her father had once bought her. Laying him down, she found the point at which the chain had been secured to him, pulled it free, and released her friend for the final time. There was a spot further up the mountain where they used to go and play, Jasper finding whatever stick he could and returning it to her in the hope of chasing the reward for as long as she would keep throwing it. Sam found one of the remaining shovels near the only remaining structure still upright, the firewood, ironically, the only survivor of the fire. Carrying Jasper in her arms and the shovel held in both hands below him, she began the slow climb to what would now end up being his final resting place. It took almost an hour to reach, the darkness slowing her down considerably. Sam didn't mind. The weight she was carrying up that mountain was minuscule compared to the weight of loss she was carrying in her heart. If her arms hurt, it was because of losing him in the first place, not through carrying him to his grave. She walked out into the clearing overlooking the valley below. There was a single tree in the middle of it, and Sam made a beeline for it, gently laying Jasper at its foot. After catching her breath for a few minutes, she lifted the shovel, broke ground, and began to dig. And as the sand began to fall beside an ever-growing hole, so did her tears. It was the brilliant sunlight that aroused Sam from her sleep. After having finished burying her friend, she had laid down beside him one final time and rested her head on the mound she had created. The sobbing eventually subsided enough for her to fall asleep, and now, as she woke up, saw that she hadn't moved an inch as she slept. The view from Jasper's new home was incredible, with a tranquil scene that seemed to stretch on for miles. The deep blue sky was completely cloudless, and birds were skirting by with their song filling the air. She remained seated by him for a few moments before rising to her feet. After a goodbye she hoped wouldn't be the final one, Sam made her way back to the remains of her home. The lump that had somewhat subsided since the previous night began to rise again as she first saw the damage, but after closing her eyes and focusing all her strength, pushed it back down into the pit of her stomach. She began to carefully sift through the charred remains of the home, looking for anything that may have survived. She knew there wouldn't be much of a chance given the intense heat with which the fire had burned, but there was always hope. Nails protruded from the charcoal, and Sam navigated her way meticulously through the wreck. She didn't want to risk an injury that might come back to haunt her, and certainly didn't need more concerns to deal with. Sadly, when she reached the place where a lot of her own belongings had been stored, namely her bedroom and the hallway closet, nothing remained, save for some shattered mirror shards and the springs from her mattress. She edged her way back towards the other side of the building and felt her anger rise again. Memories, all the things that had held such a special place in her heart, were gone. Things that had belonged to her mum, items irreplaceable and now lost forever. With her rage boiling over, Sam kicked a charred beam, picked up a saucepan and threw it towards the tree line, screaming her frustrations into the air. She closed her eyes and screamed a second time, her voice sounding shrill with hatred and pain. When the burning in her throat became too painful, she fell into silence, the tears forming once more. She fell to her knees, gave in to the sobs, and let her tears fall on the remains one final time. The scene would have been heartbreaking to watch for anybody standing nearby. A lone girl, slumped in the middle of the charred ruins of a family home, her guttural sobbing barely audible over the birdsong. It was a scene straight out of a movie, set up beautifully to capture the depth of emotion consuming its main star. But the man watching from the safety of his hideout only smiled, gleefully enjoying the woman's pain. Sam knew it was hopeless to remain at the home any longer. It was all gone, and there was very little to salvage, if anything at all. As she wiped her eyes, still sitting in the pile of ash, something caught her attention, a faint glint of metal from beneath a burnt beam. She carefully wiped the ash and dirt aside, revealing a small, round tobacco tin. She recognized the emblem immediately, an Indian chief in full headdress. The words "Chief Fine Cut" were printed on the front, although the heat of the fire had taken most of the lettering off. The tin itself was slightly warped, but Sam wrestled the lid open, praying that its contents were still safely stored inside. As the lid finally twisted off, Sam pulled it back and felt the relief of seeing what she'd hoped remained untouched. Laying at the bottom of the tin was a silver necklace, and as she carefully lifted it out, the locket dangled slowly from side to side. Sam's heart felt a faint glimmer of hope, and she held her breath as she thumbed the locket open. The photo that she knew lived inside was the only one of her mother and father from when they first met. Her mother had worn the locket religiously throughout their marriage, and it had been the only item she left inside the letter for her father, her parting gift with a final message. The photo was gone, in its place just a few remnants of ash. Sam snapped the locket closed again, vowing to never open it, somehow keeping the essence of her parents inside. She stood, fastened the necklace around her neck, and crept back towards the outer edge of the building. Once she reached it, she looked out towards the surrounding hills and valleys, held her arms wide and began to vent her fury, calling for the war that had already begun. "I'll find you," she screamed into the sky. "Wherever you're hiding, I'll find you and kill you." She paused for a few seconds, wishing for an answer. When none came, she looked back at the home for a final time, taking in one last breath of vengeance, then turned away from it. With nothing more to see or do, she returned to the car, walking with a new sense of purpose. There was a man to find, one who had taken away her very soul. But what he didn't know was that a new one had come in its stead, one she hoped to introduce to him very soon, because this one knew just what to do with him. Sam headed back down the mountain and turned for Pueblo. As she passed through Fairplay, a town she had grown fond of during the rare and brief visits while growing up, she sealed off her heart, refusing to take in anything that might bring back memories. Poker-faced, Sam kept her eyes on the road ahead, hit the gas pedal a little harder, and left the town in her wake. At the junction, she turned onto State Route 9 and continued on towards Hartselle, barely noticing a traffic accident in her way. Sam simply turned down a side street, used a back road to get around the traffic buildup, then returned onto her former road further along. It took her another hour and a half to reach the outskirts of Pueblo, and as she passed the cafe where the recent terror began, swallowed hard as another lump built up inside. She never turned, continuing on to where the final part of her reset would happen. There was a used car dealer in Mesa Junction where her father had purchased his 2 previous vehicles from. The man running the yard was named Denzel Mann. Samuel Rader had often said that the easiest salespeople to deal with were the ones that asked the least questions. Denzel Mann barely spoke, greeting his customers with a warm smile, a warmer handshake, and the kind of prices that sizzled. Price wasn't on Sam's mind as she rolled into the yard. What she needed was something that would stand up to her demands for the next however many days. Mr. was her baby, one of her most prized possessions, but he was also a weakness she could no longer afford. He had become part of a reset, and it was time to say goodbye. The Silverado she drove from the lot less than an hour later was 8 years old, had 30,000 miles on the clock, and was priced at less than half of what Mr. was worth. But Denzel wasn't the kind of man to ask questions, and when a straight swap such as the one presented to him that morning came along, you shut up and accepted. Sam headed north until she hit the town that reminded her of her favorite author. Stephen King had been something of a fellow wanderer, by her side through all of her ups and downs for the past decade. Given the scope of some of his stories, she often wondered whether they shared a commonality between them, voices which brought out their darkest fears. Turning right at Castle Rock, she soon joined Interstate 70 and made her way back towards Kansas. The feelings she was experiencing now were far from the grief and pain that had ravaged her soul since that first explosion. Sam felt that the reset had given her a new sense of confidence, the anger and rage coursing through her veins fueling her the way alcohol might an alcoholic. The reset. She had no doubt that Erica's advice had been somewhat holistic for her. The material objects had been left behind, her family gone, and any link to Pogrom returned to John. She was clean, free, and ready for whatever Tuck had in store for her. With all of Pogrom safely at a distance, there was nothing he could do but come for her directly, and this time she'd be ready. Just outside Colby, Sam could feel the familiar pressure in her bladder and knew it wouldn't take much more ignoring. She'd already pushed the sensation aside several times and figured it was a good time to stop for some food. She veered off the interstate and stopped at a local Starbucks. After relieving herself, she ordered a ham and cheese toastie plus a large coffee. As an afterthought, she opted for a can of Coke as well. But instead of taking it back to the truck, she decided to at least stay long enough to eat her toastie. She was hungry and the drive had been long. A break from the road would be perfect. As she ate, she watched a little girl who was sitting with her father at a nearby booth. The dad had his back to her while the daughter sat opposite, perhaps 8 or 9 years old. She caught Sam watching and flashed her a smile. Sam returned a wink, the moment taking her back to similar times with her own father. She could tell just by watching the pair that they were close. The little girl had the kind of trust in her father that Sam related to. It was something she sensed between them. When they eventually got up and left, the girl gave Sam a final wave, which she returned. It was the bond that held everything for her, a bond unable to be broken in death. Her father had provided her with so much, and when it came time to protect him, she had failed. It was that very failure that filled the engine room of her vengeance. She was back on the road shortly after 2 and resumed the final stretch back to a place where she knew the eventual confrontation would go down. The silence up until that point had helped give her thoughts the space needed to organize themselves. She had a plan to concoct, and the radio wasn't going to help that. But after having spent the previous few hours listening to the sound of the road, she felt a need for some tunes. Queen, Guns N' Roses, something 80s would be perfect. But as she reached up to thumb on the radio, a new noise rose in the cabin of the truck. It was a song, one she recognized instantly, yet the name eluded her for the briefest of moments. It was Freddie Mercury, his voice coming from somewhere beside her. Sam looked for the source of the music, but saw nothing. It seemed to be coming from somewhere on the passenger side, although the volume was quite high, with the sound bouncing erratically around the cabin. As the chorus to Another One Bites the Dust finally reached fever pitch, Sam pulled the truck off the side of the road and leaned across. As her hand swept underneath the passenger seat, she felt the source of the music. It was a cell phone. There was a photo of her mother and father on the screen, the pair looking into each other's eyes on their wedding day. There had only ever been a single copy of that photo, and it had lived on her bedside chest since the day she had moved into her Pogrom-provided home. The name that was flashing across the wallpaper was Reaper, next to the words incoming call. Sam stared at the phone wide-eyed, caught by surprise. She had no idea how it could have possibly ended up under her seat, given she had only just purchased the car, and a completely random purchase at that. The call stopped, the words missed call appearing in a pop-up. He was watching her. She looked around the truck wildly, scanning the road behind and in front of herself. A quick look in the mirrors provided no clues as to his whereabouts, but she knew he was there. The phone began to sing again, vibrating in her fingers as Freddie returned to the start of the chorus. Sam felt the rage begin to bubble as she swiped the answer button. She held the phone to her ear but didn't speak, waiting for the caller to begin the conversation. This was his game, and she wanted him to take the lead, just until she could figure things out.
I thought we should talk. Might help, given our lack of introduction.
His voice was friendly and warm in an uncomfortable kind of way. He couldn't have been much older than herself, but Sam could hear his torment beneath his words.
I'm going to kill you,
she hissed into the phone.
Yes, you already said that.
He paused, and Sam could hear him shuffling his fingers around. A second later, the cell vibrated briefly, and when she took it away from her ear, saw that a new notification had popped up. Reaper had sent her a text, and when she opened it, found a photo of herself sleeping on top of Jasper's grave. It looked as if he had been close enough to kick her. Sam felt instant anger.
As you can see, I've had plenty of opportunity to kill you.
So why don't you? She snapped back.
Oh, no, not yet. No, you're not going to get away that easily. What we're playing is the long game, you hear me? You're going to suffer, more than you could ever imagine.
She tried to swallow her fury, but the screaming pressure cooker was close to bursting as he spoke. This is between you and I. She tried, but the hatred in her voice couldn't be hidden.
Unlike you, Samantha, I have nothing to lose. I have nobody. I don't care for dumb animals or even dumber people. I have nothing. There's nothing you can take from me that could hurt me in any way.
He paused for effect, then added,
Unlike you.
If you hurt them, any of them, this will end badly for you. He had an answer for everything.
Oh, I don't doubt that. In fact, I'm kind of counting on it. You see, I want you to end me. There's nothing left to live for, and I'm getting really tired.
He laughed before he continued.
It's kind of ironic because you've given me a new purpose in life. I'm going to have some last-minute fun with you, and then, boom, curtains closed.
She tried to think of something to come back with, but knew it was no good. The voice belonged to a man she could never hope to beat the way he had attacked her. This really was his game, and she was just a mere spectator, biding her time until she could strike.
Oh, and before I forget, I don't need you to be close enough to see them die. I just need to see your face as you watch them die, even if it's just the footage.
He paused again, more shuffling and another notification.
Till next time, Sam Rader.
He hung up, leaving Sam alone and listening to the screaming silence from the cell phone. She slowly pulled the phone away and opened the latest attachment. It was a video, and as it played, she felt her world come crumbling down for a third time as she saw her beloved Jasper during his final few moments. She turned it off before the end, unable to continue. After deleting the clip, she smashed the cell's screen against the steering wheel, wound her window down, and tossed the phone over the barrier. She continued on, not looking back until she was almost a mile down the road. He was going to be tough to beat, and she didn't know how she could save them. But one thing she knew was that she would have her revenge. One way or another, she would end him the only way she knew how. Chapter 8. At the same time that Sam was driving through the town of Castle Rock, John Milton was waiting for the medical staff to wheel Tim down to the waiting ambulance he'd organized. A team of 4 had gone up to help the 3 that were already by his bedside. Only once Tim was safely aboard the ambulance did he begin to breathe a little easier. They were returning to the Milton Ward Tower, with the 22nd floor now a purpose-built medical facility, complete with its own medical staff and 3 active suites. The medical complex had been Xavier Ward's idea, but had never taken hold until now. As they made tracks to reach it, John nodded his appreciation to his former partner. He figured that the complex would be one of the safest places for Tim to stay. He'd also moved Mama's control room down to the 21st floor, where a number of apartments had been set up. He knew that Mama and Tim would be at the very top of Tuck's list if he did indeed have one. He thought about sending Grace to the building as well, but had instead sent her on an errand. She had left earlier in the day and was already halfway into a flight to Australia to collect certain items from the home of another fallen hero of theirs. Grace, for the time being, would be out of the way and safely located in another country. The drive back to the tower took a little under 30 minutes, and as he followed the ambulance, had visions of Tim suddenly peering out at him through the back window. It would have been the perfect time for him to wake from his coma, but when they pulled into the underground parking garage, he knew it was nothing but a fantasy. Once up on the 22nd floor, the medical team moved Tim into his new accommodation, then set up everything needed to ensure he couldn't be harmed. With the suspect already showing a use of drones, John ordered the window to be covered and reinforced with enough material to withstand a sizable explosion. Only after he was sure Tim was set up in his new room did John go down and see Mama. She'd spent the morning continuing to monitor the pesky FBI agent, although he knew she would be distracted with events closer to home, namely those involving Sam. It was to be expected, and he still had hope that she would come to her senses and return home. Despite Sam's request, he had no intention of sitting idly by while she went out and faced this new threat on her own. He'd sent 2 teams out to keep an eye on her, to watch from a distance. They had followed her all the way home, and when they reported in about her burying Jasper, John had asked them to pull back far enough to give her some privacy. Unfortunately, both teams had lost her during a minor traffic incident in Pueblo and hadn't been able to reacquire their target. Mama had tried to locate her using conventional means, but there had been no luck to date. All they could do was wait and see what happened next. Mama had done some remarkable research on Tuck and had a report waiting on her desk for him. John thanked her, took it back up to his own office, and sat down to read. What it said was everything they didn't want to hear. Tuck was a loner with nothing in his life considered valuable. He was a free-floating spirit with nothing to lose. All the characteristics of a man impossible to find, track, and negotiate with. Nelson Tuck did his best to keep sufficient distance from Sam. Even after she'd swapped cars, he'd managed to attach a tracker to her new ride, hiding it under the truck body when she was inside the Starbucks. Getting the cell phone into the vehicle wasn't as easy, but still simple enough for a man with the know-how. His father had built a small key fob that sent out a wide-frequency unlock code, the kind most vehicle manufacturers used in their car remotes. As Nelson sat in his own truck, with the fob connected to his cell, he programmed it to start at the first setting and press the button each time it jumped up a level. He carefully watched Sam's truck as several other vehicles began to unlock around hers. Clicks and beeps bounced across the parking lot until finally the Silverado's blinkers flashed once, then twice. After scanning the rest of the lot, Nelson stepped out from his truck and walked purposefully to Sam's, dropped quickly to slam on the magnetized tracker under the body, then climbed into the cabin to plant the cell. The grin remained throughout, as somehow stuck to his face. He had never felt this alive before, not even after killing his bitch of a mother. That had certainly given him plenty of days where he screamed in delight, unable to contain the thrill he thought would never repeat for him. But it had repeated, not once, but twice. He had killed again after his mother, each time to protect his father. He had to, or at least that's what he told himself. Once he'd finished planting his tools in the truck, Nelson returned to his own to watch for her return. After reversing the fob and locking her vehicle again, he sat back to wait and resume a hunt that had become the pièce de résistance of his life. Soon his mind began to wander, back to when his father had still been alive, to a time where he was just starting out on his road to murder and mayhem. As he waited for Sam to return, his mind drifted back to the day he met Daisy Larson. The second time Nelson had been forced to protect his father, Richard Tuck had no clue that he had a guardian angel to watch over him. He'd been continuing to deteriorate mentally, caught up in fantasies that he had often dreamed up while masturbating. The only sense he could make out of those dark thoughts was that he needed to live them out for real, even if it meant killing. He had begun to notice a woman named Daisy Larson on his daily walks. She lived out behind the canning factory with her invalid husband and 2 dogs. The little yappers, as Tuck Sr. liked to call them, were what had brought the woman to his attention in the first place, often walking them out and around Hague Field, a local park on the outskirts of Eagle Grove. Richard began noticing her more and more, and eventually began to concentrate his daily walks around the southern end of the park, an area most people avoided due to the overgrowth and abandoned vehicles. A small track cut through the area, linking Foster Road with the upper part of Dutch Avenue. Daisy was one of the few people to use the track regularly in order to reach the park from her side of the tracks. She wasn't the most attractive woman he'd ever seen, but she had all the hallmarks of someone he could have some fun with. A decent rack, nice legs, and just the right smile to let him know that there was something mischievous hiding behind the prim and proper facade. The first time he'd seen her, the pair passed each other on that very track, her trailing the 2 yappers and him walking briskly by with his hands firmly thrust into his coat pockets. A bitter nor'easter was blowing, and the wind chill factor must have been close to the bottom of the old thermometer. As they passed, each looked up for just a brief second, almost cursory, but it was in that moment that Richard Tuck felt something grip him tight. Her smile, the way she tilted her head ever so slightly to the right as if to acknowledge him, the mystery of her eyes hiding behind the dark sunglasses. That moment had been but a speck of time in reality, but in his mind it went on for much longer. He turned back only once, watching her as she continued on up the track and out of his life. Her jeans were tight-fitting, revealing an ass he instantly knew he needed to grab, to hold close. She never looked back, and if she did, she would have seen him stop to take her in completely, as if marking her for some future event. By the time he'd reached the end of the track, the erection in his pants felt like a permanent resident, and when he reached home, he took care of it the way he always did. But this time, it wasn't just a fake memory he was using. instead using a smile, a real smile he'd seen from someone who now filled his fantastical thoughts. He saw her again 3 days later, but instead of passing her on the track, Richard made sure to keep out of her way. He wanted to see her, feeling an urge unlike anything he'd ever experienced before, but he couldn't risk her noticing him or else she might be frightened off. While Daisy walked on one side of the park, Richard walked on the other. He didn't need to see her up close, already having her image burnt into his mind. What he needed was to be in her presence, and just seeing her nearby was enough, or at least for the moment. He would head to the park every afternoon and begin to take note of her schedule. Richard wanted to know everything he could about the woman, including where she lived and whom she shared her bed with. It didn't bother him to find her married and living with another man, nor that he treated her like shit, often yelling abuse and demands at her from where he was laid up in the bedroom. What Richard wanted was just to be close, to know her, to understand her in a way nobody had ever taken the time to. For him, it felt as if they were in a relationship, one he needed to take further when the time came. What Richard didn't know was that while he had taken to watching Daisy Larson from a distance, Nelson was watching him from a distance. He'd begun to grow suspicious of his father and knew he might do something stupid. He'd found bondage porn and graphic depictions of violence on the laptop they sometimes shared. His father's lack of disclosure showed Nelson that he was beginning to lose himself more and more in the fantasies playing out in his mind. It was late one night, during a terrific thunderstorm, that Richard stole himself out of the house and trekked the 4 or so miles to Daisy's home. Nelson followed him, sure to stay in the shadows as much as possible. He watched from a distance as the man first remained still on the home's porch, then climbed in through one of the bedroom windows. He lost track of time as the rain continued to fall around him, the sky lighting up in a brilliant display of fury, followed by the kind of rumbling some associated with the end of the earth. The intruder must have remained in the home for close to 30 minutes before he finally emerged. Nelson ducked behind one of the rusted-out pickups sitting to the side of the track, and as he watched his father pass him, seeing the man repeatedly grab at his crotch. Curiosity got the better of him, and Nelson retraced his father's steps, carefully climbing into the home through the same window. He wanted to see whether he'd done more than just watch the woman. The room sat bathed in darkness, and when it lit up during the next lightning display, he could make out a spare room. The door stood partially open, and he crept down the narrow hall towards 2 more doorways. Each led into a bedroom, and each had a bed with an occupant. It was the smell that drew him to Daisy's, the sweet smell of vanilla and raspberries. But there was another smell, one faintly masked by the usual scent of a woman's room. He remembered his mother always smelling that way, a sweetness that seemed to drape off her. That wasn't what he could smell in the air. The fainter scent, the one hovering beneath the other, was a manly smell, one indicating that his father had been to the room and not just to watch. He was sure that somewhere in the room would be the wet remains of his father's brief time, perhaps sprayed over the bed itself. Hearing the woman's soft snores was enough to indicate that she hadn't been harmed, and he carefully crept back out into the spare room. He lowered the window once he was through, then made his way back home. Richard was already asleep in his room by the time he finally made it back. But masturbating over the sleeping Daisy Larson wasn't going to cut it for Richard, and it wasn't long before he took things a lot further. This time he hatched a plan to grab the woman during their afternoon walk and show her just how much he needed her. The storm continued well into the next day and kept most people in the town inside their homes. Perhaps that's where Daisy should have remained as well, but unfortunately, things don't always pan out for the better. She made a decision that would have dire consequences. Just as she always did, she leashed Tabby and Boo Boo, put on her jacket, and headed for the trip around the park. Today would be just a short one, as Harry needed to get to a late doctor's appointment and she would need to help him prepare. She'd almost completed the first of her normal 2 laps around the park when she spotted a $20 bill on the ground. She eyed the prize curiously, then took a quick scan of the area for anyone that might have dropped it. As she bent down to scoop it up, she saw a second about a dozen yards further along. She stood up again, the first note clasped in her fingers as she took another look. Surely someone must have been nearby. But the park was empty, save for a family of ducks poking around the long grass. Boo-Boo was barking furiously at the birds while Tabby began to run back and forth on the end of his leash. "Quiet down," Daisy scolded the pair, and they each returned to her. The woman took another look, found no one, and continued on to the next note. As she bent down to reach for it, a third note appeared just ahead, caught in some branches that had come down during the storm. One side was leaning near an old Chevy pickup, and Daisy made a beeline for it, already taking care of the $60 she had just scored. Spending the money in her mind had been easy, and if she had taken notice of the truck, she might have noticed the man hiding behind one of the open doors. The dogs were still preoccupied with the ducks, and that gave Richard Tuck all the time in the world to surprise his victim. By the time the woman came into view with her obnoxious yappers in tow, the rain had almost come to a complete stop. Richard had prepared his trap just a few moments before, hoping that the rest of the townsfolk would stay away long enough for him to have his way. He'd chosen to hide behind one of the abandoned vehicles, and knowing the financial hardship the couple were facing, planted $100 worth of notes, each randomly placed in order to draw her in. When she had passed the first 2, he wondered whether the dumb bitch needed glasses, but when she finally spotted the third, settled in for the main event. He'd worn sweatpants to make it easier to pull them down when the time came, plus a hooded jumper. From a distance, he could have been confused for some random teenager, especially when he also covered his face with a black scarf. He'd planted the final note in the twigs of a fallen branch that he'd dragged closer to the truck, then hid around the far side. As Daisy neared, he watched her carefully through the dirty windshield. He could already feel his excitement down below, and soon he would finally let her in on his secret lust for her. As she bent down to pick up the note, Richard crept silently around the side of the truck, unaware of another set of eyes watching him. Daisy was busy trying to pull the note free and only sensed his presence when both dogs turned to look at him. By then, it was too late, and Richard grabbed the woman around the neck and chest. She screamed, let go of the dogs, and tried to fight back. Tuck swung a boot at the yappers, and they both took off across the field, leaving their master to face the attack alone. He swung one fist into the side of her face and felt most of the fight leave her as blood began to trickle from a cut above her eye. Dragging her back to the tray of the pickup, Tuck pushed her up, then followed her, forcing the woman down as he grabbed wildly at her pants. She stopped resisting when she realized her attacker was too strong and gave in to his assault. But while she had been expecting him to rape her, that's not how things played out. As it turned out, when it came time for Richard to pull his dick out, the raging boner he had imagined slamming inside her had abandoned him, a limp piece of meat left in its place. He squeezed it a couple of times, twanging it from side to side in the hope of waking it up, but all to no avail. Richard slowed his aggression, then let the woman go and pulled back. He felt embarrassed and would have left her there if she hadn't gone and done something stupid enough to seal her fate. As the man leaned back and began to pull his pants up, Daisy reached out and pulled the scarf down, revealing his face as it recoiled in shock. Richard pulled back in shame and began to slap himself in the face and groin. Daisy lay perfectly still, unable to move from fear.
"Why did you do that?"
He finally whispered, then launched himself at her, reaching his fingers around her throat and squeezing as tears and snot flew from his face. Daisy began to fight back again, her hands swinging wildly as if filled with a fresh breath of life. She fought hard, nails scratching her attacker across the face hard enough to draw blood. But she was no fighter, never had been, and eventually her strength began to run out. Richard continued squeezing until she stopped fighting, then let go and fled. He ran across the field, blood dripping down his face in long arcs as he raced home. The man who had come to rape a defenseless wife had failed on two fronts. He had been unable to complete the attack the way he had played out in his mind over and over again, and he'd also failed to end her life, effectively shutting down any possibility of him being identified as the attacker. It was Nelson, still watching from a nearby tree line, that came to investigate further. He found the woman, barely breathing and a nasty cut to her brow, murmuring quietly. He leaned over and listened to her words. She opened her eyes, saw him, and mouthed something to him. Nelson had to lean even closer to make out the faint words. "Attacked, man, beard." Nelson pulled back a little, nodded his head to the woman, and patted the side of her face.
"You're safe now,"
he whispered, and Daisy looked up at him, a kind of comfort filling her face as she stared back at her savior. Nelson nodded again, then reached forward, put one hand over her mouth and nose, the other around her throat, and pushed. The woman's eyes shot open as her legs and arms began to flail, but this man was much stronger than her initial attacker. His hands remained fixed on her, the woman quickly succumbing as her eyes first blinked in panic, then paused before glazing over. Once he was sure she was dead, Nelson looked around to make sure there were no witnesses, then pulled out the folded bag he'd brought with him just in case. He estimated that the woman was no more than 5'2" tall, and if he could manipulate her inside, should provide just enough space for him to carry her back into the woods. He only needed to hide her until nightfall, and then return to make her disappearance more permanent. People eventually assumed that Daisy Larson had escaped her abusive marriage and fled town with a secret lover. The dogs were picked up by a passing motorist and never reported found, and Daisy's husband never made her missing person status official until a month or so later, when the police did finally come knocking. But given the details of the case and all the signs pointing at the woman running off with a boyfriend, there was never an investigation. She had been noted as missing, and that was as far as it went, her name joining the thousands of others that were listed each and every month. Making her disappear permanently had been a simple process, with Nelson taking her out in the middle of nowhere and burning her body in a dried creek bed. He sat with it all night, enduring the smell of burning flesh until there was none left. By 4 that morning, he sifted through the remaining embers, picked out the teeth and bones, and smashed them to smithereens with a hammer on nearby rocks. Finally, he covered the remnants of the fire with dirt and rocks. He showered on his return home, and by the time Richard woke just after 8, Nelson was already fast asleep, having pulled an all-nighter for the sake of his father, who never knew just how far his son had gone to protect him. Nelson grinned as the memory resurfaced. Sam emerged from the Starbucks just as he remembered jumping into bed that Friday morning from long ago. He watched her climb into the pickup, a vehicle he thought of as much too big for a woman as petite as her. She took a moment to get herself fixed up, then started the truck and slowly backed out. Nelson didn't bother hiding himself. He'd already taken care of any distinguishing features she might recognize, such as shaving the top of his head completely bald and growing enough facial hair to hide the bottom. He just sat and stared as she pulled out of the parking lot, then waited several minutes to give her a head start. The iPad used to track her had been fixed to the dash with a homemade holder, and he set the screen to remain permanently illuminated. Once she was a couple of miles ahead of him, Nelson resumed his own trip and felt the excitement rise again as his hunt continued. He'd never thought that life could be as fun as it was at that moment, one twisted man seeking revenge for another. The irony of the situation made him laugh out loud. As he saw her vehicle on the iPad suddenly come to a halt about 3 miles ahead of him, Nelson pulled his own truck over into the service lane and waited for Sam to find the cell phone he'd planted during her previous stop. It was time for the two kids to chat, to finally have a chance to meet each other and talk for the very first time. Of course, they'd already met face to face, but only one of them had been conscious of that meeting, with Sam still mourning her mutt by sleeping on top of whatever was left. He'd enjoyed standing over her, given that the others sent to protect her had remained at the bottom of the mountain. She didn't answer the first time he'd called, and so he gave her a few moments to find the source of the song before trying again. This time, when she answered, he felt as if all the gods were finally smiling down on him, giving him, Nelson Tuck, the opportunity to taunt his victim personally. The exchange went as expected, and when he sent the final video through, canceled the call and watched the iPad's screen, waiting for her to continue driving. She sat there for almost 5 minutes before he saw the dot continue on up Interstate 70. Only once he was sure she was gone did he continue on to where she had pulled over. Nelson felt he already knew Sam well enough to predict her reactions to certain situations, and after pulling over where she had sat just a few moments before, hopped out of his truck and walked to the edge of the road. It didn't take him long to spot the smashed remains of the cell phone, tossed aside as he had expected her to. It didn't matter. He was prepared for that, just as he was prepared for any other crazy antics she might try. This was his game, and only he was going to determine the shots. The two-vehicle convoy continued on for another few hours until Nelson saw the dot suddenly veer off the interstate a few miles shy of Junction City. His own bladder had been making itself known for the last 20 or so miles, and he'd been tempted to grab an empty Gatorade bottle as he drove. The small town was called Abilene, and by the time he reached the exit, saw the Silverado already come to a stop around a quarter mile further down. As he drove calmly past, he saw Sam climbing out of her pickup next to a gas pump in a 24/7 travel store. Not wanting to risk an accidental run-in with each other, Nelson continued on for another half a mile, pulled a U-turn, and drove into the lot of a Subway located across the road. He watched as she pumped gas, then disappeared inside once it was filled. He didn't need to worry about such concerns himself, having retrofitted a couple of long-range gas tanks to his own ride, with enough juice to get him across the entire United States. He kept a careful watch for her, and when she drove across the road to a McDonald's flanking his own hideout, he killed the truck engine. Once he watched her go inside, he moved up a couple of spaces, positioning himself so he could just make out the truck's interior. The woman had backed into her space, and it made spying on her a lot easier. With his left leg now furiously pumping up and down to try and control his bladder, Nelson considered running into the restaurant to relieve himself. There wasn't any real chance of her locating the tracker, and he wouldn't be more than a couple of minutes. In fact, she was probably in the middle of squatting herself. But things were too risky, and if she did check out the truck's underside and locate his little addition, he needed to be there to see it firsthand. After taking no more than a split second to run the options through his mind, Nelson reached across for the Gatorade bottle and went to work. It wasn't as easy as he'd expected, but after managing to take care of business without spilling any, he set the container down in the bottle holder of the door, making a mental note not to grab that one while driving, and sidetracked. He chuckled quietly at the prospect, then went back to watching for Sam's return. There was a set of binoculars in the bag he'd prepared a few days before, and once he saw the woman exit the McDonald's, reached for them. After focusing them in, he trained his new eyes on the Silverado and watched as Sam began to eat what looked like a cheeseburger. His own stomach grumbled as he wished for one of his own. There was a Snickers candy bar in the bag, and despite tasting okay, it had nothing on the cheeseburger he now craved. The white-hot pain of biting his tongue sent the remains of the chocolate skittling down into the passenger side footwell. The pain was intense, feeling like he'd taken a chunk out of it. As he peered into the rear-view mirror for a better look, he saw the blood flowing freely and frowned. "Fuck you," he hissed, slamming his hand down on the steering wheel. Careful not to reach for the previously used Gatorade bottle, Nelson took a swig from his water bottle, the taste of blood slowly blending with the remnants of chocolate and peanuts. Lifting the binoculars back to his eyes, he peered across and saw Sam scrunching up the empty burger wrapper, toss it aside, and lean back into her seat. She was wearing sunglasses, one elbow hanging out through the driver's side window as she appeared to get comfortable. A minute or two later, she appeared to be dozing off, her head slowly dropping down into a slight tilt. Nelson continued watching, curious as to what she was doing. Was she really going to just sleep, knowing that he was somewhere close by? Of course she knew he'd be watching. How else had he gotten the damn cell phone into her truck? He waited for another 10 minutes, simply peering through the windshield at the truck parked almost 100 yards from his own. There was no movement, and all he could do was sit and wait. He lifted the binoculars again, zoomed in as much as he could, and saw her leaning back, sunglasses on and mouth hanging partly open. Great, he muttered to himself. Fucking great. Sam knew he'd be watching her. Stopping at the McDonald's had been a great excuse for fueling up herself after ensuring the gas tank of the Silverado was adequately supplied for her eventual plan. She knew that right then her stalker held the upper hand in every way. He'd had the upper hand this entire time, and if she continued down the path of his choosing, she may as well sign the death warrants of her adopted family right there and then. What she needed was a way to regain control of the situation, and the best way of doing that was to stop being so damn predictable. Everything she had done up to that point had probably been exactly what he'd been expecting, especially returning to her home to take care of Jasper. It was time to make a change. After finishing her cheeseburger, Sam reclined her seat ever so slightly and let the warm breeze blowing in through the window carry her away. He would be watching, and as she closed her eyes, didn't care in which of the vehicles surrounding her he was hiding. It didn't matter. Soon, she would force his hand, and when she did, planned to cut it off. Sleep came a lot easier than she expected, drifting off after a long day. It had been somewhat emotional after the previous day and night, and carrying her new inner strength came at a cost. There were wild thoughts crossing her mind at random moments, like microbursts of images from her past, and it was those linked emotions that were constantly taxing her energy. It was these very images that filled her dream, an endless cycle of torment and pain that she had experienced throughout her life. While the old Sam Rader slept, the new one continued to grow, feeding on the heartache and rage until it could unleash its own. Nelson had almost nodded off himself a couple of times, each time catching himself just before losing the fight and half jumping in his seat as he panicked. But each time he brought the binoculars back up, there she was, still sleeping, as if without a single care in the world. When she did finally begin to stir from her sleep, he watched as she went back inside the restaurant, then emerged with another bag of food shortly after. His stomach growled again, and he would have given anything to drive up and snatch the bag from her. She pulled out of the parking lot around the same time the sun touched the western horizon, and by the time Nelson was back on the interstate, it had completely disappeared. 20 minutes later, with Sam around 5 miles in front of him, he passed the exit towards Junction City, and shortly after, the shadows swallowed the remains of the daylight. He knew where she was headed, back to the only place she could, like a lost mutt returning home. Why she'd bothered to bring him out all this way was beyond him. It was as if she wanted to run but was too stupid to know where. With just the road noise for company and the screen from the iPad faintly lighting up the cabin, Nelson settled in for what he expected to be the final couple of hours before they reached Kansas City itself. He wondered whether she would go to the compound or the high-rise in the city, both of which he knew would be the only choices. While he never really planned to go anywhere near Sam on this part of the hunt, his only intention had been to manipulate her, to drive her like a fox on the run from the hounds. He wanted her to know who was in charge and that she continued living because he allowed it. But his patience was beginning to wear thin, and what he needed was to drop another one of her friends. He thought about the woman, the one he'd been watching on the feed his father had left for him. Then there was the one his father didn't quite finish off, the vegetable lying comatose at the hospital. She seemed especially close to him, and perhaps he was the better choice. He was still running the thoughts through his mind when he saw Sam's blip suddenly slow down to almost a complete stop, then turn off the interstate 4 miles ahead of him. He slowed his own ride slightly, backing off to give him enough time to figure out what she was doing. Maybe an unscheduled piss stop, he thought to himself. But once the truck had turned onto State Route 99, it continued on towards the town of Alma. Maybe she had grown too tired to continue and perhaps considered spending the night in the town, grabbing herself a room until morning. Nelson continued on, slowing the truck down to almost 30 miles per hour as he continued watching the screen. Once he was sure she wouldn't be stopping before the town, he accelerated to the exit and followed his prey down the road. Just before the signal reached the town's outer limits, it took another surprise left turn and began to head east. Nelson slowed again, wondering why the woman was now taking strange back roads as his eyes fixed on the screen. His stomach tightened as the dot continued on, and a minute later followed her path. After crossing some railway tracks shortly after turning onto the road, he crossed a bridge, although couldn't see the waterline hidden beneath the shadows. His focus was on the screen, looking up just long enough to keep the truck on the road. The hardtop soon turned to gravel, and Nelson wondered if the confrontation he'd been playing out in his mind would come a lot sooner than he'd hoped. It seemed like the obvious choice for her, perhaps the only logical one. A couple of miles further along, her truck suddenly stopped, seemed to pause for half a minute or so, then made a right-hand turn before continuing along a gravel back road. When Nelson reached the same spot a few moments later, her truck had stopped again further up. He was parked before a farmer's gate which she must have opened. Actually, it wasn't a gate at all, but simply a place where the boundary fence had been cut and a piece of timber threaded onto the end of the fencing. She had opened it and laid it flat along the fence line. Nelson killed his engine and lights and continued staring at the screen. The truck was parked about half a mile ahead of him, somewhere over the crest of the hill he'd barely made out as he stopped. He didn't want her surprising him, and so remained in his truck, even locking the doors just to be sure. She was one crafty woman and knew her capabilities. If she got hold of him, there was every chance she would end this hunt right there and then. He looked up, the faint moonlight illuminating the empty field before him, and with his eyes adjusting to the outside, felt comfortable enough to take a chance. He stepped out of the truck and froze as he stood beside it. If there was the slightest sign of her approach, he would jump back in. Holding the iPad beside him, he stole a quick glance, the dot remaining still. The minutes began to feel like hours as Nelson continued waiting for something to happen. But when the iPad still showed no sign of movement 20 minutes later, he decided to walk up the path a bit. He crept slowly, his ears pricked for the slightest sound. It wasn't until he reached the very top of the hill that a glow began to light up somewhere below. He recognized the tint of color, and at first thought she had maybe built herself a campfire. Were they going to catch up by singing Kumbaya and clapping their hands? Rather than risk being ambushed further down the track, Nelson decided to drive down to where the fire was burning. That way he could keep the upper hand and react to whatever she had planned. It wasn't exactly honorable, but who really gave a shit when murder was on the cards? He neared the crest of the hill a few minutes later, keeping the headlights switched off to give him a better view across the valley. There was a tree line approaching, and as the scope of the fire began to come into view, he could just make out the clearing. It was the truck that was burning, already well alight by the time Nelson was close enough to see the interior blazing. He didn't pause, simply rolling by as he scanned the surrounding area for any signs of life. Confusion filled him, unable to make sense of what he was seeing despite being close enough to feel the heat. After circling around the scene and maintaining enough distance to ensure no surprise attack came, he screamed in frustration and slammed his fist against the steering wheel. "Bitch!" His ride continued to slowly circle the flames, watching for any hint of movement. If he had to end it now, then so be it. He reached inside his coat pocket and felt the handle of the pistol, the firearm itching to blow her head off.
"Bitch!"
He screamed it loud enough for his throat to retaliate, the vocal cords starting to burn. The end of the word never quite took flight, evaporating in a guttural drawl before it could fully rise. Finally, he turned and headed back up the hill, feeling the weight of defeat as he stole glances of the flames in his rearview mirror. For the time being, she had beaten him at his own game. But as he turned back towards the town of Alma, he knew that this wasn't the end, not by a long shot. This was just the beginning, and soon things would be back on track. Chapter 9. John sat at his desk as he quietly listened to Mama's report. Sam had been lost, the team unable to follow due to traffic built up because of an accident. They were unable to reacquire her for quite some time as the two teams tried to cover the exits from Pueblo, but there were simply too many. Mama had eventually managed to track her vehicle to a used car lot, and once the team paid the place a visit and handed over the standard information fee of $50, learned that she had traded the Mustang for an alternative ride, one that took Mama some time to locate. Eventually, she had spotted the Silverado on the interstate, but it was already close to dusk. By the time she caught up with her surveillance and found Sam parked at a McDonald's, the team were still several hours behind. Rather than have the teams drive the hundreds of miles, she organized a local helicopter service to ferry them to Abilene instead. The flight would cut hours from the travel time and give them back the opportunity to put eyes on her again. The team were already 30 minutes into their plan by the time Mama contacted them to advise Sam had resumed her journey. She was continuing to head east, and there was every chance she was headed straight back to Kansas City. Mama would continue watching the truck and keep them updated. The team continued on, closing the distance between them and a target they would never have guessed would be the subject of their surveillance. But still some time from Abilene, Mama informed them that the Silverado had taken a sudden turn south towards the small town of Alma. The surveillance camera at a Dollar General store was the last place she managed to spot her, with the truck turning east down Clapboard Ravine Road. The pilot informed them that they were still a good 30 minutes from that location, and he punched it as much as he could. Thankfully, according to him, the helicopter had a range of more than 700 miles, giving them plenty of time to catch up to her. They reached the township of Alma a little after 8 o'clock and carefully followed the road Mama had sent them down. It was long and had very little in the way of identifying markers. Farmhouses along the stretch were rare, and there were no streetlights to speak of. But just a few minutes of following the road, one of the teams spotted what looked like a fire in the distance. The pilot said that it was common for farmers to spark up piles of debris after clearing land or burning off rubbish, but somehow they already knew it was what they were looking for. They called it their investigative intuition. As they neared the flames, they could make out the distinct shape of a pickup truck, and once the helicopter landed in a nearby clearing, the 4 agents ran to where the wreck was still well ablaze. One of them began to record the area, while the other 3 fanned out looking for their lost colleague. After spending a good 20 minutes trying to locate Sam, the team sent the helicopter on its way, paying a substantial bonus to keep his silence. They were expecting their own arrival, one used for cleaning up scenes such as the one before them. "The cleanup crew managed to douse the fire," Mama continued, pausing to catch her breath. John held his own, almost expecting her to tell him that they had found Sam's remains in the truck, somehow mirroring her father's demise. "It was empty. She wasn't inside." They both breathed a sigh of relief. "They searched the area, but there was no sign of her."
"Does he have her?"
John asked, deeply concerned at the thought. "We don't know." She paused, looked down at her writing pad, and flicked through several pages. "Actually, we have no idea where she is, John. She could be anywhere." He slowly rose to his feet and walked to the window. With his arms held behind his back, he scoured the Kansas City skyline. looking for any sign of inspiration as to how to proceed as the lights lit up the sky. This was her game as much as the lunatics, and right now, the two of them were out there somewhere, waging a one-on-one battle that would eventually draw them all in.
"We can't just stand by,"
he whispered to no one in particular. There are 3 teams sweeping the townships of Alma, Allendorf, and McFarland, plus a helicopter conducting a grid search out from the burnt-out truck. She stood and walked to his side, joining him in looking out across the city's nightlights. She's a big girl, John, and this psycho is nowhere near as crazy as Sam. She's out there somewhere, I know it. He looked down at her and smiled, wishing he could share her enthusiasm. But John had been in the game a long time and knew that sometimes even the most gifted agents made mistakes. Falling agents was part of their world, and unpredictable killers were all the more dangerous, particularly when they appeared as untouchable as Nelson Tuck. Once she was sure that John had been brought up to speed, Mama returned to her temporary control room and began to check the vision from the previous few hours. There wasn't a lot to go on, and all she had were the recorded feeds from a few highway surveillance cameras, plus those from gas stations and other roadside businesses. She needed something, anything to give them the upper hand. This nightmare had begun with one hand tied behind her back and as it continued, forced her other hand to join the first. As she continued to watch the vision, she began to feel as if the next stop for her was a blindfold. Then she would be completely helpless and sitting around like the rest of them. She needed a break, and she needed it now. To make her job a little easier, Mama took all the vision and copied it into a single folder. There was hours of footage, and after creating one folder, began to meticulously paste them together. There was a substantial amount of editing and cutting to ensure she wasn't doubling up on the same video. What she needed was a single film clip in order to completely follow the journey from Pueblo onwards. It took just a little over 2 hours, but once she had the single film clip ready, Mama hit play, increased the playback speed threefold, and began to watch. She set her elbows on the top of her desk, cradled her chin in the palms of her hands, and began to focus on the screen of the main monitor. She barely blinked as it began to play and focused on anything and everything that came into view. As the hours rolled by in a matter of minutes, Mama would occasionally slow the feed, rewind it, and check out some anomalies she picked up. They were only minor, and a lot of the times it didn't amount to anything except time wasting. Her anticipation of finding something useful remained high for as long as possible. But as the vision continued to roll by, Mama would steal the occasional glimpse at the remaining time. It felt as if her chances of finding something were winding down until that final moment, that last little bit of footage being from the Dollar General. With her hopes quickly fading, she watched as Sam entered the Starbucks. The speed of the footage was going at around 10 times normal speed, and if she had blinked at the wrong time, would have missed the event completely. What caught her eye was the blinkers on the cars around the truck flash, then Sam's follow suit without anybody else walking around. She stopped the video, rewound it, and played at normal time. The blinkers began to flash again, and this time she saw what had whizzed past the first time. A man who she didn't recognize went to Sam's truck, dropped to the ground, then opened the passenger's side door. He was in the cabin of the truck for only a split second, but it was enough to plant whatever he had dropped inside. He disappeared from view almost as quickly as he appeared, and Mama rewound the footage a second time. Zooming as close as she could, she watched the entire sequence again at half speed. The camera from which the feed had been taken wasn't the best, and the vision was quite grainy. But once she watched it through again, Mama did her best to clean the clip as best she could. It took her some time, but when she did, an image of the man came through. While his brown hair may have been missing, replaced by a brilliant white scalp, there was no doubt in Mama's mind that the person she was looking at was Nelson Tuck. He'd shaved his head and grown the beginnings of a thick beard, creating an image vastly different from the photo they had been using. Mama returned to the original footage and watched the feed as much as possible, but there was no sign of the vehicle Tuck was using. There were several other businesses in the area, but despite all her best efforts, none of the security cameras she could access showed the psycho's ride. While she wasn't entirely back to square one, Mama felt the return of helplessness as it washed back over her. She had gotten his face, but that wouldn't help if they had no clue where he was. If she knew what kind of car he drove, she could then track it. Once Sam returned to the interstate, Mama tried to isolate the vehicles coming from the same place, but in the space of 10 minutes after she left, no less than 200 vehicles had also made the same journey. The numbers were far too high to even think of trying to isolate Tuck's ride. Mama resumed watching her original footage, speeding it up again and resting her head on the desk. Her back had begun to ache from the seat, but she wasn't ready to give up just yet. There was more to see, and as long as there was hope, she would continue. It wasn't long after she had pulled out of the Starbucks that something else happened, Mama again slowing the footage. For some reason, Sam had pulled over to the side of the road. Mama zoomed in as much as she could, but it wasn't anywhere near enough to make out exactly what she was doing. From the way her body looked behind the windshield, she may have been on a cell phone. At first, Mama thought back to when she had last seen her and was sure that Sam had handed her cell phone back, along with everything else she had acquired from Pogrom. But then she remembered the man and immediately understood how she had gotten the phone. He had planted it and now used it to phone her. Sam appeared to hit the steering wheel in either anger or frustration, or perhaps both. Mama couldn't imagine the strain the girl was under, perhaps the psycho taunting her. As she continued watching, she saw her toss something out of her window and then pull back out into traffic. Mama continued watching, thoughts running through her head about the events she knew were just lying ahead. Snapping back to the moment, she hit the fast-forward button again, but just before it picked up and switched to a different camera, Mama saw the brief flash of another vehicle stopping where Sam had been sitting just moments before. After rewinding back to the spot and playing it at normal speed, the new car appeared for just a microsecond before the camera switched. Feeling a new surge of hope, Mama returned back to the original footage, hoping that she had simply edited the new car out when she was setting the sequential film up. She found the clip and played it in full. In this sequence, the zoom was all the way out, and Mama could see how she missed the stop-off the first time. But now, with the focus on that very spot, she patiently waited for the second vehicle to stop. It didn't take long for the newcomer to pull in and sit for a moment before the driver hopped out and walked to the edge of the road. He had all the same features as the man who had climbed into her truck at the Starbucks, right down to the color of his pants. He looked to be searching for something, and Mama knew exactly what it was. Sam had smashed the cell phone. That's what she had tossed out of her window, and that was what Tuck was now looking for. She hadn't seen it, per se, unable to zoom in close enough, but from the actions she could see from a distance, they now made perfect sense. "Good girl," Mama whispered under her breath. The Ford Bronco revealed its identity in detail, with Mama taking note of the plates and running a check on them. Once she entered the details into the system, she turned back to the vision and continued the feed, eventually finding another camera further down the road. From that angle, she could see the distinctive yellow and black mascot of the Pittsburgh Steelers attached to the back tailgate of the truck. The owner of the vehicle was clearly a fan. The database soon identified the plates as belonging to a Michael Bowers, living in Pueblo, and when Mama tried the listed phone number, found no answer. Her guess was that Nelson had taken care of him before taking possession of his vehicle. With the man unable to raise the alarm, Nelson would be able to use the truck for an extended period. She considered anonymously tipping off the police about Bowers, perhaps giving them a reason to check the man's home for anything suspicious. But that would involve the police in more than just one murder, and the last thing Sam needed was more things to worry about. Once Mama had enough details, she phoned John, made sure he was free to receive an updated report, then scooped up her things and headed for his office a couple of floors up.
"This is excellent work,"
John said after reviewing everything Mama had found. With an updated image of Nelson to distribute, as well as his possible current ride entered into the system, it would increase the chances of them locating the man and ending this once and for all. The program she had running for license plate recognition wasn't foolproof and relied on the quality of the source material. "There's just one thing that bothers me," Mama said once John finished reviewing everything.
"Oh, what's that?"
"He's smarter than this." John looked up from the writing pad.
"Maybe you're giving him way too much credit."
"Possibly. Hey, you might be right, John, but something tells me he's smarter than this. He knows we'd be watching, and once Sam pulled over on that roadside, he knew his cover would be blown if he checked it out."
"So let's get this out quickly and hope for the best."
"Already done. I handed it to Hazel, who's distributed it out to the rest of the crew."
"Thank you, Mama. Keep me informed."
She stood to leave, but saw something in him that frightened her, something she thought she'd seen earlier. "John," she began, "is everything okay?" He looked up at her, and Mama could see that he barely recognized her. It was as if the essence was missing from behind his eyes. It took him a moment to respond, the seconds feeling like minutes to Mama.
"Just things on my mind, that's all."
"Is it about that FBI agent?" Mentioning the man seemed to jolt him back into the room.
"Just the usual bureaucrats snooping around. I'm sure it'll be nothing."
Mama nodded and left the room, but she was far from convinced that everything was okay with him. He had been distracted in a way she had never seen before, not for as long as she'd known him. Once she was back in her room, Mama sat down and began searching the area around where Sam's truck was found for any evidence as to her whereabouts. There weren't many options open to her, with cameras linked into the system hard to come by in an area dominated by open land. She had several feeds in the 3 towns she'd already highlighted, plus several stationary traffic cameras. There were also several ATMs, cell towers, and local law enforcement that could offer clues. The main thing was to find Sam and bring her back to reality by any means necessary. The screen was just beginning to come to life when Hazel stepped into the room, her face almost white with fear. "Hazel? What is it?" Mama said. "I think you need to see this." She beckoned for Mama to follow, and once she rose, Hazel led the way back down to her own office. There was a television hanging on one wall, and on it, a news bulletin was playing out. Hazel first looked at it through her thick glasses, then turned back to watch as Mama gazed at the screen. "That's it, isn't it?" Hazel asked. "The pickup you just had me send out to everyone." She looked back at the screen and pointed at the blazing wreck as firefighters surrounded it. "That's the truck," she repeated. Mama continued watching the late-night bulletin, waiting for the confirmation she knew was probably already melting on the rear of the truck. The camera kept panning from the firefighters to the onlookers lining the streets and back again, but her patience paid off with a second camera zooming in from the rear of the truck a moment later. "What happened?" Mama finally asked when the reporter spoke about the bridge closing due to the accident. "I thought I heard them mention that there was somebody inside the truck when it exploded," Hazel said, her voice shaky and uncontrolled. "A person? How did it explode?" Given Hazel's state, Mama had brief flashes of Sam somehow tied to the steering wheel and the psycho setting the truck on fire. Visions of her screaming through the flames peppered her imagination, and she tried her best to shut them down. Before Hazel could answer, the reporter returned to the facts of the report, giving an update on what had happened.
"Just to recap the remarkable events down here at the Central Avenue Bridge, Martina. A man has been involved in some kind of very brief standoff with police and passers-by. Onlookers have described the man calmly sitting behind the wheel and then without any prior warning has detonated some kind of flammable device which has turned the Ford Bronco into the raging fireball you see behind us.
The newscaster in the studio shook her head in disbelief and asked,
Were any of the bystanders injured? The 2 police officers who just happened to be driving past before the accident approached the vehicle, but before they had a chance to engage with the man, the vehicle exploded, knocking the pair to the ground. While reports have said they escaped uninjured, one of the pair has been attended to by paramedics. We can only be grateful that this took place when traffic was at a minimum. We'll keep you updated.
Mama listened in disbelief, unsure of what to make of the situation. She grabbed her cell phone and called John, making sure he was still in his office. Moments later, she was sitting before him as they listened to a second news report of the incident.
Damn it,
he almost whispered.
That's just a few blocks from here.
And then to Mama.
Think he has her?
I wish I could say. I'll go back through the cameras and see what I can find, but your guess is as good as mine, John.
There wasn't a lot she could say, but given the proximity of the event and the urgency of the situation, Mama ran back to her office and began to sift through the video footage. It took almost an hour of intense scrutinizing, but Mama eventually found the Bronco and its occupant driving along the interstate until the Central Avenue exit. It also didn't take her very long to understand why Tuck had chosen that particular exit to take, nor the spot he selected to blow the truck up. There wasn't a single accessible camera she could use, with none storing the feeds on a database. While the 2 she did find were of the bridge itself, they were live feeds without a recording device, simply feeding into a primitive control room.
Why would you bother?
Mama muttered under her breath, disgusted at the lack of progress she was making. It appeared as if Tuck had outsmarted them again, if he had indeed staged the whole thing. While the prospect of Tuck simply blowing himself up did seem quite appealing, Mama knew that he would never go so easily. This would just be another part of his game, and found herself desperately trying to piece together the clues in order to prevent disaster. She checked out a map and saw that the incident was less than a 10-minute walk from where they were at that very moment. This placed Tuck within just a couple of miles of the Milton Ward Tower, and the place where every person who meant anything to Sam was currently located. It was a fairly safe bet that this was where he was headed. To get ahead of the game, Mama set up 3 of her monitors for surveillance, adding just enough feeds to make viewing them still reasonable. With the facial recognition program running, she should be able to pick Tuck up from whatever direction he came from.
The only way you'll get in here undetected is if you fall from the sky, psycho,
she whispered to herself as the feeds came online. She paused as she made the comment, considered that he could also skydive onto the roof, and activated the surveillance up there as well.
Better to be safe,
she added. She could see 2 agents already patrolling the roof, each wearing a baseball cap and a scarf around their faces to keep the cold out. Despite the heat of the day, the nights were still fierce enough to bite hard. Once Mama was satisfied that there was sufficient surveillance activated and each possible entrance guarded, she sat back and folded her arms on the desk.
"Psycho mofo, come on down,"
she finally muttered, took a sip of coffee, and considered their next move. Chapter 10. Nelson paused only briefly after finding the bitch's truck on fire, needing to gather his thoughts and refocus on the job at hand. He knew that regardless of how much she had turned the tables in their little game, he still had the upper hand by a long way. For a start, she was isolated from help, out in the middle of nowhere with no transport, no form of communication that he knew of, and miles between her and any civilization. In short, she was just a little girl without any friends. But he had also begun to learn of her resilience, determination, and sense of loyalty, And it was that very loyalty that would be her ultimate downfall. What she now lacked was time, something he had in abundance. It would take her time to find her way to just about anywhere significant, be it a local farmhouse to steal a car or wait for the cavalry that was probably already on its way. It was that benefit of time that would give him the head start he needed in order to prepare for the next part of the show, a kind of epic climax that would destroy her soul once and for all. He knew exactly who he wanted to throw into the fire next, a woman he'd seen the bitch with. It was the same woman he'd watched through the feed none of them had picked up on, a woman who seemed to be the main source of information. If he could get to her, then the rest of them would fall into disarray. He remained parked on the nearby hill for just a few minutes as he looked back at the flames consuming the pickup. There was a chance she was running towards him right then, maybe hoping to jump in the back of the truck and somehow ending this now. Instead of giving her the opportunity, Nelson began to laugh long and hard as he kicked the truck into gear, hit the gas, and sent jets of dirt spraying out behind him. The Bronco slid sideways, grabbed hold of the road, and took off. He heard the body laying on the seat behind him slide sideways as the pickup lurched to the right. He took a quick peek behind him and saw one hand protruding out from the blanket.
"Sorry about that, old-timer,"
he mocked and began to laugh again. Michael Bowers didn't seem to mind, the man enjoying the final ride in the truck he had only paid off the week before after enduring 7 long years of financial stress. Bowers had been an easy target for Nelson. He had first spotted him carrying a case of beer to his truck as he himself was ordering some food at a local drive-thru, then watched the man stagger back around to the driver's side door and climb in. He looked pathetically weak, and the plan that had been running through Nelson's head now faded out as a new opportunity presented itself. He followed the man home and waited across the street as the only resident of number 9 Gecko Avenue slowly drank himself into an alcoholic coma. Nelson ate his takeout in the car instead of in his motel room, keen to get better acquainted with the beer-swilling Bronco owner. It was a little after 11 when he finally hopped out of the car and made his way over to the new one. The lights in the home looked to be all switched off, save for the occasional shadows dancing through the living room window where the television was playing to a passed-out audience. After standing in the middle of the living room floor and considering his target for a few minutes, Nelson pulled the hypodermic needle from his pocket, ensured there was enough drug inside, and then injected it into the intoxicated man's arm. The drunk barely moved. If Nelson had calculated the dose correctly, the man would probably remain unconscious until the moment of his play in this game. Time would tell and hopefully give Nelson a worthwhile decoy to use down the road. His unwilling passenger began to groan as they passed by the underside of Topeka, Nelson favoring the back roads to the interstate, and by the time Baldwin City came into view, Bowers was struggling against his bindings.
"Just lay back and enjoy the ride,"
Nelson kept saying to the old man, but whether deaf or unwilling to listen, he continued to fight the cable ties biting into his wrists and ankles. Nelson knew that the woman he'd been watching on the feed was a lot craftier than he had first realized, and there wouldn't be a lot of time before she worked out the details of the truck he was in, if she hadn't already. While time had been on his side initially, now the balance of power was shifting. What he needed was to either get to Kansas City and lay low for a bit, somewhere out of the way where they wouldn't find them, or continue straight through with the next stage of the plan. With traffic beginning to thin out at this time of night, it wouldn't take them long to track him if they weren't already on his tail. The closer he got to Kansas City, the more likely it was that cameras would track him consistently, leading them straight to his door. He needed to dump the truck and its cargo as soon as possible. As he drove, Nelson remembered the virtual blind spot he discovered while scouting the city for different locations to use to his advantage. The woman known as Mama knew her shit and may have been on par with the late great Richard Tuck, but that blind spot would give him the edge he needed over her. After continuing along the back roads for a few more miles, he finally turned north towards Kansas City itself. He would approach from the south, then circle back around and jump on Interstate 70 almost near his destination. That way, it lessened the chances of them tracking him. Traffic was continuing to thin as the time neared 10 o'clock. He turned down the final street Michael Bowers would ever see with his mortal eyes, the old-timer now mere minutes from finally being relieved of his mortal chains. The man in the back seat was beginning to stir again, but by the time enough of the medication would wear off, it would be far too late. Nelson pulled over to the side of the road and waited a few seconds to monitor the traffic around him. The street was deserted, save for the hum from the interstate, which he figured was a round-the-clock soundtrack in these parts. Only once he was sure he could proceed uninterrupted, he jumped out of the driver's seat, opened the back door, and pulled Bowers out. The man was a classic alcoholic, right down to the gaunt face and withered frame. He barely weighed enough to matter, and Nelson slipped him into the driver's seat, secured his wrists and ankles with cable ties, then activated the receiver on the explosive device located beneath the seat. To set the stage, Nelson secured a pistol into Bowers' hand, wound the window down, and switched on the interior light. Any passerby would easily see the man, given the lack of street lighting. Once he was sure he'd done what he needed to, Nelson jumped over the barrier and into a truck and trailer compound. A minute later, Bowers was alone, slowly regaining his senses as the drugs began to wear off. Not long after that, he rode the fire train straight to hell. Wearing a baseball cap and horn-rimmed glasses, Nelson had just sat down with a burger when the first police cars flew by, lights flashing and sirens blasting in the night air. Not long after, the first fire engines roared past, and when he looked across to where he thought his handiwork was now fully ablaze, he saw a very faint glow against the night sky. Now to get on with more pressing matters, he chuckled to himself as he took a bite. He'd been monitoring the organization for a while now and thought he knew some of the basic layout. There was the bitch, and the one he was sure she was banging behind closed doors, plus the woman he'd been watching in the weird control room. There was also the older guy, the one everyone seemed to be answering to. That one had been of particular interest to him because the old guy was the only one he seemed to recognize. There was something starkly familiar about him, and when Nelson did a little bit of online research, soon found the source of his curiosity. The man was none other than billionaire John Milton. With a virtual infinite supply of people, cash, and modern gadgets, the guy seemed the only one who didn't feel out of place. But there were the others as well. The bitch, whom he wanted to make suffer above all else, seemed close to all of them, with some definitely a lot closer than others. So who would he need to kill in order to get maximum grief? It was a question that had been playing on his mind for the better part of 3 days, and the closer he came to confronting them all, the more the question arose that needed answering. As he sat eating his food, the cell phone in his hand was self-scrolling through photos of the people whom he would be hunting. Each of their faces had been isolated, the various backgrounds removed so he could identify them in an instant. Nelson liked to focus on those faces, comparing himself to World War II pilots who would spend countless hours studying aerial views of bombing runs. It was those men that had made this country great, and people like the ones now scrolling before him that were destroying it. He hadn't used the word hate often in his life. His mother had taught him from an early age that it was a word much too strong to be used against people. Ironically, it was she that had been the first person Nelson used that word to describe. For what she had done to her father, to both of them, hate was a word that felt lacking in emotion. He hated Samantha. He hated everything about her and was prepared to do anything to make her suffer. He hated those who stood by her, those she called her friends and family. He hated what they stood for, what they did, and it would be he that brought their world down around them. Soon, none of them would remain, each too caught up in their own grief when he came calling for them, and the bitch would be the last to fall. Chapter 11. Despite the hour, the Milton Ward Tower was a hive of activity, with the top 3 floors of the building a bustling mecca of agents working to bring the current threat to a close. Mama was busy working in her makeshift control room, with John seated behind her, busy watching the screen she was working on. They had split the 2 most important tasks between 2 groups, each now desperate to find their chosen target. The first group consisted of 5 team members, located in the next room and each poring over security feeds and other monitoring options to find the most important target of all. Nobody had seen or heard from Samantha in several hours, and none could be sure of whether she was safe, hurt, a hostage, or even dead. She had simply vanished, as if swallowed up by the ground itself. There had been no sign of her at the burnt-out wreck. Despite driving into that farmer's field in her truck, she just never came out, disappearing into thin air. The second team, made up of another 5 agents, were also poring over various sources of security footage, cameras sending their feeds from across almost half a city. This team was looking for Nelson Tuck, who had also somehow managed to slip through the cracks. But there had been one significant difference between the 2, with a man clearly visible in the front seat of the pickup. The reporters had confirmed this fact, although hadn't elaborated on it any further. There was still no news on whether there was a second body in the truck or the actual identity of the first. It was Mama herself that was busy trying to get the answers to both those questions. She had followed the scene of the accident right through to the coroner's arrival, the police heading back to their station to submit their reports, to the transportation of the truck's contents and subsequent removal. The first question to finally be answered and confirmed was the number of bodies found in the truck belonging to Tuck. There had been just a single one, giving small comfort to the fact that Sam wasn't inside it at the time of the explosion. It was almost 2 o'clock in the morning when the first bit of news came in, and once it did, other answers soon followed. There was the police report, filed just a few blocks from where the accident occurred. The man the 2 police officers had seen in the cabin of the truck was aged in his mid to late 60s and appeared under the influence of something. He was also holding a pistol in one hand and had it pointed at his face as the 2 officers approached. "That's odd," Mama muttered under her breath. John had been half dozing behind her, and hearing her speak brought him back to the moment.
What's that?
"Why would a man be holding a pistol if he was about to blow himself up?" John thought for a moment, stretched, and sat up. His back had stiffened, and he had a quick stretch before leaning forward, the cracks enunciating themselves in the silence of the room.
Maybe he wanted to be sure. Like really sure.
Maybe. But either way, it's not Tuck. The victim was in his 60s, and Nelson is barely half that. My bet is... Mama's voice trailed off as her fingers danced across the keyboard. "This guy." The face of Michael Bowers appeared on the screen, a photo that showed a man who hadn't lived an easy life, complicated by failed marriages, alcohol, and a lack of social support. "My guess is the gun was there purely to keep the cops back long enough for Nelson to detonate the bomb." John nodded, always impressed with the speed of Mama's overactive mind. She had the right amount of lateral thinking, street smarts, and technological skills to work out most things that crossed her desk.
"So, back to square one,"
John said. Mama agreed. "We have to find them. Either one would do. Certainly give us a starting point, anyway." She gazed back at her screen and whispered, "Where the hell are you, Sam?" By 3 o'clock, most of the floors resembled a temporary sleep shelter, with most of the crew finding any vacant spot to rest their heads for a few moments. Behind her, John had returned back to his previous position and was now snoring lightly, his legs hanging over the arms of the recliner. Mama was tired, her eyelids feeling like lead weights, but she couldn't bring herself to giving in to the fatigue. She had a friend to find, plus a foe to locate before he did anything else to hurt them. She was about to get up and grab a fresh cup of coffee when darkness suddenly consumed her,
the power cutting off with an audible snap. An uncomfortable silence instantly blanketed the office around her as the constant humming shut down completely. There was a faint stirring behind her, and Mama grabbed her cell and touched the screen, casting a dim light before her. John was still sitting in his lounger, but his eyes were wide and shocked.
What happened?
Mama reached out and touched his arm. Power went out. That seemed to pull him out from his sleep the rest of the way.
That's impossible. We have backup generators for that.
There were more murmurs coming from outside in the hallway, and John jumped to his feet, almost tangling them in a rush to get to the door. Once they left the office, he briefly paused as other cell phone screens began to light up, more people asking about the power. He could sense panic rising in those around him, despite not seeing them. Their voices became more intense, and before long, people began calling for each other.
Calm down, folks. We might need to make a move to a different location. Grab what you can and head down the fire escape and meet up again at checkpoint 2.
Mama waited for John to finish, then sent a message down to the coach, which had already been sitting in the underground parking garage waiting for just this possibility. John had preempted something like this happening and ensured there were other options open to them. Checkpoint 2 was a warehouse that had been set up several years before in case the team needed to evacuate in a hurry. The building was almost as secure as the compound itself, with one small exception. It had been set up smack bang in the middle of the city. It had a fully functioning truck depot set up on the grounds, with most of the cleanup crews also working the big rigs. They provided transport solutions to John's electronics clients in the area, which gave purpose for the compound's existence. It had all been very well planned to ensure absolute secrecy.
Get the helicopter organized. Meet me on the roof in 10.
He called out to 2 other agents. When they ran up, John added,
Follow Mama up to 22 and help her bring Tim to the roof.
And then as an afterthought,
Please.
He didn't wait for an answer, lighting up the torch on his own cell and heading for the stairwell before disappearing inside. Mama was sure he was headed for his own office, perhaps to grab some urgent things he needed. Either way, she needed to move fast. Texting as she walked, Mama notified Daniel Cobb, the helicopter pilot, that they would need an immediate evac. She knew the man slept with his cell pretty much embedded in his ear, and his response came back almost immediately. They made their way to a second stairwell, this one closer to the end where Tim's temporary accommodation had been set up. Mama led the way, with Stan Temple and Rob Lockman close behind. Their footsteps on the concrete steps echoed around them as they hurried down each flight. Once inside the main corridor of 22, Stan and Rob went to find a mobile stretcher they could use to cart Tim back up the stairs, while Mama made a beeline for his room. But she barely made it 2 steps in through the doorway before she froze mid-step. There was a shadow by the window, a man standing with his back to her. Mama was sure that she could make out the distinctive bald head in the darkness and almost screamed. She took a small step forward and held up her cell phone, the light not strong enough to reach all the way to the other side of the room. When the man suddenly turned and looked back at her, the scream began to rise in her throat.
Mama?
A voice suddenly whispered.
What the hell is going on?
She felt all the strength leave her body as Tim slowly stepped into the light before her. He was wearing the hospital gown and appeared unsteady on his feet. She rushed towards him as his legs began to give out.
Tim! Oh my God, my boy!
He put his arm around her shoulder and let the stronger woman guide him back to the edge of the bed. It was slow going, and by the time Tim dropped down onto the safety of his previous haystack, the 2 other agents burst through the doorway.
Give us a minute,
Mama called to them, then turned her attention back to Tim. He needed to hear an update as quick as possible, as well as share his current physical status. Mama needed to know if he could make it up the stairs or if he needed carrying. She watched his eyes grow wider and wider as she explained everything that had happened, sharing the grim news about Sam's father, the explosion of his truck, and her subsequent breakdown. She went briefly into the man hunting them and how they ended up in the tower because of the FBI agent. Tim listened as best he could, although words didn't flow in as easily as they used to. His brain still felt somewhat fried, and he had to ask Mama to repeat herself a few times, as well as slow down in others. Mama struggled to contain her own emotions as she explained as best she could. Just hearing the words was horrific enough, and she couldn't imagine what Sam was going through. Watching Tim try to comprehend the events in 30 seconds only seemed to amplify her emotions even further.
"I think I can manage,"
Tim finally whispered.
"Might be a bit slower than normal."
He motioned for the two men to come forward and waited for them to position themselves before him, each facing away and reaching down for an arm. Mama checked the time and saw that it was already well past the 10 minutes John had stipulated. "We have to move," she said, motioning for the two escorts to help. They did, leaning down and helping Tim to his feet. Slowly, they made their way back to the stairs. By the time the four were heading to the stairwell, John was already standing on the roof, keeping clear of the helipad that had been set up just the year before. Before that, this area had been his own private sanctuary, complete with greenhouse and outdoor putting green. He'd never been much of a golfer, but Xavier had tried repeatedly to get him interested. Standing there now, he could still see the outline where the greenhouse once stood, taken down to make room for something much more practical. The helicopter pad was also Xavier's idea, and he'd also parked his own chopper on site most days. But after his death, John didn't see the sense in keeping the helicopter on site. The pilot would be standing around waiting for flights that only happened once a week, if at all. John had never been much of a fan of flying and preferred the practicality of his own car. Standing at the top of the Milton Ward Tower, he could see for miles in all directions, and as he turned towards the distant airport, could already see the chopper rising into the air. If anything, Daniel was prompt, which is why John knew he could count on him to get there as quick as humanly possible. While walking along the hallway had been cumbersome enough, the stairs proved to be even more challenging for the newly awakened agent. Tim grunted with each step, his legs feeling as if they had cramped permanently. He hadn't used them in weeks, and despite his best efforts, felt his strength running out. Mama motioned for Stan and Rob to step in and help, and before Tim had a chance to complain, both men had reached one arm behind Tim's legs, swept forward, and coaxed him into a sitting position. They carried him between them as the four of them continued up each flight of stairs. John heard one of the agents patrol near him, turned and gave a brief wave. The person waved back and turned to continue on around the roof's perimeter. The helicopter continued to grow in the night sky as it flew ever closer, closing the gap between them. Without warning, an explosion boomed from somewhere below, and the building shook violently enough to knock John off his feet. The shock wave seemed to roll through each floor, shaking the very core of the building. There was a brief moment where John expected the ground beneath him to suddenly give way as the building pancaked itself downwards, perhaps disintegrating from the mystery blast. He remained on his hands and knees as he prepared to die, then slowly got back to his feet when the blast faded out completely. A moment later, the rooftop door to the stairwell slammed open and two shapes emerged. They were almost to him by the time the scene made any sense. Two agents were carrying Tim between them, with Mama following close behind. But it was the man they were helping who drew his attention, Tim looking back at him with concerned eyes.
"Oh my God,"
John whispered, temporarily forgetting about the blast. He stepped forward, and before the two could lower Tim down, John threw his arms around the carried man's neck.
"Happy to see you too, John,"
Tim whispered. John turned to Mama, and they both looked at each other, overcome with confusion and desperation.
"What the hell was that?"
he asked, but Mama only shook her head. "I'm not sure." Before they had a chance to investigate further, the helicopter's rotors began to cut through the night air, and they all looked up to see that it was just a few seconds away from landing.
"Never mind that now. We need to get everyone out of here."
They all looked up as the helicopter came into range and momentarily hovered above the landing pad. The pilot gave a thumbs up to the waiting party, carefully rotated the chopper 90 degrees, and slowly began to descend the final few feet until gently touching down.
Okay, load 'em up.
John called above the scream of the engine, and the two men carrying Tim began to slowly make their way towards the open door of their escape vehicle. The pilot, still wearing his flight helmet, climbed out and opened the back door for them, holding it aside to give them easy access. John stood partly behind them, eager to see them climb aboard.
"Are you coming with us?"
Mama shouted at John, looking up into his face as she prepared to board the aircraft. But just as he was about to answer, the pilot spun around, grabbed John with one arm around his neck while the other held a blade to his throat. "Surprise!" Nelson Tuck bellowed, his toothy grin beaming next to John's ear. "Mind if I drop in?" Mama screamed, stepping back onto the rooftop. The other three in the helicopter tried to climb out, but Nelson pressed the blade against John's throat until the captive man held his hands up.
No, don't,
he shouted at them. Tim watched in horror from his seat and tried to step back out. Rob and Stan both tried to catch him, but Tim somehow slipped through their fingers, crashing onto the helipad.
"Tim?"
A voice suddenly cried, and Mama looked up to see Sam standing near the stairwell, a baseball cap in one hand as she pulled back the scarf. But then, seeing Nelson with his latest captive, she dropped the hat to the floor and refocused her attention on the enemy in sight. "Let him go," she demanded, slowly closing the gap between them. Nelson laughed at her request, amused by the mere sight of her. "You certainly got here quick," he called. He pulled the blade back a little and instead pushed the point of it into John's temple. Not too close, sweetheart, or else he'll have himself a third eye." "This is between you and me," Sam called back, continuing to edge herself forward. "You're right," Nelson yelled. He looked back behind him and began to drag John with him. "Like what I did to the rest of your crew, old man?" He snarled into John's ear, watching Sam as he pulled back. For a second, his comment seemed as just another random threat, with nobody understanding the point of it. But then John's heart sank as he recalled the blast. His shoulders dropped as the fight left him, temporarily numbed by the realization. Nelson picked up on it. "That's right, Mr. Billionaire. All dead. You know, you should really take more care with who you get to deliver spare parts to your transport pool. Who knows who might get to play with your toys?" Mama and Sam exchanged a look of horror as they understood. The blast had been the bus parked in the underground garage, the people John valued most more than likely already aboard as it erupted. "Oh, don't worry. It wasn't built to bring the building down. Just enough firepower to reduce your numbers by a few." "What do you want?" John finally screamed, losing his cool as the helplessness engulfed him. Nelson gripped him tighter and ran the blade across his throat just enough to cause a small bleed. "To watch her suffer." He looked across at Sam, who was still making her way towards him, taking one careful step at a time. "That's right, isn't it, sweet cheeks? You and I have unfinished business." "You'll never get away from here," Sam said, her eyes squinting as the rage inside her boiled over. There were barely a dozen steps between them, and she was sure all she needed was for John to drop to his knees, perhaps distracting his hostage-taker just long enough for her to cover the distance. She turned her eyes on John, the man understanding her gaze perfectly, but by then it was already too late. "Haven't you been paying attention, bitch? I don't care if I get away," he jeered, then ripped the blade from where it was resting against the soft skin of John's throat. The blood painted the ground before them as Mama's scream lifted into the night sky. Frozen with shock, Sam stopped, her mouth opening as she fought for control. Before John's strength left his legs, Nelson pulled the arm from around his neck, twisted himself to the right, and pulled the man with him. The dying man was torn off balance and with a final pull was launched off the side of the building. He fell silently, disappearing into the shadows of the night as death stole him away. Sam screamed, a high-pitched shriek that brought Nelson back to face the object of his torment. He brought the blade back around, pointing it at her as Sam launched herself at him. He took a step forward, swung the knife in a frantic arc, but her momentum knocked him back into the ground. Behind them, Mama had dropped to her knees, crying uncontrollably as Tim lay beside her. He tried to move, but was too weak to raise himself off the ground, his eyes fixed to where John had been standing just moments before. The other two men raced forward to try and take control of the attacker. They had been preparing to draw their pistols, but with John in the firing line and now Sam intertwined in a mass of arms and legs, they were as good as useless. Sam had one hand holding the blade as it bit deeper into the delicate flesh of her fingers, the other trying to find his throat. Her blood mixed with John's as the pair wrestled for control of the weapon, with Nelson laughing as he fought against her. Just before the two agents reached them, Sam and Nelson managed to rise up onto their knees before pulling each other in. Sam took a look to the edge of the building, glared back at Nelson, and whispered, "Let's do this, bitch." Mustering all the strength she could, Sam let go of the knife and thrust her legs out as hard as she could. Both her arms pistoned forward, and as she took hold of him, forced the both of them off the side of the building. Nelson let go as his scream took hold, dropping the knife as they fell. Sam relaxed, closed her eyes, and gave herself in to death. But their fall was cut short by the window washer's scaffolding, suspended just 3 stories from the top of the building. The force of the two hitting it sent the platform hurtling towards the ground in a roar of cables whirring through the rollers. Sam had hit the scaffolding flush, landing near one end with a painful crack. Her head and back landed on a box containing cleaning solution, breaking her fall just enough to save serious injury. Nelson's left hand hit the railing, breaking most of the bones while one leg became tangled in a safety harness. He continued falling until the rope snapped him to a sudden halt. As Sam managed to get to her knees, she saw the safety lever just a few feet from her, and conjuring every ounce of strength she had left, lunged at it with an outstretched hand. The platform didn't come to a stop immediately, but it did slow enough to give her time to brace. Once the scaffolding hit the second floor, the cabling support snapped, sending the pair and their safety net crashing to the ground. The building's garden wasn't the softest landing, but it did absorb enough of the impact to deflect any further injuries. Sam lay on her back and stared back up to the top of the tower. Her head felt shaky and there was a tingling in her legs. She tried to roll over, but the pain screamed through her left arm. Another groan came from somewhere beside her, but when she took a look, found nothing but flowers and debris. Just before she lost consciousness, Sam took a final look to her right and made out a body lying face down just a few yards from her. It was lifeless, and as she closed her eyes to fight back the emotion, she swore that John Milton would not die in vain. Chapter 12. Her first thought when she came to was that she had dreamt the whole thing. Sam woke to a bright, sunlit room she didn't recognize and found herself staring up to a ceiling covered in flower decals. They looked like daisies, each with a smiling, happy face in the center. A bolt of pain soared through her wrist as she tried to turn herself over and initially relaxed again, closing her eyes as fatigue continued to cloud her mind. She opened them again and looked sideways, her neck tight and unforgiving. There was someone else in the room with her, and she forced herself to sit up a little. It was a child's bedroom she was in, with 2 beds against each wall, one of which she was laying in. In the other lay a person she didn't quite recognize at first, not because his face was unfamiliar, but because he shouldn't have been there. It was Tim, still sleeping, but not the way he had been while in the hospital. He was on his side, one arm tucked under his head for support. He was much too tall for the bed, and one leg was jutting out from beneath the covers at a weird angle, while the other hung suspended over the end of the bed. Ignoring the pain, Sam sat up and forgot about the mystery of the room, turning her attention to the man she had been praying to recover. She wasn't entirely sure if he had made a somewhat recovery or whether the whole thing was just part of her dream. She carefully swung her legs around, the floor cold on her bare feet, as she tried to feel herself through the various shouts of pain that came with each movement. There was her wrist, most likely broken from the fall. Her head also felt heavy and bruised. Most of her legs seemed okay, except for discomfort in one knee. Sam wasn't sure how far she had fallen, but given the height from which she began, felt lucky to be able to walk at all. That was when she remembered John, who had not only taken a dive from the very top of the building, but did it while spraying jets of blood from his throat. Anger began to rise again, and she looked at Tim to stem it. He was snoring ever so lightly, his face appearing as if in perfect peace. Sam rose a little more, managed to get all the way to her feet, and carefully stepped towards him. Once close enough, she knelt beside the bed and just stared at him. The moment felt surreal, with emotions running rampant, coming at her from all sides. Relief, grief, anger, sadness, happiness, it all fell into her lap at once. She reached out and gently touched his face, as if to prove to herself that he was really there. Tim didn't stir, but his eyes slowly opened and saw the woman staring back at him. He offered a weak smile, and Sam leaned in, wrapping an arm around his back, and closed her eyes. "I've needed you so much," she whispered, feeling his emotions take hold as he began to sob quietly into her shoulder. Sam held tight, joining him in his grief. It was a moment she could not have predicted, but as they lay in each other's arms, it felt as if it could not have been any other way. Neither were sure how long it was until a faint tap rapped on the door. Sam called out, and Mama popped her head into the room. Despite wearing a heartwarming smile for the pair, her eyes were raw with grief, and Sam knew she had also been crying in private. "Just wanted to check in." With one arm still around Tim, Sam held another out for Mama and waited for the woman to join them. Soon the three of them found comfort together, two kneeling on the floor as they quietly talked each other through the grief. It was almost noon by the time the three of them emerged from the bedroom. Both Sam and Tim had slept through the entire previous day as the group first flew to the compound, then took an SUV south to Stan Temple's mother's farm outside of Rockport, Texas. She was a sweet lady that had raised her son after his father had died in a farming accident, making money by raising chickens and goats. She was busy preparing a feast of sandwiches when the three of them stepped into the kitchen. Stan did the introductions, and Mrs. Temple offered her condolences. She wasn't entirely up to speed with what her son did for a living, although knew enough to understand the basics. "Head out to the decking with your friends," she whispered to Stan. "I'll bring things out to you." He nodded, kissed her cheek, and led the way through to the outside. Sam helped Tim walk through the house, the man still finding it difficult to walk unaided. One of his legs seemed unresponsive and would often drag rather than step. It felt good to be in the outside air, and they all sat silently around the table as food began to build up before them. Despite not having an ounce of hunger, Sam reached for a triangle sandwich of turkey and cheese and began chewing on it. Mama began, but her voice faded out as she looked down at her hands, a tear escaping from the corner of one eye. "Mama, it's okay," Sam whispered back. "We don't have to do this now." "Oh, but we do," the woman replied, looking at each of them in turn. "I have to bring you up to speed." Sam tried to save her the pain. "I think we know what happened." "But you don't," Mama began. "There's so much that's happened, and you need to know now, before things get worse." Again, Sam tried to save her the ordeal. "Whatever it is, we can talk about—" "They're all gone," Mama snapped, more tears falling as she cut off Sam's words. "They had just gotten on the bus when a bomb exploded. It was a complete setup from the beginning." "Wait,"
Tim said.
What do you mean, all of them?
The news has been running all day and night with the story. 23 people all found deceased on a bus in the underground parking garage of the Milton Ward Tower.
Mama looked up.
They're all gone.
Sam felt herself numb from head to toes, unable to grasp the true horror of what had happened. She had been torn with grief over John that she had forgotten about the explosion that rocked the building moments before Tuck showed up.
We have to kill him,
she finally whispered. Tim squeezed her hand, himself shaking with anger.
I'll leave this afternoon and bring him.
That's not all,
Mama interjected. Sam looked across at her. She was shaking her head, perhaps in disbelief at the news she was about to share.
There's more,
she whispered, barely loud enough to be heard by those closest to her. All Sam could do was watch.
As soon as the first responders arrived at the tower, that FBI agent showed up. Harper, I think his name is. He took over the investigation and raided the top floors.
Her hands were shaking as she tried to finish the sentence, but the strain was breaking her. Sam stood and went to her, kneeling beside the woman and embracing her for a second time. Mama began to sob, then force the rest of it out.
He's also raided the compound, as well as Checkpoint 2.
Her voice broke again and she slowed, looked up into the sky and wiped the tears from her eyes. After taking a deep breath, she continued.
They've arrested those they've found. Frank, Agnes, they've got our photos out on every news channel, calling for our immediate arrest.
She turned to Sam, her eyes moving from her to Tim and back again.
We're wanted fugitives.
Sam was stunned, her arms dropping hopelessly by her side as the severity of the situation finally sunk in. They were alone, lost, and wanted by every law enforcement agency in the country. Tim could do nothing but stare at them, while Stan and Rob, already privy to the information, solemnly sat by and waited for the information to fully sink in for them. Once Mama was sure Sam had herself under control, she handed her a note.
That was left in the helicopter for you.
Sam took it and briefly stared at the envelope. This was another part of his game, to play with her mind, as if toying with her until she cracked. She opened it and began to read.
Don't you just love a good game? Although the score is a bit skewed. 26-1, by my count. Think you can catch me?
It took almost an hour for the group to get themselves calm enough again to continue conversing. Mama had to head to the bathroom at one point to try and pull herself together in order to regain the strength. It was her that would give the team some sense of normality, but in reality, she was just as fragile as the rest of them. Sam took a walk to where the goats were running free in the nearby field to try and clear her head enough to make sense of everything that had happened. Several of them came running when they saw her, one bounding into the air every few steps, looking as if playing hopscotch. She fought the smile that craved for release, and eventually it won.
They can sense emotions in people better than any person I've ever known,
a voice suddenly said from behind her. Sam turned to see Stan's mother walking up to the fence. Mrs. Temple, thank you for helping us.
Please, call me Ruth.
Sam liked the old woman immediately. She had a gentle face that projected all the goodness her soul held within. Under different circumstances, the moment would have been one to remember for all the right reasons. A beautiful day, an amazing setting, and all the kindness and welcome one could wish for. But today wasn't that day, with things far from normal. There was too much uncertainty, not just for her, but for all of them. The future had never felt more uncertain than at that point in time, and Sam had no idea how she would proceed. It must be amazing to have all this freedom and space. Ruth grinned, knelt down, and patted one of the goats through the fence.
Space, yes. Freedom, not so much.
If this isn't freedom, then I don't know what is. Ruth rose again, leaned on the fence with her forearms, and gazed into the distance.
Freedom is nothing more than a perceived sense of being, child. We're all prisoners.
It's just that most of us don't realize that we are. I don't understand, Sam said, wanting to be honest. She hated sounding foolish and didn't want to offend the woman by misinterpreting her words. Don't feel bad for it. She leaned down and plucked a piece of grass, considered it for a moment, then stuck it between her teeth and chewed on it like a seasoned farmer. Freedom is nothing more than a perceived sense of being. You see all this? She waved one hand across the land before her, taking in the countryside like a game show host presenting the latest prizes. This would have very little benefit to someone whose mind was plagued with problems. It's in here that our true freedom lies. She tapped a finger to her temple. In here, and in here. She added, tapping her chest, if you hold on to the past in here, you will never find freedom. Sam understood to some extent, but things were still hazy for her. Ruth could see she was struggling and changed things up a little. Let me explain something to you, child, and I'm a little jealous that you have the opportunity to find this out at such a young age. I didn't discover this until well into my 50s, and by then I'd spent half my life living in my mind. She pulled out the blade of grass and tossed it aside. Everything about life lives up here, she began, pointing again to her temple. For some people, their whole lives are spent up in there, and yet there's only one reality when it comes to life, one certainty. Do you know what that is? Sam shook her head. There's absolutely nothing other than the here and now. Reality is right at this moment, and it is the only thing that is pure. Sam didn't follow. Think of it this way. The future is nothing more than your imagination. It hasn't happened, won't ever happen. It is simply created from your hopes, dreams, fears. The past, on the other hand, is nothing but memories, a culmination of experiences and emotions that you experienced at that very moment. The past is gone from this world and lives on only in your mind. So you see, the past and the future are simply pictures in your mind, nothing more. The reality of the here and now is all that is. Free yourself from your past, keep an open mind about your future, and I guarantee that is where pure freedom lies. She turned back to face the goats. This here just makes it all a little bit more palpable. Sam understood, the woman's words finally ringing true. She had a job to do, a man to find, and continuing to dwell on the past, as well as imagine how it will all end in the future, was weighing her down like a lead weight. The fear of failure from things happening that she had no power over would never help her cause. Ruth's words highlighted what she needed to do, and the more she thought about them, the clearer things became. I may not know much, child, but what I do know is that the freer your mind, the better your decision-making. She turned and left Sam alone with her words, slowly returning to the cottage where the others were still sitting. The goats continued to bound around the field, amusing each other with games only they understood, the only true beings around her without a care in the world. Chapter 13. Harper's jubilation truly exploded once he found out that the corpse lying at the foot of the tower was indeed John Milton. Several agents were standing around the body, and when Jackson approached them, one of the agents handed him a small object. Only thing on him, sir. A grin burst across his face, and without wasting another second, turned for the door and made his way straight to the top floor. Halfway up in the elevator, he called for one of his subordinates to take a team and head for the compound, arrest anyone they find, and secure the place until his arrival. There were things he needed to find first, secrets that he knew were waiting for him in the dead man's office. There were 2 agents going through the reception desk as he arrived, with another 2 around in the main area. Another one was sitting at John's desk, and Harper excused him, ordering the man to check out one of the other floors. Only once he was alone did he sit in the chair where Milton had run his empire from, a chair that felt a little too comfortable for his liking.
The desk was clean, with just a closed laptop, a photograph of John with a young boy of about 13 or 14, plus a small digital clock. That last object seemed odd, considering the man had been wearing a Rolex, had a cell phone no less, and had the time visible on his laptop. He picked it up out of curiosity and found an engraving on the bottom. Watching the clock won't make it happen any faster. It had been a gift, and not understanding the message, Harper tossed the clock back onto the desk indifferently. He looked around the room some more, opened the laptop, and hit the space bar. The screen came to life with another photo of the father-son duo, although this one taken on the edge of some unknown beach. The younger of the two looked more mature, perhaps eclipsing the desk photo by around a decade. A password prompt flashed up, and just as Harper was about to punch in a lame guess, saw the fingerprint sensor to the right of the keyboard. The grin returned.
Jablonski.
He called through the open door. A moment later, one of the agent's heads peered around the corner.
Yeah, boss? Take this down to our unfortunate deceased downstairs and have him open this, would you?
Sure thing, the agent said with a hint of reluctance as he snatched the computer off the desk. Harper watched the man disappear, the grin temporarily fading. As he sat looking around the office again, he imagined what life must have been like for the man who once occupied this room, the entire building for that matter. To own it all, and all the people working inside. He couldn't imagine the incredible power someone like that must have felt, to hold the keys to an army of people, controlling the majority of their lives from this very room. He remembered the object the agent had handed him downstairs and pulled it from his pocket. It looked like a television remote control, and yet there were no TVs anywhere. The face of it had just half a dozen buttons, each color-coded, without any symbols to indicate their purpose. A single button dominated the top, glaring back at him like a red, bloodshot eye. Turning it over in his hand, Harper checked out the back of it, expecting to find the battery compartment. But rather than a long and skinny slider, there was just a tiny wedge that looked to hold a couple of button batteries. Instead of revealing the battery compartment once he flicked it, a strange-looking metallic prong flicked out of the body of the remote. It was long and skinny, about the size of the end of a chopstick, protruding no more than half an inch in length. Harper eyed it carefully, noting that the end of it was open, a round hole staring back at him. Looking around the desk, he again found nothing even close to matching that weird prong-like gadget, and after considering it for a moment, pushed it back into its previous position.
In time, my friend,
he whispered. Harper stood and walked to the opposite wall, looking for any signs of a retractable section of wall that maybe dropped to reveal a monitor or something else hidden behind it. He took another look at the RC, searching for a brand name on the device, but it was blank, offering nothing in the way of identifying the appliance it belonged to. Harper began to turn ever so slowly, his eyes running across the room from his central position. Finally, he held the remote out before him, pointed it skyward, and pressed the main red button once, his eyes continuing to dart from one point to the next, searching for anything that looked to be reacting to it. A faint hum filled the room the moment the button was pressed, and at first Harper couldn't find the source of it. The other two agents, currently standing near the open door leading out onto the decking, paused their conversation and looked back at something behind him. When Harper looked back himself, he saw the entire wall dropping down into the floor, revealing an entirely new room for him to explore.
Your own little bat cave, huh, Milton?
He whispered as the grin returned, this time taking on a predatory demeanor. Harper slowly walked into the room and looked around as his cell began to vibrate in his pocket. He pulled it out, and as he read the screen, let the grin widen with satisfaction.
Compound secured, sir. 4 arrested. Awaiting your orders.
He thumbed the screen, opened the chat window, and typed his brief 3-word response.
Wait for me.
Once the cell was tucked back into his pocket, he turned his attention back to the treasure chest sitting before him and began to rub his hands together.
Time to find your secrets, Milton.
The secret room didn't reveal nearly as many secrets as Harper had hoped for. There were some minor revelations, but most of the monitors that hung from one wall were fed from remote terminals, meaning none of them were actually linked to anything concrete. It was in the laptops themselves that the real secrets would be waiting for him, and so, after less than an hour of poking around the billionaire's Batcave, he headed for the door. Jablonski met him at the elevator, returning just as Harper was waiting for it to return. The laptop had been opened, and he handed the device back to his superior, noting that the settings had been altered to give him access.
Keep going up here.
And then, just before the doors slid shut, added,
Fine-tooth comb, Jablonski.
The man nodded his affirmation, waited for the door to completely shut, then flashed a brief middle finger at the door.
Prick,
he whispered, barely with enough conviction for himself to hear it. Inside the elevator, Harper just grinned, knowing the reaction the subordinate would make on his departure. Once back at the front of the building, Harper returned to where the body of John Milton had once impacted with a concrete pathway. There was still a large patch of blood on the gray canvas, but the body itself was gone. Several agents were still investigating the surrounding area as he approached.
Custer, you're with me,
he called to a group standing near a gantry hanging from the side of the building.
Sir,
one of the men called back, handing something to one of the others, then ran towards his boss. Harper never slowed, returning to where his SUV was parked before throwing the keys at his newly appointed driver.
Know about the compound?
He called across the hood. Sure do.
Great. Take me there.
While the man drove, Harper lost himself in the private life of John Milton, carefully opening one folder after another. There were the usual assortment he expected for a man running as many interests as he was. There was a folder for each of them, with more subfolders contained in each of those. Staring at the hard drive directory, Harper figured it would take him at least a year to go through each of them. The car suddenly jolted forward and sideways, sending the laptop careening into the footwell. Harper had just enough time to look up and see a Land Cruiser pull back into its own lane.
Geez, Custer, mind holding back on the theatrics?
Sorry, sir, the driver offered. As he reached down to retrieve the computer, he noticed an opening between the two USB ports. It sat perfectly in between, a small square opening with a round prong in the middle, as if ready and waiting for its mate. Harper picked the laptop up and stared at the port, then pulled out the remote.
Could it be?
He thought to himself, and flicked the switch again, popping the prong out a second time. Carefully guiding it into place, the silver prong slid perfectly into the port and snapped into place. The body of the remote briefly vibrated before two of the three buttons lit up. Looking back at the screen, a new directory opened up, the titles instantly awakening something inside Harper. Trying his best to suppress the building excitement, he opened the first file and found it filled with hundreds of files pertaining to a large number of known serial killers. Some of the names he recognized immediately, but some were completely foreign to him. Opening a second folder, he found files on various depots and businesses which he hadn't noticed when going through Milton's official business list. The names in this file appeared legitimate, and yet he had a strong suspicion that these were in fact the very places he assumed were supporting the one business he had been sent here to find. A third folder held names and photos of recruits Milton was using, and he instantly recognized the woman from the television. There was no denying her involvement now, and the more Harper stared at Sam's picture, the wider his grin grew. The compound stood ready and waiting by the time Harper's SUV rolled in through the gates. His driver pulled up at almost the same location where he had parked not long ago, and when he saw Frank and Agnes sitting on the ground beside an agent's vehicle, he gave the old woman a nod.
I can see why you didn't like him,
he said as he walked past Agnes. She didn't bother replying, simply glancing at him once before turning her attention back to the horizon. One of the agents directed Harper towards an opening beside a raised garden bed, and as he peered inside, saw a ladder descending down into the darkness below.
Just a few yards down, sir, then through another door and into the main structure.
The main structure turned out to be a myriad of surprises, with the bulk of the information coming from what appeared to be some sort of control room. Harper looked like a kid in a candy store, lapping up every minute detail as several agents gave him a tour of the place. The purpose behind it wasn't completely clear until one of the agents began to bring up a lot of information on murder victims, security footage, as well as tracking material used to keep tabs on suspects.
How does someone build something like this without anybody knowing?
He asked to no one in particular.
Some of these documents go back decades, sir.
One of the other agents offered. Harper ignored him.
Keep me updated with any developments.
The tour continued until they reached the memorial room, and the three agents slowly worked their way around the room, pausing at several of the strange strings of lights.
What do you suppose these are?
Harper asked, pointing at some. The others shook their heads in unison.
Don't matter, I guess.
Sir, Agent Jackson is requesting you return back to the control room. Harper nodded, took a final look around, then turned for the door. Back in the control room, an agent had begun to open files on the main computer and was busy bringing them up on multiple displays that hung on the wall before him.
What have you got?
Harper asked.
Here, sir,
Jackson said, pointing out several names.
Names of deceased, including supposed perpetrators. It looks as if these people did a lot of the work for us. Work? What work?
Harper snapped at him.
Let's not confuse the issue here. These people are killers, vigilantes taking the law into their own hands. Do you know what that makes them, Jackson? Criminals. Stick to the facts.
He gestured for the agent to continue, and Jackson did as ordered, bringing more and more reports up.
There's dozens, sir. Maybe even hundreds. Just looking at some of the numbers, my guess is they probably saved thousands of lives by eliminating these targets.
Harper was starting to get pissed with the agent talking the crew up.
And if they had gone about things the right way, they may have been heroes. But they didn't, which makes them criminals. Criminals we now need to find and arrest and prosecute and jail.
He was growing frustrated with the agent's lack of conviction for the offenses the people running the organization had committed. So to bring the man back to earth a little, he said,
Get all the IDs of the people in the staffing folder over to Manning and have her release them to the press. I want every willing and able agent out there bringing these people in.
Jackson said the only thing he could.
Yes, sir.
He stood over the young agent for a few moments longer, as if to remind him of who held the superior rank in the room. And then, as if to belittle the outfit just a touch more for the sake of the hero worship going on, Harper said,
Pogrom. What sort of sick puppy would call it a name like that? They were trying to wipe out serial killers, sir. Seems pretty appropriate to me.
Harper huffed at the comment, annoyed with the kid, and turned for the door.
Back to work,
was all he could think to say, and as he exited the control room, the kid smiled. Chapter 14. Grace had chosen a commercial flight for her trip to Australia, preferring the traditional mode of transport. Despite Milton offering her the jet, she declined, wanting a chance to get back to some sort of normality, if only for a brief moment. Milton had tried to change a lot of things in her life, offering Grace endless opportunities to better herself through skills training, education, living conditions, and even a name change. The final one she had initially rejected, on the grounds that she wanted to continue to honor her sister and mother by keeping the name. But John's persistence had eventually worn her down by reminding her of the implications of keeping her original name with the crimes she committed. It wasn't until the very last day before her first solo trip that the fresh ID had come through, John himself handing her the envelope with her new driver's license, passport, travel documents, birth certificate, and everything else she needed in order to assume the completely new identity. Choosing the name had been difficult, and she wanted something that made sense. When she finally handed her decision to John, he first looked at the name with a confused look on his face, but being a man who was extremely switched on, soon saw the significance.
They would both be proud,
he said, and when he had handed her the envelope filled with the documents the very next week, she had looked at the name as her final tribute to her fallen family. Grace Shaw effectively ended her existence at the very same moment, the woman finally free to begin a new life, one where she would dedicate her life to helping those too weak to help themselves.
"Welcome to the world, Lucy June,"
John had said.
"Welcome to the world."
During the long drive from the airport to the hotel, Lucy continued to read all about the legend that had helped Pogrom become the sophisticated crime-fighting machine it eventually became. Jim Lawson had been a relentless supporter of John Milton for many years, himself a hunter of criminals for an amazing 80 years. Jim Lawson had been an author, police officer, detective, and so much more, and Lucy felt overwhelmed at being given the job of finalizing things in his hometown. John had given her the task himself, asking if she could make the flight and oversee the sale of the property, plus the shipping of its contents back to the States. Sam had also given her a job to do, something she needed Lucy to keep to herself for the time being. The details had been quite limited, and Lucy wasn't entirely sure what she would eventually bring back with her, but she promised to find the folder Jim had asked her to find and return it just as soon as she could. Still getting used to her name, Lucy struggled to answer several times when the real estate agent addressed her as she went through the details that first afternoon. The sale of the home had already gone through, and there were just a few things left to sign. There were also a final few possessions to remove from the house, namely some boxes which had been packed by the people John had sent to prepare the place for the handover. She wondered at times why John had sent her in the first place. She hadn't known Jim Lawson, didn't have any connection to the man. To her, it felt as if it should have been given to someone who had an emotional connection with the man, perhaps a final opportunity to say goodbye. But then, she wondered whether that was exactly the reason why he had chosen her. There was no connection, no emotional baggage to get in the way. It would be a hello, goodbye type of affair, with a few papers to sign and some final boxes to clear. Once the official affairs were all taken care of, the real estate agent had shown her to the property, let her in, and pointed out the neat stack of boxes waiting for removal. Kim White had expected John to come personally, having worked for the man for a number of years. There were 4, each marked with the same word in thick black marker across the front: keep. She helped Lucy load them into a rental, then locked the house for the final time. "If you ever need anything while in town, I'm your first port of call," the agent had said, and then lowering her voice a little, added, "I've been helping John for a while now." "Thank you," Lucy said, gave the woman a final wave, then climbed back into her car. Jumping into the right-hand side still felt strange, and driving the thing even stranger. But being only temporary, Lucy made a point of pushing aside the irritation. She pulled out of the driveway, gave a last look at the home, then headed back to the city, where a hot bath and a cold drink awaited her. It was during that long drive back to the hotel that the cell began to vibrate in her pocket, and when she looked at the screen, saw Mama's name flashing. "G'day, mate," she mused, putting on her best Australian accent. But the humor quickly left her as the voice on the other end ignored the normal greeting and began to share details of a string of events that had effectively cut the newly christened Lucy June off from the rest of them. She felt her stomach grow tighter with every word, Mama doing her best to share the details while still keeping a lid on her own emotions. Lucy's hand covered her mouth when she heard that John was dead and the rest of the crew on the run. Words escaped her as the bombshells continued dropping, one after another, until there was nothing left but an eerie silence between them. Lucy could do no more than stare out through the windshield as her mind twisted into a confused network of fear and confusion. It was Mama's final sentence that really hit home. "It's not safe for you to return." Lucy pulled over to the side of the road and lowered the cell into her lap, temporarily paralyzed with overwhelming grief. Her family, the one that had gone out of their way to help rebuild her life, were gone, with John Milton already dead. She was trapped on the other side of the world, cut off from everyone she had ever known, with no solution in sight. "What do I do?" she finally managed to ask, her voice barely registering. "I wish I knew," was all Mama could say. They were in quite a predicament themselves, she continued, and said that Lucy was probably in the best position out of all of them. "This will be the final call between us for a while. Cell phones are no longer safe, and we have to assume everything else is compromised. Tell Sam to find me where she found me the first time," Lucy finally said, and Mama promised to pass on the message. The call ended with Lucy more confused than ever before, unable to fathom what she would do now that she had nowhere else to go. Mama had always promised to keep her in the loop as much as possible, but due to the FBI's surveillance, was now unable to follow through with one of her first promises. It wouldn't take long for them to find all of their current communication methods now that they had access to all the information from the raids. Lucy continued sitting on the side of the road for almost 30 minutes, staring into the distance as traffic continued to pass her. The fear running through her wasn't about her, but also for her friends. The news of John's death continued to shock her, the heaviness in her stomach knotting tighter the more she thought about it. Eventually, all she could do was face the facts and accept them for what they were. She was in Australia alone, unable to return, or else she might be arrested along with the rest of them. Her one saving grace for now was that her new identity had not been widely circulated, as John had only just received the documents the day she departed, and then all the drama surrounding Sam had occurred. That ensured everyone's attention had been turned elsewhere. She was also low on funds now that anything financial had been discovered. Lucy took out her credit card, saw no purpose in keeping it, and snapped it in two. If she used it now, she may as well phone Agent Harper herself and have him send a team to collect her. Thankfully, she had always been more of a cash kind of girl anyway, and had always insisted on booking her own accommodation as she went. The flight had been paid for in cash, despite John urging her to let Mama take care of the bookings. When she opened her purse, there was exactly $925. The room she had been in was booked for another night, although she couldn't risk returning to it. If she had been one of the names identified by the FBI, chances were high that they would have already contacted their counterparts in this country, with some of them perhaps already waiting for her. No. What she needed to do was find a place for the night and reassess once she took care of her grief, her bodily needs, and her hunger. Grief or no grief, she still needed food and wasn't about to starve herself. But before any of that could happen, there was one important aspect that took priority over everything: her finances. With Mama unable to help and John now out of the picture, there was only one person left who might be able to help. Without wasting another second, Lucy swung the car around and headed back the way she came. Lucy didn't know how compromised she was, or whether her cell had already been bugged, so instead of risking further exposure, she turned the power off, removed the SIM card, and tossed it into a trash can next to the real estate office. Kim White was sitting at her desk, with the rest of the office deserted, save for a woman standing by a huge photocopier. "Did I forget something?" Kim asked when she saw Lucy walking towards her. "No, not quite. I just have an urgent question. Do you think we could grab a quick coffee?" Lucy swung a quick glance at the other woman, and Kim took the hint. There was a small cafe 3 doors up, and the pair first ordered a couple of hot drinks, then took them across the road to a park where they sat at one of the picnic tables. From her demeanor, Lucy assumed Kim hadn't yet heard the news, and when she revealed the horrendous events that had unfolded during the past couple of days, The real estate agent's jaw dropped open with horror. It took Kim almost 10 minutes to fully grasp the situation before working with Lucy on a solution to her issues. She thought about the ramifications for herself, figured there wasn't a lot she could do about them, so focused her energy where she could make a difference. The money from the sale is sitting in our accounts at the moment. Some of the paperwork you signed was giving authorization to transfer it to a trust fund from which random donations would be made over time. I will organize for one of those donations to be made out to a dummy account for you. The sale of the property had been just shy of $1.4 million, and after considering the options available to her, Kim figured she could make around 20% of that sum disappear into a fake donation account. Would that be enough? Lucy was a little dumbfounded at the sum, assuming just a few thousand would be the limit. That is more than enough, she said, although wasn't entirely sure how she would manage to continue topping it up. Once the plan had been made, there was no reason for Lucy to go back to the office with Kim. They arranged to meet the following day where one would hand over the account details to the other. After shaking hands, Lucy returned to her car and went to find a room for the night. There was a motel just around the corner from the park, situated across the road from a stretch of beach that had a small marina at one end. Lucy paid cash for the room, flashed her new ID, and after taking the key, headed off for her first bit of rest since arriving in the country. The shower had been one of the longest of her life, even eclipsing the one she had taken after finding out her sister's fate. Showers had always been her escape when overwhelmed emotionally, and this one had been right up there with the worst of them. After ordering a pizza, Lucy considered her future and realized that the boxes she was carrying would no longer need to be shipped back to the States. She went outside to the car parked right in front of her room and carried each in. Once the car was locked again, she headed back inside. Just as she was about to open the first, a knock on the door signaled the arrival of her dinner and a meal she wasn't entirely sure she could eat. But she did eat, surprising herself with just how ravenous she was. The pizza barely lasted through an episode of Friends, Lucy needing a distraction from her emotions. When she saw the part where Joey was wearing all of Chandler's clothes, she laughed so heartily she wondered how it could have been possible, snapping it off in a fit of shame. She finished all but a single slice, deciding that it might be worth saving for breakfast. After depositing the box into the fridge, she returned her attention to the boxes and the final remnants of a man many had considered a friend, brother, and absolute legend. The first box contained nothing more than some meaningless knickknacks, meaningless to anybody who didn't know the man. They were the kinds of things a man might accumulate over his lifetime, such as a broken wristwatch, a used wallet, a metal comb, engraved pens, eyeglasses, and an assortment of other items. The second box contained a small collection of books, and Lucy noted that several of them mentioned the author as none other than Jim Lawson himself. She flicked through one or two of them, noting one of a graphic tale of a police officer hunting a serial killer. The third box had a variety of clothing, the kind that one might save for a special day. A lot of them were nondescript items, such as an expensive tweed jacket, a waistcoat, some silk ties. There was one item that stood out, a navy blue football guernsey, the distinct symbol of the Carlton Football Club adorning the front of it, as well as several signatures encircling it. It was in the final box that Lucy found the only remnants of an 80-year career in the criminal field. There were a few folders of some of the cases Jim had worked on, appearing to be some of the ones that had had a profound impact on him. Lucy flicked through several of them, noting names such as George Mayweather, Philip Lucky Church, and William Forster. There was one folder that appeared thicker than all the rest, the writing on the front containing several personal notes. It belonged to a single criminal by the name of Harry Lightman, and Lucy spent almost an hour looking through the case notes, photographs, and newspaper clippings. When she reached the final folder in the box, she almost skipped it completely, her eyes feeling the weight of the day pulling on them. The word current, scrawled across the front in thick black marker, was what piqued her interest, and when she opened the front of it, felt her heart skip a beat. There was an envelope taped to the inside flap, and the name written in fancy cursive was Samantha. It wasn't sealed, and Lucy opened it up, took out the slip of paper, and began to read a message that had been destined for a woman whom had saved her own life.
My dearest Samantha, ours is a life of purpose. Despite what others may think, we have devoted the time given to us to protecting those who might not have the power to protect themselves. We have promised ourselves to end those who would otherwise run rampant within our communities, killing helpless victims with no sense of remorse. I have spent almost a century of my life trying to provide the best help I could offer to make this world just a little bit better. I never told you this, but Harry Lightman wasn't the first serial killer I came into contact with. That honor went to a man called Dusty McFlynn, a horrendous human being who hunted the prostitutes around Melbourne back in the 20s. I spent a very brief moment of my life working up at King's Court when it first opened. McFlynn was also one of the first inmates at the place, as well as being the very first man executed there. I witnessed that execution, and perhaps gave me the determination to make a difference. Within this folder, I have put together a number of cases that have plagued me for the past decade or so. These cases need solving, although I have never been able to do much more than investigate them from a distance. Time hasn't been kind these past few years, and my investigative skills have now been reduced to barely an hour on a computer here and there. As I write this, I fear that my time may have finally come to an end. Your grandma visited me in my dreams last night and said that she had the perfect place for us to catch up once more. If it is in fact true, then I shall look forward to having many conversations with her, including that one all-important question I've been asking myself all these years. Why? The cases contained in this folder have stumped me, and I hope that the victims held within each of these will soon rest a little easier, knowing that the truth has finally been revealed with your input. I understand that some of the perpetrators may already be waiting for me on the other side, in which case we'll let whatever God is watching over all of us decide their fate. As a final goodbye to you, I offer this final line, one I have said before and one that I think is worth repeating. I have never been much of a philosophizer, but this one is definitely up there. The world will never be dark as long as there are those prepared to fight for the light. Goodbye, Sam. Take care of yourself and let Harry finally end with you. Your friend, Jim.
Lucy read the letter twice and repeated the final line out loud, remembering the beast that had bested her during that last confrontation she had had with him. This was something she needed to get back to Sam, by whatever means she could find. The rest of that night was spent going through the final case notes Jim left behind. It was as good of a distraction as any, and made for some very interesting reading. There were around a dozen all up, with a few of the victims having been listed by the press and investigating police as nothing more than tragic accidents and suicides, the suspected killer slipping back into the shadows in each. When her eyes became too tired to go on, Lucy set the folder aside, closed the rest of the boxes up again, and headed for bed. There would be plenty of time for her to spend reading the notes more, but for now, she needed rest. The next few days were promising to be somewhat stress-filled, and she wanted to make sure she was well rested. Just before she released herself into the arms of sleep, Lucy spoke her new name out loud into the darkness. She still wasn't entirely sure whether she could live with it. Grace Shaw was who she had been and who she would always be inside. But just as she was about to embark on a new beginning, a new identity seemed to be the perfect way to start. Lucy June, she whispered into the shadows. Lucy June. She thought about the folder again, the final one left for Sam. It wouldn't be safe to send anything via mail, and wondered if it might have been the real reason John had sent her in the first place. Perhaps he already had a feeling that things were about to get turned upside down. He did, after all, know that Agent Harper was already snooping around. As sleep finally took her, Lucy June thought about the victims that were now watching her from beyond, willing her into action to let their stories be heard, their truth revealed to those who needed to know. And as the veil of shadows closed around her, she thought she could already hear their voices calling for her, the voices of those who needed closure. Chapter 15. The sun had already set over the western horizon by the time Sam returned to the farmhouse. Only Tim was sitting out on the porch, just a bare shadow of the man he once was. It pained Sam to look at him, and was grateful that night was already upon them. "Hey," she said, dragging a chair next to his. "Hey yourself. Where you been?" "Just hanging with the kids out yonder." She rested her head on his shoulder, gazing out across the drive towards the distant road. A single set of headlights were passing, making their way back towards the interstate. "I can't believe how fast the shit hit the fan," Tim whispered, then turned to look down on her. "I'm so sorry about your father." "There was nothing we could have done. Tuck came from nowhere and blew through us like a hurricane." She pulled back and looked at him. "He's the most cunning I've ever known. I mean, that guy is like 10 steps ahead at every move." A silence fell between them as a distant howl took to the sky. At first, Sam thought it might have been a wolf, then figured it was probably just a dog on a neighboring property. The stars were soon sparkling brightly above as shadows moved around in the windows behind them. "I can't believe he's gone," Tim finally said, Sam hearing the anguish in his voice. "He was always so indestructible. The man would do anything to protect his people. Anything. And yet none of us were there to save him." "You can't blame yourself for his death. You saw what happened. Nobody could have predicted that." "I guess you're right," he finally said. "It's just hard knowing how alone he was during those final few moments." "Dinner?" Mama suddenly shouted from the door, and they both rose to their feet. Tim still struggled to walk properly, and Sam supported his weight as they made their way inside. The group ate in silence, with Mama picking at her plate, appearing devoid of the ability to eat. Sam could see her still struggling and went and sat next to her. There were no words which would make things better, and so she didn't try, instead simply offering the woman another hug. Once the plates had been cleared and everybody was sipping on fresh tea, the conversation turned to coming up with a plan. None of them had been able to devote any brain space to concocting one, but they all knew that time wasn't on their side, and the longer they remained on the farm, the more likely it was that one of their pursuers would find them. It was Tim that surprised them all when he sat forward, tapped the edge of his cup with a spoon, and called for silence. "There is something I need to share with you guys. In all honesty, I'd completely forgotten about it until Sam and I were chatting outside." He turned to Sam. "Remember how I said that he would do anything to protect his people?" She nodded. John had already prepared for this. Mama looked at him curiously, unaware of any plan being in place. Tim saw the look and offered her an explanation. "He knew that there was every possibility that the day would come where we would all need to flee. He knew what we were doing went against the establishment." "Ah, the establishment," Mama offered, aware of the pains John went to for help from his congressional contacts. "There would always be those who saw us as the criminals, despite our cause, and it is because of those people he set up an exit strategy." "What is it?" Rob asked. "There was an incident about 5 years ago where an FBI agent came snooping." He turned to Mama. "Remember Johansson?" She nodded. "It was during that investigation where he set up a safe drop." "A what?" Sam asked. "A safe drop,
At least that's what he called it. With my mind fried for the past however long, I'd completely forgotten about it.
But what is it? Mama asked. John never mentioned a safe drop to me.
He wouldn't have. He was afraid that if too many people knew about it, it might get compromised.
He looked down for a moment, still in disbelief over their loss.
John would have done anything for us, and leaving us without a way out was never going to happen. That's why he set up Norman Montgomery.
Who? Mama asked.
Monty. He's the one that's holding our ticket out of this.
I got a feeling this isn't going to be some temporary fix, Sam said.
Certainly isn't. Old Monty has been spending these last few years in his very own mausoleum out near Oklahoma City. Grange Cemetery is located a few miles from the city limits, and hidden inside Old Monty's coffin are complete identity replacements for every member of the organization, including John himself.
Everybody? Mama asked. Tim nodded.
He went to great lengths to have them made and updated them every couple of years.
He turned to Sam.
He sorted yours the day you started. My guess is he already gave Grace hers before he sent her away. I can only assume that this latest FBI agent had him rattled enough to swing some things into gear.
And you think we'll find these IDs just hidden in some coffin?
He turned back to Mama. I certainly hope so. Never actually seen it myself, but he told me about it once, in the hope that if we needed them, I would be there to hand them out. He saw Oklahoma as being in the middle of the country, so I guess to make it accessible from anywhere. He made sure to include everybody.
He turned to Stan's mother.
Even you, Ruth. He knew there would be every chance some of the family members would also need help. We need to get those IDs.
It was Rob, sitting forward, his face heavy with concern.
First thing tomorrow, Sam and I will head down to the cemetery and get them. We're much better off going during the day, more traffic to blend in with.
No, Sam said. Tim turned to look at her, about to make his case. You're not strong enough yet. Take the day to rest and let Mama and I go. He wanted to object, to raise his argument and insist on being the one to join Sam. But in his mind, he knew she was right, and if anything were to happen along the way, he would more than likely be the one responsible for their failure.
Okay, fine,
he finally whispered. We need a plan to get Tuck, Sam added. They all nodded in unison, coming together like the family they were.
We will,
Tim said.
One thing at a time. Without those IDs, we're sitting ducks. Tuck isn't going anywhere, of that I'm sure.
Before heading to bed, both Mama and Sam did their best to change their appearance. Ruth had been a hairdresser in her early years, and although a bit out of practice, worked some amazing magic. Sam went from long hair to short, as well as from blonde to red. With Mama, she turned her natural curls into straight locks, hoping that a subtle change would be enough. There wasn't a lot she could change and had to make do with what she had available to her. By the time they were finished, 2 new women were staring back at them in the mirror. The duo set out early the next morning to ensure that they would blend in with whatever morning rush would pass by them. The 600-mile trip would more than take up the majority of the day, giving the rest of the team a much-needed break to do with as they pleased. With the 2 women gone for 2 days, everyone knew it would be a tense wait for their return. Mama sat in the passenger seat as Sam took the wheel for the first part of the journey. She much preferred to drive anyway, giving her hands something to do while her mind wandered. The one picture she couldn't seem to throw from her mind was the final moments of each of the men she had lost. Both John and her father's faces seemed to meld into one as each of them stared back from their final moment on this earth. While one disappeared in a blast of fire, the other briefly flew out from the building in slow motion before disappearing into the shadows below. Both dead, both men who had given her so much, and yet she couldn't save either of them. The grief was unlike anything she ever thought possible, and failing them frightened her the most.
She needed to be the one to end Tuck by whatever means necessary. Mama sat beside her in silence, her friend caught up in her own private nightmare. She blamed herself for John's death, and Sam understood why she would think that. The woman had been John's eyes and ears for a long time, running the activities from her control room in a way only a mother could. It wasn't until they reached the outskirts of Waco that Mama opened up a little. It had taken her almost half the journey to suppress enough of the emotion to be able to talk without breaking down. 12 years, she began. That's how long he's been taking care of me. How did it begin for you? Sam asked, having never heard the story of how Mama came to be in the service of Pogrom. John and a man by the name of Harold Townsend saved me from certain death. You were a victim? Sam asked, surprised by the revelation. She had never put any thought into Mama's origins before, perhaps because she seemed as much a part of the organization itself as John. Almost. Thomas Castle had me in the trunk of his car, and if John and Harry hadn't shown up at that very moment, I would not have been here. Harry Townsend. Why does that name ring a bell? His name is on a plaque near my control room door. That was John's idea, by the way. Sam slapped her forehead. Of course. He died saving me. Castle had faked a surrender, and when the two went to take him down, he pulled a knife and threw it at Harry. He died in John's arms after he took care of Castle. The revelation surprised Sam, and it sent them both into another stretch of silence. They shared so many emotions that had been torn apart in recent days, and each of them needed to find the closure for themselves. Sharing their grief during the drive went somewhat towards that, as each of them confided in the other. They reached Grange Cemetery just before nightfall, the quaint little country graveyard beautifully dotted with silver pines. It ran alongside a small road with very little traffic, and thankfully, the rest of the place seemed deserted. The main gates stood open, and Sam drove in, spotting an area near the back where the only 3 mausoleums sat. There were half a dozen rows of graves, stretching almost a quarter mile in each direction. The nearest house was over a small hill, which gave them just the privacy they needed. Once she parked as close to their destination as she could, the 2 women hopped out and made their way to the small buildings. Norman Montgomery lived to the left of the other 2, and the inside door was bolted and locked by a padlock. Thankfully, it wasn't one requiring a key, the 3-wheeled combination lock staring back at them. I got this, Mama said without hesitating. John had a safe code set up, she explained and began to thumb the wheels into place. 911. He thought it was somewhat poetic. The padlock popped open, and after wrestling the rusted bolt out of the wall, Sam pulled the door open as the hinges screamed in protest. You sure we got the right place? Sam asked. Looks kind of run down. Norman Montgomery, Mama read out again from the plaque above the door. This is the one. The inside of the small building wasn't much better than the outside, with plenty of insects calling Monty's final resting place home. Cobwebs hung from every corner of the room, with dust and pine needles resting near the entrance. The single coffin, appearing almost ancient, sat on a pedestal in the center of the small space, and Sam took a deep breath as she placed one hand on top of the lid. You don't think there's actually a dead body in there, do you? Mama looked at her for a moment, as if considering the chances, then decided against it. Nah, she finally said, sounding a lot less sure than she appeared. The 2 of them stood at either end, as if preparing to lift the lid off the coffin. There were 2 rusted clasps on either side, each within reach of the women. Let's do this, Sam finally said, reached forward and pulled on the small latch. But instead of the latch popping open, a faint whirring sound came from the box, and Sam could feel some kind of humming beneath her fingers. A small flap pulled back on the front side of the coffin, revealing a tiny console that was no more than the size of a matchbook. In the center of it was a pad, and Mama looked at Sam with recognition.
Of course he did,
she whispered, a small grin taking shape.
Did what?
Sam asked, but was ignored. Mama stepped to the front of the coffin and pressed her thumb against the fingerprint scanner. More humming filled the mausoleum, then 3 distinct clicks snapped inside it. The lid suddenly began to slowly tilt upwards, and when it had opened all the way, revealed nothing more than the inside of a filing cabinet. There was a single row of leather folders, with just the edges visible. Names were embossed in gold metallic lettering on each, and Sam immediately saw her own, as well as Tim's, Mama's, and everyone else she had ever known. She reached for her own and lifted it out. It appeared like a mini attaché briefcase with a gold zipper running along 3 sides. Sam began to run the zipper back along its tracks, and when she turned it down the final stretch, the 2 sides fell back like a book. It opened up, revealing a number of plastic sleeves, each holding a type of identification. There was a birth certificate, passport, driver's license, plus everything else she could possibly need. Inside the front cover of the leather folder were 2 credit cards, both with the name Felicity Woodstock embossed on them. Felicity Woodstock? She asked, almost bemused by the name. Wish we could have been given some options. Mama giggled a little, and Sam found it to be one of the sweetest sounds she'd heard in a long time.
You think you've got issues? Try Gail Livingston.
What? That's not so bad. Mama looked at her, surprised.
Girl, do I look like a Gail to you?
She didn't wait for a response.
Let's get the rest of them and get out of here. This place gives me the creeps.
They were back on the road less than 10 minutes later after returning the mausoleum back to its original condition. In the bag they brought with them were the 6 new identity folders, and Sam put them in the trunk for safekeeping. The mood in the car had taken a drastic turn from the one they had arrived with. Their spirits were up for the first time in days, with the girls chatting excitedly as Sam took the wheel once again. She felt great, alive with anticipation of starting fresh just as soon as she could take care of Tuck. He was still her priority, and although still weighing heavy on her mind, Sam remembered Ruth's words about not trying to control too much about the future. The only thing she had control over was herself, and so she knew that a plan was needed to continue. She had spent the past day trying to find a way of luring her nemesis out of his hiding spot, and thought she had finally come up with a plan worthy of sharing with the rest of them. As Mama would be playing a role in said plan, Sam decided to run it past her first.
Just as long as we do it together,
Mama finally said after hearing Sam out. She had sat in silence as the finer details were laid out for her, explaining that the only way to beat him was to take him on together. Together is the only way. We head to some remote location, set up what we need to lure him in, and then take him out.
He won't go down without a fight, you know that, right?
Mama said, sounding cautious as always. Oh, I'm betting on it. But if we're all together, he'll have no choice but to come for us. And besides, isn't that what he wants anyway?
He does, but I'm not much of a fighter, and I don't think Tim is ready for a confrontation just yet. He's getting stronger by the day, but he's got a long way to go still.
That's what worries me. Waiting for Tim to make a full recovery was something she had considered, but she knew that they would only evade Tuck for so long before he managed to track them down. She had no doubt that he had his ways, probably set into motion long before he made his first move. I need to get back and run things past the others. Rob and Stan are more than capable of helping, and if we can lure Tuck out into the open, we should be able to take him out. Mama agreed. They fell back into silence, and feeling an urge for a distraction, she turned on the radio and leaned back in her seat. Soon they were singing, feeling good about their mission and happy that a plan was coming together. They spent the night in a small, standalone roadside motel, the kind that at first look resembled something out of a 1960s Hitchcock movie. Despite having two people more than capable of sharing the drive through the night, there was also a lot less traffic on the road, which meant any random traffic stop might expose them to police patrols. Mama voiced her concerns as they stopped near the main reception area of the motor inn, but when Sam reminded her of who the true monster was, she began to laugh. They bought some food from one of the vending machines and ate it while sitting on their respective beds. Sam had never found Hot Pockets to be particularly appealing, but given their lack of options, made the most of them. "Pretty good, aren't they, Gail?" she quipped, watching Mama's face contort in disgust. "Don't even go there, Felicity." Both broke into fits of laughter, releasing some of the built-up tension. As an afterthought, Sam dug a finger into her jeans pocket, fishing for something she had completely forgotten about. "I could always stick to this," she said, holding up another ID she had used during the previous mission. "Oh yes, Olivia Hunter. Much better," Mama joked and popped the final piece of the Hot Pocket into her mouth. Still unsure of whether they were being tracked, followed, monitored, or anything else, they decided to take turns sleeping, each keeping an eye on things while the other got some much-needed shut-eye. It may not have been the most relaxing sleep they'd ever had, but it kept them alive, and that's what they considered of greater value. They were back on the road just before dawn after dropping the key into an after-hours slot in the reception door. Mama opted to start the drive, and Sam managed to continue napping beside her. For added ambiance, soft music played on the radio. They swapped positions every 2 hours so both could grab some more sleep. While talk may have been in short supply, much-needed rest came in abundance. It also helped with helping settle their minds with the rampage of emotions still running through them. It was during the final hour or so where they could sense their excitement building, nearing the moment where they could share their retrieved treasure with the group. There would be laughs as each discovered a new identity for them to assume, the tension finally taking a back seat. A nasty traffic accident held them up just outside Victoria, with traffic on the 87 coming to a standstill. It put them behind, and by the time they finally were waved past by the traffic police, the sun was already nudging the distant horizon. Night had all but consumed the day as they rolled back down the long driveway, and upon seeing the lights in the cottage burning brightly, felt their anticipation lifting again. "I swear my booty will take a few days to regain its shape," Mama joked as Sam pulled up beside the gate leading into the yard. As she stepped out from the car, one of the goats could be heard bleating in the field behind the shed. "I also swear this place feels more relaxed every time I think about it." Mama closed her door and went to go to the trunk to fetch the bag, but just before she popped the lid, Sam whispered to her, "Wait." Mama paused, looking first at Sam, then at the home. "What is it?" she asked. "Something's wrong," Sam whispered, taking a couple of steps forward. She stopped, her hand held up as if halting whatever unforeseen force she was expecting to run into. Mama looked from her partner to the cottage and back again, unsure of what the problem was. "Sam, It's too quiet," she said, her words barely audible. From where she stood, she could see in through the window, the curtains left open. The living room lay empty behind the glass, with the television turned off. "Maybe they're just sitting down to dinner. It is that time, after all. They would have come out to meet us." Sam crept forward, unsure of the danger that could be waiting for them. She remembered how they had been ambushed by Tuck's father, with the attack leaving Tim in a coma for a long time. "Come stand behind me," Sam whispered, waving Mama over. The woman complied without hesitation, carefully stepping along the gravel to try and reduce the crunching beneath her boots. Once she was standing behind her, Mama hooked a single finger through one of Sam's belt hoops and followed as she began to move forward. The porch where the team had sat that first day was empty, the tables and chairs neatly returned to their normal state. Both the inner and outer doors were shut, but they could hear a faint melody coming from inside, as if Ruth had been playing her music while preparing for dinner, just like they had heard her do those previous evenings. They climbed the steps leading to the door, and Sam went to the kitchen window to peer in. The room appeared normal, with several saucepans sitting on the stove, a chopping board on the bench, and several bunches of vegetables waiting to be chopped. Sam returned to the front door, reached out for the handle, and pulled it down. Mama hung on tighter as she watched the outer door slowly open, ready to let go if the situation called for it. Once the outer door stood open, Mama pushed a knee into it to hold it in place as Sam slowly opened the inner door. The soft trumpet of Ruth's jazz floated out to them as the silence behind it continued to scream out. A smell seemed to linger on the very air as it flowed from the open doorway, and Sam felt herself begin to salivate as the familiar taste grew in her mouth. "Get ready," Sam whispered, feeling herself tense into readiness, preparing to react to whatever was about to jump out at them. She stepped inside the room, the smell intensifying enough for Mama to notice. "That's blood," she mouthed, although Sam didn't see. They carefully made their way through the kitchen, taking note of the dining table set up for a meal that would never take place. There was a fallen cup on the floor beside the bench, and when Sam kneeled down to pick it up, sensed that this was where it had begun. Visions of her being drugged by the can of Coke returned, and she felt the knot in her stomach tighten further. The living room was also empty, with the only life coming from the stereo that lived in an old-style entertainment unit. From where she stood, Sam could see that it was a CD playing, the recording set to repeat. At the far end of the room stood the door to the cellar, and Sam looked back at Mama. "In there," she whispered. Sam ignored Mama's shaking head, continuing on, then carefully turning the handle. The door creaked open and sounded like a pre-recorded soundtrack for the moment. "Sam, don't." Mama tried again, but knew there was little choice. They descended the stairs together, snapping the lights on with an audible pop as the usual musky air turned coppery. Halfway down, the first sign of the horror awaiting them finally came into view. The large puddle of red sat motionless in the faint light, and Mama screamed as she slapped a hand to her mouth. Another couple of stairs down, and the bodies hanging upside down from the rafters stared back at them, with Ruth dangling between the corpses of her son and his colleague. Their throats had been cut, with the trio left to bleed out across the once clean linoleum. Tuck had used stock gambrels, cutting into the victims' Achilles tendons and inserting the meat hooks to hang them with. There was a knife handle protruding from the chests of each of the victims, pinning a piece of torn cardboard to each with a number scrawled in blood. The numbers 27 and 28 were given to the mother and son, while 29 was scrawled across Rob, the tail of the final number continuing across his white t-shirt. The gruesome scene was too much for Mama, the woman collapsing at the foot of the stairs, her retching filling the cellar air. Sam stood silently in shock as she stared into the dead eyes of Ruth Temple, the woman's final horror left frozen on her face. The fact that Tim wasn't hanging with the other three didn't dawn on Mama until Sam leaned down to help her up again. "We have to go find Tim," she whispered, grabbing the kneeling woman's hand and pulling her up. They made their way back up the stairs as the house rumbled from the first signs of an approaching storm, the music continuing to play in the living room once the distant thunder receded again. Sam went to the entertainment unit to turn it off and found another message taped across the control buttons. She looked at Mama, then peeled the note open. "Couldn't be bothered waiting with those who mean nothing. But if you want to save the one you love, come and find us hanging out at the boat shack." She handed the note to Mama and watched as the woman's eyes darted across the slip of paper. Once she lowered the note, she met Sam's gaze. "What are we going to do?" Sam didn't mince her words. "We are going to find him and kill him." As if to add intensity to the words, thunder began to roll across the night sky for a second time, and Sam took it as a sign from above. She didn't hesitate, turning for the front door and never slowing as she pushed through onto the porch. Mama fought to keep up, Sam taking a final look at the cottage before climbing into the driver's seat and firing up the engine. "It's time to end this. she whispered once Mama was sitting beside her. They looked at each, nodded, and Sam hit the gas, the tires spewing jets of gravel behind them as they turned towards the final showdown. Chapter 16. Sitting on the edge of the Gulf of Mexico meant Rockport's primary source of entertainment lived out on the water, with numerous boating clubs and jetties dotting both the eastern and western sides of the town. But the most famous jetty of all was also one of the smallest and oldest, called the Boat Shack, which was named after an old hermit that had lived on the secluded stretch of beach during the town's early years. It sat just off to the side from the Capano Bridge, and while the jetty itself hadn't been used officially for many years, locals still used the abandoned shack as a landmark. Sam knew that trying to sneak up on Tuck at this point would be completely useless. He would be ready for that, perhaps even expecting her to at least try a surprise attack. But with Tim already in his custody, the upper hand would always sit with their attacker. Her plan was simple. Send Mama elsewhere and go forth with her hands high and find a way to overpower him once the opportunity opened for her. With Tim and herself back together, Tuck would be limited with his attention, and that was the only weakness she could see. As she drove, Sam tried to give Mama some last-minute instructions in case things went bad. The sky lit up as the storm continued to gain momentum around them, with Mama doing her best to remain calm. You stay with the car when we get there. Drop me off and drive in any direction for as long as you can. Don't stop for anything.
Sam, we have to.
Mama, listen to me. I can't have both of you there at once. If he forces my hand and makes me get you as well, then so be it. But right now, I have one person to save, and if I find that I can take him out, I will. Stay with the car, lock the doors, and just drive. You'll be a lot safer if you just keep moving. Meet back here at dawn. If one of us doesn't make it, go back to Ruth's. Nobody is going to come looking for anybody there for a while. She reached under the seat and felt for what she knew to be waiting there. The 9mm was right where she had left it, and she now held it out to her colleague and friend. Whatever happens, keep this handy. If he tries to come for you, do your best to kill him.
Sam, I can't.
She tried again, but Sam refused to let her fears take hold. You can, and you will. She sat the handgun in Mama's lap, then squeezed her arm. You can do this. I know you can. You are one of the strongest people I know, and this is where it will matter the most. Mama nodded apprehensively, took the gun in hand, and held it in her lap. John had given her a brief training course on how to use one, and she knew that now was when that training would finally come to good use. Sam parked the car at Capano Bridge boat ramp, the road ending in a small turnaround section. There was a small lane that peeled off to one side, and unless you were looking for it, would probably miss it. There were no signs, but locals knew that it led towards the boat shack, continuing on underneath the bridge and around that side of the water's edge. Sam could have negotiated the tight bend, but wanted to keep at least a little distance between Tuck and Mama. That was if he was actually waiting where he said he would. Now that the moment had come, Mama began to breathe a lot heavier, and Sam had a brief moment of panic where she thought the woman was going to begin hyperventilating. She turned to her, trying to soothe her as best she could. It took a bit, but once Mama got herself back under control, Sam gave her a final hug, pulling her in close and kissing her cheek. You be strong, you hear? She whispered, then quickly jumped out of the car before either of them could change their mind. Hop in this side, she said before closing the door, then slipped off into the shadows, disappearing underneath the bridge a few seconds later. Mama watched her as long as she could, then snapped the locks shut and sat in the darkness with the pistol cocked and ready to play. Once she was sure Sam was gone, Mama rolled the car around the small alcove and began her drive. Despite the thunderheads rolling across this section of the Gulf, the night was quite warm, and Sam felt the occasional rain spots on her skin. Waves broke on the small section of beach, and she imagined that the waters would be far rougher on the other side of San Jose Island. The stretch of land protected a large section of coastline from storm surges, keeping the waters down to a minimum. Because of the thick blanket of clouds, there was no illumination from above, leaving her walking in almost complete darkness, save for the occasional lightning which streaked across the night sky. In the distance stood the remains of the shack once used as a makeshift home by less than fortunate people, and Sam felt her stomach tighten the closer she got. She was still contemplating how she was going to get the better of Tuck when a voice suddenly spoke from somewhere off to her right.
"You won't find him there."
She stopped mid-step, unsure if the voice was meant for her. There was movement in the bushes, and she could just make out the outline of a man. He was sitting on a small rise of the embankment, using some of the underbrush for a cushion. When she didn't react to his voice, he stood and slowly walked towards her.
"Jackson Harper,"
the man said as he came closer, his hand held out to her. Lightning shot off high above them, and his face temporarily lit up, revealing a man grinning from ear to ear. The FBI agent?
"The one and only."
He pulled out a torch and lit Sam up.
"To tell you the truth, I thought you'd be a lot taller. At least that's how I saw you on television."
Sam squinted against the light, doing her best to try and see the man standing before her. "What do you want?" Thoughts were screaming through her mind, questions, visions, all interlaced in an endless storm of confusion.
"Why, you, of course."
"I want a lawyer," is what came out of her mouth, and before she had a chance to understand what she just said, Harper began to laugh. The sound made Sam cringe, his chest sounding phlegmy, as if he was suffering from a chest condition.
"Sweetheart, I don't think a lawyer can help you out of this one."
"Where's Tim?" she finally managed, regaining some sort of composure after the surprise of the man's appearance.
"Tim? Already on the plane."
"Plane? What plane?" More confusion tore through her as the night sky lit up again, only this time the lights didn't seem to come from above. Sam had an instant moment of complete disorientation as lightning flashed from below her line of sight, excruciating pain suddenly exploding in her middle as her legs lost all control. The last thing she saw before the storm disappeared completely was Harper's grinning face looking over her. Sam found herself standing on a mountaintop, surrounded by the greenest fields she had ever seen. They seemed to stretch in every direction, trees dotting the landscape every few hundred yards. Behind her stood a cabin, and it appeared familiar to her, believing it to be the one her father may have taken her to when she was still a child. She turned and slowly walked towards it, feeling the coolness of the grass beneath her feet as her attention was drawn to a small boy sitting in a rocking chair on the porch. "Hello," she called and waved to him. From where she stood, he looked to be no more than 11 or 12, but he could have been older. He returned her wave and gestured for her to join him, pointing to a second rocking chair. "Take the load off," he called, and Sam did so, climbed the steps and took a seat next to him.
"I made some lemonade if you're thirsty."
"I'm good, thanks," she said. "Quite a view you have from here."
"Thanks, I chose it myself."
He sat a little more forward, staring at his new guest intently. At first, Sam felt intrigued by the boy, a small scar running along the front of his brow. But the longer he watched her, the more uncomfortable she became. He noticed her staring at his scar.
"Got that from Reedy Thompson."
Sam didn't follow. "Who?"
"The kid whose ear I chewed off."
That was when Sam became uncomfortable, realizing for the first time that he was back, the torment which had consumed her entire family. "Harry?" The boy nodded.
"Don't be scared. I ain't here to play no more. Come to say goodbye."
"Goodbye?" Sam asked, wondering how a character from a dream could say goodbye.
"Do you know why we are so alike?"
She shook her head.
"It's because of the drugs Dr. Levinson fed me."
"I don't understand."
"When I was younger, a doctor came to my school wanting to help kids with problems learning. My teacher put my name forward, and I was one of the 5 selected. That man was a young assistant who worked for a medical lab in the city.
He turned to look at Sam.
They lied about what they were really doing. Levinson, the young assistant, had been working for the facility to help pay for his medical education. The experiments they conducted were to study the effects of a new drug which affected a certain type of multiple personality disorder.
Sam listened intently, losing the urge to run like she had on so many previous times. For the first time in her life, Harry Lightman appeared sincere, actually wanting to share the final piece of a puzzle that had plagued her for as long as she could remember.
He must have heard about my arrest the first time and came to continue his work. It was him that was running that same facility all those years later, and he needed to continue his work. At least that's what he told me.
What about the other kids who were involved? Harry looked at her.
They all died in the years following those initial experiments.
All of them? He nodded.
All except me. It was when he discovered my arrest that he returned, first during those first few years and then again towards the end. Your friend, Jim Lawson, never knew the extent of it.
But why? What was the purpose?
Levinson told me that they were trying to split the personalities within one person and transfer them into another. Know who funded the studies?
Sam shook her head.
The military, of course. If it worked, they would have the capability to take the most vicious and bloodthirsty characteristics from one person and essentially breed him to create an entire army of synthesized warriors. Imagine 100 serial killers, all bred with a single purpose, to kill.
But that would be
wrong, unethical. Girl, that was the time before anybody cared about things like workplace safety, pollution, and cholesterol. Do you have any idea how many people around the world were involved? Hundreds, perhaps even thousands. Anybody with enough money could buy whatever they wanted. Turns out, even humans.
He leaned in a little closer.
That's why we're so alike. In essence, you are me as much as I am. You might be a girl living a century down the track, but we are connected because that's what our genes have been told to do.
Wait, but you're in my head. You have been tormenting me, my mother.
Actually, it's all you. Your nightmares were never mine. They were created by you. I simply sent them down the line when I lay with your grandmother. You created everything else, just like your mother before you.
But it was you, like you are sitting before me now. The confusion was overwhelming her and she struggled to make sense of it.
Actually, you created me. Your emotions, your instinct, even your hunger all came from me. But the terror which played out in your mind, all you. There was never a ghost living inside you. Your imagination tried to make sense of things, to turn them into something you could understand. My guess is your mother first formed the idea that it was Harry Lightman controlling her mind, and by sharing that train of thought with you at a young age, sent you on a journey along very similar tracks.
But you were real, Sam cried. You...
Yes, I was. As real as you needed me to be. But that's gone now. You no longer need that reasoning to blame your dark side on. Samantha, you are dark, plain and simple. You're a monster just like I was. Why? Because in essence, you are me. Just a lot prettier.
I want to understand. I want to...
In time you will. But right now, you need to wake up and save yourself.
Wait, if you're really me, then how can you be telling me things I never knew? Harry smiled.
Maybe this version really is me. The real me. Maybe there really are ghosts and this one wants to help you before it's too late.
Too late for what? Sam asked, the porch suddenly starting to rock violently beneath her feet.
Too late for you!
Harry suddenly screamed and launched himself at her. Sam pushed her arms out defensively and fell to the side as... Chapter 17. The world began to rock violently from side to side. Sam opened her eyes as her arms continued to wave before her. The roar of the engines drowned out the scream that was trying to escape. She looked around wide-eyed, a row of windows running along the wall she was lying next to. She was on a plane of some sort, and beside her on the floor were two bodies. She wasn't sure whether either were alive, but as she rolled towards them, felt one of them begin to move. They were both wearing black hoods, their hands cuffed behind them and fixed to the plane's fuselage. They were separated by a seat that folded out from the wall, giving the pair almost 3 yards between them. Sam felt her head pounding from whatever stun gun Harper had used on her. She turned to see him sitting in the cockpit beside another man who appeared to be piloting the plane. When he turned to see her sitting up, he grinned again as he jumped to his feet.
Tough little bitch, aren't you?
Sam tried to evade him, but her legs refused to move quick enough. Her limbs felt heavy and numb, as if someone had temporarily switched them off.
Thought you'd be out for hours.
He pulled a set of cuffs from his jacket, grabbed one wrist and slapped them on before fixing the other to an anchor point on the floor. Harper stood back, made sure his handiwork was done, then sat in the seat between the two others. "Where are you taking us?" she demanded.
What, right now? Well, first we need to get rid of some dead weight.
He kicked his heel into the leg of the man to his right. A low groan came out from the hood.
Then you and your friend will go back to Washington with me, where you'll share all the details of what you and your filthy little friends have been up to.
Sam looked around for Mama and wondered whether she had been taken as well. "Why? What do you want from us?"
Well, to be brutally honest, I want a promotion, and you are just the person to help me with that.
He stopped and held up a finger.
Well, actually, to be perfectly honest, it wasn't all me. He also helped me with that.
He reached across and lifted the hood from the man to his right. Nelson Tuck stared back at her through one eye, the other closed shut behind a brutish purple bruise. Sam felt hot rage erupt inside her and lunged at him, her body reaching the limit of the cuffs and snapping her back in an instant. She screamed as he smiled back, shaking her wrists furiously from side to side.
Save your strength, sweet cheeks. You're gonna need it.
He paused as if he'd forgotten something, then leaned closer to her and added,
And besides, we're just flying out far enough into the Gulf to drop this piece of shit into the drink, then it's lights out all the way home for you.
"Is this where the FBI is at these days? Getting cold-blooded killers to do their dirty work?" Harper looked amused at that.
Officially, no. But I don't have time to sit around spending years trying to nail you guys. Why wait when I can just set this guy loose and watch the lot of you fight amongst yourselves? You have to admit, Tuck here was pretty efficient at exposing you.
He tapped the top of the man's head as if patting his faithful puppy. Sam leered at him, wishing for the cuffs holding her back to melt away. She looked at the second man and shook her head towards him. "What about that one?"
Who, this guy? Well, that really depends on you.
He reached over and removed the hood from the second man, Tim's face looking even worse than Tuck's.
You're lucky we intervened when we did. I thought he was going to punch this guy's face into tomorrow. He must really be mad at you.
2 minutes, sir. The man piloting the aircraft called back, and it seemed to enlighten Harper.
Oh boy, Tuck. Almost time to fly.
"So you're just going to kill him then?" Sam asked. Harper nodded, pursing his lips as if trying to convince himself of the fact.
Yeah. Got any better ideas?
"Let me kill him." Harper broke out into a fit of laughter, slapped his leg, and called out to the pilot.
You hear that, Martin?
Samantha here wants me to uncuff her so she can kill Tuck herself." The pilot didn't respond, Harper turning his attention back to her. "I don't think so, sweetheart. 1 minute. And now, as you can hear, I've got work to do." He stood and turned for the door. The first thing Samuel Rader had ever taught his child was to always be prepared. He said that the most likely scenario a person would find themselves in was to be bound, sometimes by ropes, sometimes by tape, and sometimes by handcuffs. He said that it didn't matter which, one should always carry with them at least 2 different tools with which to get themselves free, a third already a freebie. He showed her that of all the things a person had, there was one that was the best weapon against being tied up. A person's shoes would offer the greatest advantage, and as such, had taught his 8-year-old daughter how to turn them into weapons. Sam learned quickly how to utilize shoelaces, using them to her advantage in a way that cut through tape and plastic like a hot knife through butter. And when it came to both ropes and cuffs, her shoes would also become ingenious accessories with which to gain her freedom. Each shoe's tongue needed to have one of 2 tools embedded into it. The first would hold a tiny piece of razor blade with which she could slice her way to freedom. In the second shoe tongue, she would hide a key, one that was dual-ended, able to unlock most handcuffs that existed in the world. Samuel had his daughter practice repeatedly for weeks, using all 3 types of restraints on her until she became as swift as the most trained officers he had known. He tied her up in any number of ways until she could free herself in the quickest amount of time. It had been a valuable lesson for a daughter to learn, a lesson that would now save her life. The moment Harper turned his back, Tuck began to protest his scheduled fate. He begged Harper to let him go, to at least finish the job he had set out to do. Harper worked the levers of the door into position, preparing to push the hatch open. While one was busy with the door and the other was trying to convince the man to let him go, Sam maneuvered one of her feet over her free hand, holding it in place while 2 fingers worked the key from its hiding spot. Her foot was back on the floor as Tuck turned and stared at her over his shoulder, his eyes filled with pure hate, before continuing to beg for his life. Sam maneuvered the key into place and unlocked the cuff in a split second. It was all the time she needed, and by the time Tuck turned back to her for a second time, Sam was upon him, rammed a knee into his face, and launched herself at Harper. He screamed in surprise as Sam grabbed one arm as the other pushed the door open. The turbulence was still tossing the plane around, and the pair of them almost lost their balance, teetering on the very edge of the abyss. "How the fuck?" Harper began to scream before a fist caught him in the throat. With his free hand, he reached into his jacket and gripped the handle of his service pistol. Seeing the gun now waving between them, Sam made a grab for it, the 2 of them wrestling for control of the handgun. Both knew that the victor would walk away from this, while the loser would guarantee their demise. Harper was a lot more agile than Sam had anticipated and had an amazing amount of strength for such a wiry-looking man. The gun swung every which way as each of them tried to get the upper hand. But it was Harper's finger on the trigger, and when he squeezed off a round, it crashed through the window above Tim's head. "Get back, bitch," Harper cried, letting go of Sam's shoulder and grabbing the gun with both hands. He put up a good fight and almost had the upper hand, but the plane suddenly swung to one side as it hit an air pocket or something. Sam lifted off the ground, became airborne for a brief second, and in that time pulled both the agent and the gun in closer. When her feet landed back on the ground, the gun swung violently to one side, a second shot squeezing off. This one hit the pilot in the side of the ear, killing him instantly as he fell forward onto the controls. With the plane barely 100 yards in the air, impact was imminent. Mustering all the strength she could, Sam pulled both her hands up towards her chest, leaned in close to Harper's face, and whispered, "This bitch doesn't need a gun." She cocked her head sideways and sank her teeth into the agent's ear, clamping as hard as she could and tearing the flesh from his head.
He screamed, let go of the gun with one hand, and reached to where nothing but gristle and skin now hung in a long flap. As he looked at Sam with horrified eyes, she grabbed the gun with both hands, twisted it upwards, and fired. The top of Harper's head disappeared in a spray of warm mist as Sam let go of him, sending the former FBI agent out into the night. Tuck began to plead for his life as Sam turned back to the two men still cuffed to the plane. She could feel they were seconds away from impact and ran to Tim, undoing his cuffs and dragging him towards the door. Hanging beside the plane's opening was a cargo net, and Sam reached in and retrieved a life jacket. She worked it over his head as quick as she could, then clipped the buckle together around his middle. Just before she pushed him out through the plane's door, she activated the beacon, kissed his cheek, and whispered into his ear, "I love you." Before he could answer, Sam pushed him out through the door with barely seconds to go. She had time enough to stand, turn around, and face the man that had stolen her father, had taken her family, and had destroyed all that she knew. Just as she was about to run at him, the world suddenly exploded into 1,000 pieces. While fire exploded around her, the cold Gulf water poured in through numerous holes in the fuselage. The plane broke into several pieces on impact, with one engine exploding as the flames churned out across the water. Sam had crashed into the safety netting, one ankle snapped as it hit the edge of the door. She had time enough to look up and see Tuck still cuffed to his tomb. One of his hands had been torn off at the wrist, the cuff dangling free across the fuselage as water began to fill around him. The other was still attached, keeping the man trapped as his imminent demise sank in.
"Help me!"
he cried to Sam.
"Please! I'm sorry! I'm sorry!"
Sam watched as the water continued to fill around him, watched as the terror filled his face for the final time. It was a moment she could not have improved upon, even if she had attacked him. Standing where she was, she could hear the blood-curdling scream of panic, his one hand puking blood into the water while desperately trying to tear off the other. Just before they sank beneath the surface, Sam called out to him, a message that was meant for herself as much as for him. It had been a message shared with her by someone she had always considered her nemesis, but who had in fact been her savior. Her words were the last that he heard in this mortal life, and when the realization of them dawned across his face, she knew she had her revenge. I'm not the monster after all. Tim saw the plane hit the water, the explosion sending a small mushroom cloud into the night sky. But with the current too strong and his arms too weak, found himself unable to reach the crash site. He called for Sam for as long as he could, but the swell made it impossible for him to keep his head above water for long, waves endlessly washing over his face. It wasn't long before he lost consciousness, giving in to wherever the sea would take him. A search and rescue helicopter picked Tim up almost 6 hours later, the rescue beacon and strobing light on his life jacket his saving grace. The helicopter made repeated passes over where they suspected the plane to have crashed, but with very little debris on the surface, a storm still raging above them, and a limited fuel supply to keep them searching in the middle of the night, they ended up calling the search off until the morning. Thankfully, Ruth had given Tim's mop of hair a working over as well, reducing it to nothing more than a military-style buzz cut. Together with the week-long growth since his previous shave, and nobody recognized him from the already dwindling news bulletins. He had no ID on him, and local news reported him as a John Doe who had survived a plane crash. While there were some minor efforts to try and identify the mystery man, staff were more concerned about his exposure to the elements and trying to get him stabilized. Mama did just as Sam had instructed, returning to the main road, heading north and not slowing until she reached the first signs of Houston. She cried some of the way, feeling as if she had abandoned one of her closest friends. She hated herself for allowing Sam to convince her to go, but knew that logic would always win with her. Seeing the big city light up the night sky in the distance frightened her in a strange way. She had always been a city girl, and city people found comfort in numbers. But at that moment in time, Mama couldn't bear the thought of being close to people. She needed space, distance, and the closer she got to Houston, the more she realized that those were the very things she was losing by going there. She took an exit, turned left, and rejoined the traffic down the on-ramp, heading back the way she had come. Once she was back out in the middle of the rolling fields, Mama found a quiet country lane, found an abandoned churchyard, and pulled into the parking lot. The radio had been playing soft music, and as she finally took a moment to let go of her apprehension, closed her eyes for a brief rest. Just as she promised, Mama returned to the previous drop-off point at dawn. She remained in the car with the doors locked, but with no sign of anybody, soon got out and looked around. There was a woman and a dog running along the water's edge, but other than them, there was nobody else. With the pistol sitting in her jacket pocket, Mama made her way down the path to where Sam had disappeared the previous night, watching for any movement ahead. Once she reached the bend, the woman and the dog came back into view, and without appearing to be traumatized by bodies or bad men, Mama took it as a sign. She could see the shack a couple of 100 yards in the distance and began to make her way towards it. The woman and her best friend were just passing it and continuing on down the beach, which raised more questions than answers. Once she reached it and found nothing of interest, Mama turned and gave the entire area a looking over. A boat was slowly making its way towards the outlet into the Gulf, a man offering her a small wave. Mama returned it and watched until the boat cruised past. The shack consisted of a rusted roof and 3 walls holding it up. The timber supports looked to be in their final moments, threatening to drop the roof at the slightest breath of wind. Beach sand filled the floor, and apart from a few empty beer cans in one corner, there was nothing else to indicate civilization. Mama walked over to the water's edge, but again found nothing of interest. She looked across to the other side, but with no clues standing out, she quickly turned back towards the car. As she was walking along the beach, a light breeze met her head-on, and with the storm having blown itself out in the early hours of the morning, it would have been quite pleasant if it were not for her current situation. She scanned through the underbrush as she walked by, greeting another runner along the way, but there was no sign of a struggle, of her friend, or any evidence that they were ever there. By 9 o'clock that morning, news of the plane crash and the unknown survivor had made it to one of the mainstream news outlets, but it wasn't the major story of the day. That honor had been handed to the president himself, having signed off on an international treaty for something or other. Mama had never been one for politics and was instantly turned off. But the crash had piqued her interest, and sitting in the parking lot of a local Wendy's while contemplating her next move had given Mama some time to kill. The website had listed the plane as officially missing, having dropped from radar some 80 miles from shore. The lone survivor had been taken to Corpus Christi Medical Center, and the photo beneath the main headline showed a man with significant facial injuries. Despite the bruising and lacerations and bad camera angle, Mama immediately saw Tim laying in that hospital bed. He appeared to be unconscious, but there was no denying it was him. It was the only clue she had, and finally knew what she had to do next. It was no easy feat smuggling a patient out of an emergency room, but Mama was no stranger to bypassing security, and once she had the necessary cleaner's uniform, found herself standing before Tim in a tiny room that was barely big enough for the bed. The nurse's station sat empty just a little ways up the hallway, and Mama didn't waste time. Tim took a bit to wake up, but with him not in a coma and simply sleeping through his injuries, it made the task all the more easy. Once he was conscious again, Mama could see that he wanted to share something with her, something urgent, but she knew what that would be, and given their current situation, found that the fewer distractions for her to work through, the better. The plan was simple and one she conveyed to Tim within seconds. She dropped a black garbage bag on the floor behind his bedside cabinet. Hopefully, nobody would move it or him until the time came when he needed it. He would remain unconscious until nightfall, and then, when nobody was watching, would put on the uniform and walk out through the front door. She thought she'd done well to build a plan in such a short amount of time, so when Tim shot it down within a second of her sharing it, she felt like slamming the bag over his head.
I could just climb out of the window,
he whispered, pointing to the ground floor opening. Or that, was all Mama could reply with, kissed his forehead and made her way back outside. It was just after 10 when Mama saw the window open and a shadow drop through onto the ground. Thankfully, the window sat amongst some bushes and trees, which acted as a shield from the streetlights running along the parking lot. She fired up the car, let it idle along that stretch of road, and slowed just enough for Tim to climb in. The second his butt touched the seat, she accelerated them away from there. They didn't slow until they reached Freeport, the pair barely speaking throughout the 200-mile journey. Tim slept for some of it, his injuries only adding to those he was already carrying. Plus, there was another subject they both wanted to avoid, neither holding the strength to confront it. It wasn't until they stood side by side on the very edge of the waters looking out over the Gulf that they finally held hands and confronted the reality. Tim revealed the final moments he had shared with Sam, her heroic actions that had saved his life, and the last words she had whispered into his ear. His voice struggled as he told how the plane had crashed into the waters, exploding on impact, and how he had screamed for her until his voice gave out. They cried, holding each other on the edge of a stretch of water that now separated them. Mama sobbed uncontrollably, sat down in the sand, and gazed across the calm waters. Tim knelt behind her, his arms wrapped around her shoulders as they shared their grief. "Do you really think she died?" Mama asked, her tone filled with more hope than remorse. Tim wanted to tell her what he wished, but also knew what he had seen. "I don't know," was all he could think of, dropped down beside Mama and watched as the moonlight lit up the peaceful waters before them. Chapter 18. Lorenzo Martinez was a man who loved his family. While he may have been poor in many people's eyes, in his own mind he was one of the richest men on earth. He had the love of a beautiful woman, his wife Sophia, a soul who had accepted his way of life and bore him 2 beautiful babies. He had the responsibility of raising and caring for 2 bambinos, Erica just 2 and Roman aged 4. Every day, the father would leave his family behind to head off to work, in the hope of returning safely to them when God permitted, and bring them the fruits of his labor so that they may have a better life than he had when growing up. Being a fisherman wasn't something he ever dreamed of doing whilst growing into manhood, but it was what his family had always been. Like his father before him and his grandfather before him, each had taken charge of the family boat when the time came and sailed it out into the waters. He would leave each morning well before the sun rose to announce a new day, kissing his wife and each of his children as they slept. He would spend the day casting his net far and wide, always ensuring he had met his minimum quota before returning to his loved ones. It was a ritual he'd been following for many years, and felt the love of his family as he worked hard to provide for them. No man could ever deny that Lorenzo Martinez wasn't a family man. But while his dedication may have never been questioned, the water's ability to provide had been gradually waning over the past year. As each day passed him by, Lorenzo found that not only did he have to stay out on the water longer and longer to meet his quota, but he also needed to travel further from shore to find the fish he needed. While he used to take half a day to fill his boat and have enough time in the day to return for a second run, these days he would take almost 2 days for a single load. The time away from his family weighed heavy on the man's shoulders, but he never complained once, not to his wife and not to his God. He wasn't much of a religious man, but Sophia had come from a devout family and had practiced her faith for as long as he could remember. It was for her that he promised to show his children the way, always ensuring he pointed out the right way of doing things. Sitting alone on his boat gave the man plenty of time to think, to reflect, and to contemplate a future where he could provide the best options for his family. There wasn't a lot of opportunity in Santa Cristi, particularly with the arrival of the Asesinos Silenciosos in nearby Paraíso, a group of ex-military special forces that had made the town their new home base from which to run their drug cartel. The group had spread their terror far and wide, killing anyone that stood in their way. Lorenzo was deep in thought as he waited for his net to fill in the waters beneath him, thinking about perhaps giving up on the only life he had ever known and possibly moving away. The thought of his family living under the oppression of gangsters was something he couldn't bear. It was while he considered what else he could do for income that he first spotted something floating in the water. It looked like a broken piece of plastic sitting on top of the water off his port bow a few hundred yards ahead. He considered ignoring it, perhaps just another discarded barrel tossed overboard by a passing merchant ship or an abandoned storage box he'd often come across. He'd seen plenty of floating trash during his time on the water and hated what the world had become. But there was something about the item that awoke an interest in him, something reflecting the fierce morning sunshine towards him. He tried to stand as high as he could, holding the mast for balance. Turning the sail enough to close the distance, Lorenzo gripped the rudder tightly as the small craft slowly made its way towards the mystery object. It wasn't until he was less than 100 yards from it that he first saw the bright red hair, and initially thought it was a mannequin. It wouldn't have been his first, capturing one in his net almost a decade before and almost ending up in the water himself from the fright it had given him. Once he was sure that it was indeed hair, he thought it might have been a dead body and went to turn the boat away. The cartels had a way of disposing some of their victims into the water, and it wasn't uncommon to see one floating by. Lorenzo didn't fancy snagging one and then needing to jump into the water to untangle it, or worse, somehow be associated with it if a passing patrol boat happened to come past. But when the body began to cough, he almost screamed in panic, having been deep in thought about the cartel's actions in recent years. The woman appeared to turn her head slowly towards him as she tried to keep on top of her makeshift life preserver, reaching out for his help with a trembling hand. She looked weak, clinging tightly to what looked like a piece of wing from a plane. Once he was close enough, Lorenzo locked the rudder into place, kneeled beside the wall of the boat, and reached out. He caught the woman's hand just as she began to slip again and pulled as hard as he could. She grunted wearily, helped as much as she could manage, and hung on to his hand for dear life. The boat continued to float past her, and Lorenzo locked his arm in place, leaned back into the boat, and tore the woman from the water with all his might. She fell to the deck face down, and Lorenzo pulled a temporary awning he had fixed to his mast above them before turning her over. It blocked the sun's bite for the most part and provided enough shelter for her. There was a small mat he used for a seat cushion, and he rolled it up some and placed it under her head for support. The woman didn't look Mexican, Lorenzo guessing she must have fallen from a passing cruise ship or something. She lost consciousness, so he grabbed his bottle of water and slowly began to drip some into her mouth. She came awake in an instant, grabbed the bottle and began to flap her tongue around as the water splashed over her face.
No,
Lorenzo tried. He didn't know a lot of English, but offered a couple of the few he knew.
slow.
The woman didn't appear to recognize his voice, continuing to gasp for water. She lost consciousness again, and knowing time would be critical, Lorenzo turned his boat for home. She would need professional help, and while Sophia would take care of her initially, he would make his way into town and fetch the local doctor. But first, he would need to reach home. The woman woke again a few hours later, sitting up and staring out across the water groggily. She spoke something, but Lorenzo didn't understand the words. He tried to reply, but she didn't understand his. He handed her the water bottle again and waved his hand up and down to try and convey for her to drink slowly. She nodded and did as he asked, letting the water fall over her cracked lips. He stared at the sunburn that had invaded her face, several heat blisters broken out across her nose and cheeks. Once she handed the bottle back, Lorenzo pointed to himself and spoke his name as clearly as he could. "Lorenzo," the woman repeated, her voice sounding croaky and fatigued. He nodded, then pointed to her. She stared back at him as if not understanding the gesture, and he repeated his own name.
Lorenzo,
he said more slowly than ever. But instead of repeating it, she looked at him concerned, her face twisting into a confused look of fear. Lorenzo pointed to her again, gesturing for her name, but she only shook her head. As if not wanting to insult him, she also opened her hands that made her gesture clear. She didn't know. The two stared at each other as neither knew how to proceed. The woman tapped the sides of her head, her fingers looking frustrated as her brain refused to reveal the most basic of information. As a final suggestion to possibly help her, Lorenzo patted the pockets of his pants and then pointed to the woman.
"Revisa tus bolsillos,"
he whispered to her. "Check your pockets." The woman slowly did, reaching into the front pocket on each side, but both turned up empty. She reached around behind her, sank her finger into the first one and then the other. She looked extremely weak as she moved, and Lorenzo thought she was going to fall back again. It was in the last pocket that she pulled something out, her breath short and shallow. It was a small plastic card, and at first she simply stared at it. He watched as she appeared not to recognize the meaning of the find. After a few seconds, she handed the card over to him. "Please," she whispered, running a tongue over her weathered lips and wincing at the pain. Before he could answer, she lay back down, closed her eyes, and drifted off to sleep. Lorenzo held the card for a moment and watched as the woman sank into slow, regular breaths. He would need to get her help as quickly as possible and look towards the horizon where land was finally starting to come into view. Although he couldn't read English, Lorenzo knew the familiar markings of a driver's license, the identification somehow recognizable the world over. Just as he had guessed, it was an American one, issued in the state of Ohio. The photo looked to be the woman laying before him, but her hair had been blonde, not the fiery red she wore now. The name he saw printed next to her face was not one she had recognized, and he wondered what perils she had endured to end up where she did. But now that she was safely aboard his ship, he would do everything he could to bring her to safety. He read the name out loud, perhaps for her to hear as she slept. There would be time enough to help her with finding her memories once she was better, but for now, she only needed one thing, and that was to heal. He patted her foot, returned to the rudder, and repeated her name as he watched the land edge ever closer.
"Sleep well, Olivia Hunter."
This has been Blood Moon, Book 6 of the Sam Rader thriller series, written by Simon King, narrated by Kiiri Sandy.